right? So I got rejected today. All right, straight rejected. Um, you know, my partner was like, "You didn't get rejected. You just got told your answer or something like that." I was like, "No, I got rejected." And you know why I got rejected, y'all? They said because of my attendance. But you know what my attendance was? When I got sick. I told you I was down for 3 weeks. I was sick. I got a whole doctor's note and everything. Came to job while I was sick. They made me leave that week, that third day. I was like, man, I'm still sick. And they made me leave. Okay. Listen. I said, oh, okay. And so she was like, how the fuck? I didn't get you sick. They got you sick. You got sick because of the job. I said, yeah, you're right. You have to pay attention to the universal messages. It's so beautiful. You're just gonna laugh at. You're just gonna crack the fuck up at all of it. Okay, it's hilarious. It is. It's fucking hilarious. I was like, yo. Damn, you right. I got sick because of them. I am thankful for that rejection. I thank the universe for that rejection so I can move forward and be divinely supplied. Right? There's something I saw here written down. Hold on. It's written down. I want to repeat this. It says, unexpected income, recognition, and opportunity flow to me now under grace and perfect ways. Okay. Unexpected income, recognition, and opportunity flow to me now under grace and perfect ways. Every rejection is a redirection to my throne. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Unexpected income, recognition, and opportunity flow to me now under grace and perfect ways. So, of course, my loves, I found something. Okay? Hold on, y'all.
When in fact, these motherfuckers are crazy.
I'm really just sitting here like a proud auntie, like
Hold on, y'all. We gotta hear this.
I thought it was AI.
I gotta see this. One second.
Y'all, when I heard Kamala say it, hold on.
Because there's so much about this moment that is trying to make people feel like they've lost their minds. When in fact, these motherfuckers are crazy.
I'm really just sitting here like a proud auntie, like, and y'all ain't want to put her in office, cause these motherfuckers is crazy.
Get your ass up and have a good day. Girl, she looked dusty as fuck.
I don't say homosexuality is an abomination, Mr. President. The Bible does.
Yes, it does. Leviticus
18:22.
chapter and verse. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions while I had you here. I'm interested in selling my youngest daughter into slavery as sanctioned in Exodus 21:7. She's a Georgetown sophomore, speaks fluent Italian, always cleared the table when it was her turn.
Oh, they about to yak my ass up, y'all. Hold on. I'm about to get yacked the fuck up. What I'm doing? Let me find this video. Let's get back to Miss Francis. Miss Florence. She looks like a Florence. Okay. Let's get to it. All right. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. So let's get to it. All right. Here we go. So what happened is uh this experience that I recently had, I was telling her, I was like, look, I'm happy. Okay. She was like, she not happy. She said she not happy. Okay. And the reason why she not happy is because she feel like, like she said, like how they gonna get you for attendance when they're the reason you got sick. Okay. I was like, you know what, you're right. And I did get sick because of that. Okay. I saw Spike Lee and I started smiling. And I did get sick because of them. But there's a bigger picture here that I want you all to pay attention to beyond this shit. When I sat down with my money, right? We're gonna get to something. I done found some shit. I done found some planet of money type shit, bro. I love it. I live for this. The secret planet that controls your money flow. Yeah, we talking about that. Okay. Um, and so sat here, I was like, when I sat down and talked to my money, right? I said, what do you want us to do? Tell me what you want us to do together. Where do you want us to go? And I'm not finished with writing my letter either. I'm gonna get back to it. How can me and you have a better relationship together? Where we going? That's what I said. And this was my answer right here. Like this ain't she this is what she telling me. This ain't it right here, baby. We gonna use this as divine supply moving forward. This ain't where we staying. This ain't where we climbing in. Was there opportunity? Absolutely, there's opportunity right there. But do I want to put the work in for the opportunity there, or would I rather put the work in to my alignment? See, which is an opportunity that I'm making for myself. You see, one thing Shonda Rhimes said as a writer, she said, when you are a writer, you make opportunities for yourself. Yes, you are right, Shonda. You make opportunities for yourself when you are a writer. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and jump into this one because you already know how I be flowing, all right?
Behind every fortune and every failure stands an unseen planet. When you align with it, your life becomes a river of gold. When you resist it, your life becomes a desert of debt. I speak the law of that planet now. I will show you how to step into this secret orbit of abundance. You will see why money resists you when you chase it, and why it runs to you when you speak with power. You will learn how to break the chains of fear and command the planet that governs your prosperity. Stay with me, for in this teaching lies the difference between a lifetime of struggle and a lifetime of divine supply. You may have worked for years, prayed for relief, or tried every scheme the world offered. Still, money slips away, bills pile high, and freedom feels far, the world says. That is life. I say it is bondage to false law. For there is a higher law, a planet hidden from most eyes, that turns lack into plenty, debt into surplus, despair into joy. I have seen men at the brink of ruin lifted in a day when they learned this law. I have seen women with nothing but faith call forth riches beyond their asking. This law is simple, but few walk in it. Today, I will place it in your hands. In this lesson, I will take you step by step through the orbit of this secret planet. You will see the exact words that magnetize money. You will see how doubt, fear, and idle speech cast you out of its flow. You will see why your past efforts failed, and how one shift can open floodgates no man can shut. Along the way, I will reveal stories of those who aligned with this planet and saw miracles of supply, so that you, too, may recognize the signs and claim your own demonstration. And before we close, I will give you words of power to speak tonight, words that will set this planet moving for you before you rise again tomorrow. Most people think money comes from their job, from their toil, or from the economy. But I tell you this, money circles back to you from your own words, just as surely as the moon circles the earth. Here's something most people completely miss. The tongue is a planet. Every word you speak goes out in orbit and returns to you, carrying its own harvest. If you speak fear, fear returns. If you speak lack, lack returns. If you speak riches, riches return. You don't escape the orbit of your words, for your world is built by the very sentences you release. I've met people who laughed at this law until they saw the results in their own lives. A woman once came to me in tears. She had once lived in comfort, with a fine home, servants, and abundance. But now she lived in a cramped room with only a trunk for her belongings. I asked her, "How did you get here?" She said, "Oh, for years I was sick and tired of managing my house. I used to say over and over, 'I wish I lived in a trunk.' And so it was." Her words traveled out like a planet and returned with their own orbit of proof. She had spoken herself into that trunk. Let me tell you another case. There was a woman of great wealth who always joked about getting ready for her house. She thought it was harmless humor, but the subconscious has no sense of humor, and her words were obeyed to the letter. In time, her fortune slipped away, her riches melted, and she found herself facing real lack. Do you see how faithful that of words is? You can't play with them, for they are law. Now perhaps you're wondering, but Florence, if every careless word comes back, what hope do I have? I've spoken so much doubt in my life. I tell you this, you can break the orbit. You can command new words and set new planets in motion. You can say now, "I smash every untrue record in my subconscious. I now make new and perfect records through the Christ within records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression." Speak it aloud, with power, and the old orbit loses its pull. So I ask you, what have you been speaking into your and our world? Have you been saying, "I never have enough, I can't keep money, I always struggle"? If so, you're only watching your own orbit return, but you can change it today. Your words are magnetic fields, your phrases are planets, and they must obey their creator you. And here's what's most exciting. This law is no respecter of persons. If it worked to bring lack, it works equally to bring abundance. The very tongue that called in poverty can just as easily call in plenty. The orbit does not change, it is always faithful, but the words you release can be changed at any moment. That's why I say, don't curse your finances, don't curse your bills, don't curse your job. Bless them. Send words of increase into orbit and watch them return to you with their harvest. I'll tell you plainly, the world is filled with people joking themselves into failure, complaining themselves into sickness, and gossiping themselves into debt. But there are also those who have learned this secret planet, the planet of words, and they have spoken themselves into fortune, health, and joy. And you too can step into that orbit now. Now that you see how every word circles back, you may ask, what is it that gives words their power? Why do they always return? The answer lies in imagination. It is imagination that pulls substance into form, just as gravity pulls the planets in their paths. And I'll show you exactly how that works. Most people wander through life blind to the pictures they carry in their own minds. And yet those very pictures are the unseen gravity that holds their entire world together, drawing into form the exact experiences they have secretly entertained. What I am about to share may seem strange at first, but it is the very key to understanding why money flows easily to some and continually escapes the grasp of others. The imagination is the great magnet, the unseen law of attraction that never sleeps, and whatever you hold therewith, feeling, whether good or evil, must sooner or later appear on your path. I once knew a man who feared a certain disease. It was rare, difficult to contract, and yet he studied it, read about it, imagined it, and pictured himself afflicted until his body obeyed the picture in his mind. In the end, the disease appeared, and he died, not because it was common, but because his imagination had gravity more faithful than the stars. Can you see the lesson? You cannot hold a picture in mind without drawing it into orbit. Whether it is sickness or supply, sorrow or success, your imagination is the force that gives it weight and brings it into your world. So I ask you, what pictures are you carrying? When you think of money, do you see bills piling up, debts chasing you, opportunities slipping away? Or do you see a stream of gold, accounts overflowing, unexpected channels opening in perfect ways? The subconscious is simply power without direction, and it takes its orders from imagination. That is why I call imagination the scissors of the mind. It cuts out the pattern, and the subconscious obeys. If you cut the pattern of lack, lack must come. If you cut the pattern of abundance, abundance must appear. The law does not fail. I once had a woman who, as a little girl, loved to pretend that she was a widow. She dressed in black, wore a long veil, and amused others with her play acting. The picture imprinted itself on her subconscious. Later in life, she married a man she dearly loved, and in a short time he died, leaving her exactly the image she had cut with her childish play. She did not know she was playing with the most powerful instrument in the universe, her imagination. That is why I warn you, do not trifle with mental pictures. The subconscious does not laugh. It does not play. It only fulfills the image impressed upon it. But here is the good news. The same power that draws destruction will just as faithfully draw every righteous desire of your heart. I have seen those who set their imagination only on good, on health, wealth, love, and right work, and they brought into their lives every perfect pattern. The imagination is your personal creative studio. What are you painting upon its canvas? Every picture carries gravity. Every image has weight. You cannot escape your own creations. So when you rise in the morning, set your pictures high. See yourself walking in freedom. See your purse bulging with plenty. See your work as joyous and divinely paid. Refuse to picture delay, sickness, or loss. For if you give them space in your imagination, they will grow roots and cling to you like iron. Instead, train your inner sight to see only the good. For as surely as the planets circle the sun, what you see within will circle back to you without. Now that you see imagination as the gravity that shapes your orbit, you may ask, but where do these pictures go once they are formed? How do they actually become my conditions? The answer lies in the subconscious, the great soil of life, the silent power that grows whatever seed you plant within it. Let me show you how this soil works, and how you can direct it to grow only good. Here is something most people never stop to consider. The subconscious mind is simply power without direction. A mighty soil that receives every seed you plant, and it does not argue, it does not question, it does not weigh or measure. It only brings forth in exact detail whatever has been impressed upon it. You may think of it as a field lying open day and night, never resting, never refusing, always ready to germinate whatever is cast upon it. If you sow thorns, you reap thorns. If you sow wheat, you reap wheat. The soil does not say, I will give you roses, though you have planted weeds. It is law, and law never falters. I once told a woman to carefully examine the records she had been playing upon the sensitive plate of her subconscious. For every thought, every word, every mental picture is etched there, just as the voice is etched upon the phonograph disc. If a singer coughs while making the record, the cough is preserved. If he hesitates, the hesitation is preserved. And when the record is played, every sound, every mistake, every pause is faithfully repeated. So it is with us. If you have impressed failure, worry, resentment, or fear upon the subconscious, it will play them back into your world in perfect detail. And until you break the record, you must hear the same song. But thanks be to God, we are not condemned to listen forever to the old music of defeat. You may speak a word and shatter the disc, commanding that every false record return to the dust of nothingness, for it came from nothing and has no true power. I often instruct my students to say aloud, with authority, I now smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They shall return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make new and perfect records through the Christ within the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. And when this is said with conviction, something breaks in the unseen, and new songs begin to play. Now let me ask you, have you been listening to the same weary record over and over again? Have you noticed the same disappointments repeating, the same losses circling, the same relationships souring in the same way? Do not blame fate, do not blame God, do not even blame others. Look within. The soil has only grown the seed you yourself cast into it. If you do not like the harvest, change the seed. If you are tired of poverty, stop planting words of want. If you are weary of delay, stop planting pictures of failure. Remember, the subconscious is not your enemy, it is your servant. It is waiting, even now, for your next command. One of the greatest discoveries you can make is this. There is always a silent listener at your side, your subconscious mind. Every idle word, every faint wish, every dread you secretly entertain, it gathers, it preserves, and it brings to life. Therefore I tell you, watch your words, watch your imaginings, for you are sowing constantly, and the field never sleeps, and I assure you, the harvest will be as abundant as the seed. So from this day, speak only that which you desire to see. Do not tell people about your illnesses if you want health. Do not complain of your bills if you want abundance. Do not repeat the gossip of failure if you long for success. Plant only that which you wish to reap, and the soil will not fail you, for the subconscious is faithful beyond measure. And now we arrive at the most practical part of all the planet itself, the very tongue, the spoken word, that swings your entire orbit of money. You will see that your words are not empty sounds, but living commands. And when you speak, the universe itself obeys. Let me show you how your tongue is the secret planet that controls the flow of your fortune. And now I tell you the greatest secret of this hidden planet. It is your own tongue, your spoken word, your voice that cuts through the unseen and sets entire worlds in motion. The scriptures declare it with unmistakable clarity. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Not in money, not in chance, not in toil, but in the tongue. Every word you release is a decree, every phrase a law, every sentence a planet hurled into its orbit, destined to return to you bearing the exact harvest of its seed. And most people, in their ignorance, speak themselves into bondage. They curse their finances, they belittle their opportunities, they gossip, lack, and disease into existence, and then they wonder why their lives echo with poverty, why their bodies grow weak, why their days fill with delay and obstruction. They do not know they are only reaping what they themselves have spoken. But the same power that condemns can just as surely justify. The same tongue that called in failure can call in success. The same lips that spoke want can speak abundance. For your word is your wand, and when you wave it in faith, the wilderness rejoices and blossoms as the rose. I once treated a woman who came to me with only $2 to her name. She was trembling, she was weary, she did not see a way out. And I said to her, "We will bless these $2, and we will know that they are the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in, under grace, perfect ways." And I spoke the picture aloud. I see it crammed, jammed, pressed down, and running over with bills, with checks, with gold and silver. And the woman was so filled with faith, she gave me one of those dollars as a love offering. Not long after, she received $6,000 as a gift. Her fear was broken, her orbit shifted, and the secret planet of her tongue swung her into riches she could not have planned. Now I ask you, what words have you been loosing upon your life? Do you say, "I am always broke, nothing ever works for me, I can't get ahead"? If so, do not be surprised when the orbit of those words returns and proves you right. But you can just as easily declare, "I am now linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. My supply is immediate and inexhaustible. I see doors opening, I see channels free, I see every debt dissolved." Say it until the words burn in your bones. Say it until your subconscious obeys. Say it until you feel yourself already walking in the promised land. for the universe always answers to the tongue that speaks with faith. I remember being at sea one morning when the fog was so thick the horns were blowing without cease. There was no sign of clearing. And a woman, filled with truth, declared, "There are no fogs in divine mind. Let the fog be lifted. I give thanks for the Sunday." And soon the fog rolled away and the sun burst forth in glory. Now what lifted the fog? Was it chance? Was it luck? Was it accident? No, it was the words spoken with authority, the tongue acting as the planet, commanding the elements to obey. And if fog obeys, if seas obey, if the weather itself obeys, shall not money obey, shall not opportunity obey, shall not every door swing wide when you speak the word of truth? So from this day, be conscious of the planets you are setting into orbit with every conversation. Refuse idle talk of sickness and lack. Refuse the jest that carries the sting of fear. Refuse the complaint that engraves lack into your soul. Instead, train your tongue to utter only life, only increase, only praise, only abundance. For when your word aligns with the divine law, it cannot return void. It must prosper in the thing whereunto it is sent. And when you know this, you will no longer fear money or circumstances, for you will know the secret planet of supply moves at your command, and your world will become a harvest of your own declarations. You now see the planet revealed. It is your word, your imagination, your subconscious, your tongue. But how do you step into its orbit? How do you bring the unseen into sight when appearances deny you and reason mocks you? The answer is preparation, the digging of ditches before the rain, the act of faith that calls forth the invisible supply. Let us move now into that law, and I will show you how to prepare for the flood of abundance long before the first drop of rain appears. Here is a truth that overturns the whole world's thinking. You must act as though the wealth is already yours before it comes into sight. For faith is not waiting until the money is in hand. Faith is behaving as though the promise is already fulfilled. Most people make the mistake of preparing for lack while praying for supply. They plan for failure while asking for success. They buy the smallest portion. They choose the cheapest road. They shrink their actions to match their fears. And then they wonder why the floodgates of abundance remain closed. But I tell you this, the universe answers only to faith, and faith always acts rich before riches appear. I recall a woman who came to me in great distress, trembling under the threat of a lawsuit for $3,000. She saw no way out, for she had no resources, no wealthy friends to call upon, no bank that would lend to her. She expected the knock on the door, the shame of being dragged into court, the humiliation of defeat, but I spoke the word for her, declaring, "God is your supply, and there is a supply for every demand." I instructed her to behave as though the money was already in hand, to act her faith, not her fear. I even told her, "Take me to lunch, and do not economize, for to skimp now would be to prove you believe in lack instead of supply." So she ordered freely, holding fast to the picture that the debt was already paid. Now listen to how the law works. On the very eve of her ruin, her cousin appeared, a man with a long white beard, a man she had not thought to call upon, and before leaving her home he said, "Oh, by the way, how are your finances?" She confessed her need, and he promised to give her $3,000. At first, he said she must wait until the first of the month, but she needed it the very next day. I told her, "Spirit is never too late. The money is already yours in the invisible. Give thanks for it now." And the very next morning, the cousin called again and said, "Come to my office at once. I will give you the money today." And so she walked into court with every dollar she needed. The burden lifted, the victory won. Do you see the lesson? She might have collapsed into fear, closed her purse, pinched her pennies, shrunk her actions to match her despair. But by acting rich before riches appeared, by behaving as though supply was already hers, she flung wide the door for Spirit to work in miraculous ways. So I ask you, how are you acting today? Are you buying the cheapest shoes because you fear tomorrow's lack? Are you storing up food because you dread a famine? Are you hiding money away in terror of loss? Then you are proving your faith is in evil and not in good, and the orbit of those acts will return the very thing you fear. Begin instead to act in harmony with abundance. Treat yourself as though you were already heir to the riches of God, for you are. Make room for blessings, set your table for plenty, enlarge your tent for increase, for by your actions you prove the words you speak. Faith without action is dead. To say, I believe, while moving in fear is no faith at all. But to bless what little you hold, to give thanks as though the increase is already poured out, to act as though the debt is already paid, that is faith alive, and faith always draws its demonstration. So from this moment, stop acting poor. Stop preparing for failure. Begin to carry yourself as one divinely financed, divinely protected, divinely supplied. The planet of money cannot resist the orbit of true faith, and your world must rearrange itself to match your acts of confidence. And yet, some will say, but Florence, I am too afraid to act that way. My mind runs to every possible disaster. I prepare excuses and arguments for why the supply won't come. And that is exactly the trap. Faith prepares the way for blessing, but fear prepares the way for loss. Let me show you how fear delays and faith accelerates, so you may see clearly the difference between a life of defeat and a life of divine supply. Now let me open before you one of the greatest stumbling blocks to man's good. He prays for abundance with his lips, yet with his actions he prepares for failure. He speaks words of wealth in the morning and spends the afternoon rehearsing excuses for poverty. He claims divine supply, but carries in his mind endless pictures of what he will say when the collector calls, what he will do when the purchase bank refuses, how he will manage when everything collapses. And in doing so, he cancels his own prayer. For the subconscious does not measure the words of your mouth against the visions of your heart. It simply accepts the strongest impression, and most often, fear is more vivid than faith. So though he has declared success, he has prepared for defeat, and the soil gives him exactly what he planted. I knew a man who came to me desperate about a certain debt. He asked me to speak the word that it be wiped out. I agreed, but as I looked into his eyes, I saw the images already playing behind them. He had spent hours rehearsing failure. He pictured the day of reckoning, the shame of confessing, the quarrel with the man he owed. He imagined himself cornered. He imagined the worst words being hurled at him, and in rehearsing it so vividly, he was in truth preparing the ditch of his own loss. I said to him, "Can't you see you are neutralizing my treatment? You are digging ditches, yes, but they are shallow, filled not with water, but with dust. You must picture yourself free, picture yourself writing the check, picture the joy of the debt dissolved. Faith digs deep ditches. Fear digs holes that collapse. This is why I tell you that what you prepare for is what comes to pass. A woman who prepares for illness by setting aside money in case she falls sick has already carved the channel for sickness to come. A man who hoards for a rainy day without ever affirming sunshine has already made covenant with the storm. And when the storm breaks, he thinks it chance. But I tell you, it is only the outworking of his preparation. Your outer world cannot exceed the images and acts of your inner world. So let me ask you plainly, are you preparing for the thing you fear? Do you secretly expect to fail even while you say you wish to succeed? Do you brace yourself for rejection while praying for acceptance? Then I tell you, shift today. Erase those inner rehearsals and begin to prepare only for your good. Dig ditches wide and deep. Buy the blankets for the apartment before the lease appears. Choose the trunk for your voyage before the ticket is in hand. Act as though the harvest is ripe while the field looks barren. And in so doing, you prove your faith, and faith never delays. It only hastens the day of fulfillment. Faith and fear are both creative, but one is swift and the other is slow. Fear builds obstacles. Fear clouds the path. Fear drags the hour hand of the clock so that every blessing seems late. But faith is oil to the gears. Faith clears the fog. Faith opens the way. The minute you choose to prepare in faith instead of fear, delays vanish, blockages dissolve, and the invisible supply begins to take visible form. So I say again, stop rehearsing the tragedy. Stop preparing your excuses. Stop living as though evil is more powerful than good. Dare to prepare for the best, and the best will come. For God is never too late, and He is never too small. He is the God of abundance, and every ditch dug in faith shall be filled to overflowing. And now that you see how fear delays and faith accelerates, let me take you deeper into the key that multiplies whatever you hold. Gratitude is the force that turns little into much, that makes $8 become thousands, that turns a handful of loaves into food for the multitude. Gratitude is the golden oil that multiplies every seed you sow. Let me show you how Thanksgiving opens the sluice gates of prosperity. There is a law so simple, so overlooked, that when I speak it, men smile as though it were too small a thing. Yet it is the very lever that moves mountains. It is the force that multiplies every seed. It is the hidden key that unlocks the storehouses of supply. And that law is gratitude. Gratitude is the voice of faith. It is the song of the soul that knows its good is certain. It is the fragrance of a heart that already sees the harvest while the field still looks empty. Most people wait until they see the blessing before they give thanks. But in truth, it is the thanks that brings the blessing. For when you bless what little you have, you prove to infinite intelligence that you know the source is endless. And when you complain over your portion, you shut the very gates that would have poured out abundance. I remember one summer's day when a woman came to me faint, weary, dejected, with only $8 to her name. She looked at that small sum as a sentence of doom, as though life had shrunk her to poverty's corner. But I said to her, "Good, we will bless the $8 and multiply them as Jesus Christ multiplied the loaves and the fishes. For every man has the power to bless and to multiply, to heal and to prosper." I spoke aloud. Infinite Spirit, open the way for great abundance for this woman. She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right. I told her to repeat it continually and to be thankful, as though the flood of supply was already pouring. She obeyed. She followed her intuition home, and through the linking of friends and the opening of unexpected channels, she received thousands of dollars in the most miraculous way. And she often said to me after, "Tell people about the woman who came to you with $8 and a hunch. Do you see it? Gratitude multiplied the little she held. It lifted her from despair into expectancy, from expectancy into magnetism, and from magnetism into manifestation. She did not curse her $8, she blessed them, and blessing turned them into thousands. The law works without fail. What you bless increases, what you curse withers. If you bless your work, it prospers. If you bless your home, it shines. If you bless your money, it multiplies. But if you despise your work, complain of your home, grumble over your money, you choke the channel and the flow dwindles. So let me ask you, when you open your purse and see only a little, do you sigh and say, "This is not enough"? Or do you bless it and declare, "I see you multiplying, I see you growing, I see you becoming a river of plenty"? Your attitude decides your harvest. Gratitude is faith's perfume, and God Himself inhales it and pours out more. When you give thanks before the blessing appears, you prove that you trust the law, and the law never fails. And mark this well, gratitude is not merely a word, it is a vibration. It is not a perfunctory thank you, but a deep inner song, a thrill of certainty, a joy in knowing that the good is already yours. Sing it in your heart, whisper it with your lips, let it color your every act, and you will see multiplication on every side. For as the psalmist declared, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of abundance forever." And now that you see the power of gratitude to multiply what you hold, let us look at another striking example of faith in action. The story of a woman who bought blankets before she had an apartment, digging her ditch, while others told her she was a fool. This lesson will show you that preparation is the proof of belief, and that every purchase made in faith is a shovel in the soil of your demonstration.
That makes so much sense. I heard what I needed to hear. Preparation. I'm still here, y'all. Okay. Preparation. Whatever you do in practice, even if you say you're like, "Oh, I'm not the best at whatever," and you do freelance work, but you still do it, you're still prepping yourself. When you're sitting here and you're building a business, and nobody knows your name, nobody knows who you are, and you're building your business from scratch, and you're building your website, and you're putting whatever forums and articles, and you're doing all of that under your name. You're in preparation. You're in preparation for when you do go out here and work with somebody. You're energetically putting the movement out there that you are somebody, that you are a brand, that you are a name. You see what I'm saying? Preparation.
There comes a time when faith must clothe itself in action, when words alone are not enough, when the soul must step into the visible world and prove by deed that it believes in the invisible supply. Too many say they believe, yet they refuse to move a finger until they see the result. But that is not faith. That is doubt waiting for evidence. Faith acts without evidence. Faith prepares before sight. Faith digs the ditch when the valley is dry. Faith sets the table while the cupboard looks bare. And let me show you the law at work in a story that still makes me rejoice every time I recall it. There was a woman in New York in a year when apartments were scarce, when thousands were hunting and few were finding, when landlords had lists 200 names long for a single vacancy. To the reasoning mind, it was hopeless. Friends pitied her, saying, "Isn't it too bad? You'll have to store your furniture and live in a hotel." But she refused the suggestion of lack. She said instead, "You needn't feel sorry for me. I am a Superman, and I will get an apartment." She came to me and we spoke the word together. Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment. She knew there was a supply for every demand. She knew that one with God is a majority. Soon after, she thought of buying new blankets. Immediately the tempter whispered, "Don't buy them. Perhaps you won't get an apartment after all, and you'll have no use for them." But she caught the lie and answered back, "I will dig my ditches by buying the blankets." She acted as though the apartment was already hers, as though the bed was already waiting, as though the home was already prepared. And not long after, she found an apartment, and though 200 others had applied, it was given to her. Her blankets were the token of her faith, and the law responded by filling her ditch with overflowing water. Can you see how simple and how strong this law is? The world calls it foolishness to prepare before the evidence, but I tell you, it is the highest wisdom. If you say you want a new home, then make ready for it. Clear out the old clutter, give thanks for the perfect place, even buy the curtains or the lamp that belongs there. If you say you want abundance, then stop shrinking your life to fit poverty, enlarge your tent, make room for the blessing, carry yourself as though you were already in possession. If you say you want work that fulfills you, then prepare for it. Study, ready yourself, walk as though you are already appointed. For your preparation proves your expectation, and expectation is the magnet that draws the good into sight. I tell you plainly, the universe does not withhold from you. It waits upon your act of faith. Every preparation you make in confidence of your supply hastens the day of its arrival. Every hesitation, every shrinking back, every fearful withholding delays it. You cannot dig ditches in the dust and not see the rains fall. You cannot buy blankets in faith and not see the bed provided. You cannot enlarge your life for abundance and not see abundance flow. The law is sure, the law is exact, the law is faithful. And just as blankets prepared a home, so did a simple trunk prepare a man for a voyage. The law does not care whether the demand is small or great, whether it is for an apartment in New York or a trip across the sea, the principle is the same. Act as though you already have it, and it must come to you. Let me now tell you the story of the trunk that carried a trip into manifestation. Now I will tell you of a man whose longing was to travel abroad, to see new lands, to walk the streets of Europe, to breathe the air of the sea. But his purse was empty, his means were small, and to all outward appearance, such a trip was impossible. Yet he understood something of divine law, and he came to me saying, "I so desire to go, but I cannot see the way." I answered him, "Prepare for your trip as though it were already ordered and paid for. For what you prepare for in faith must come to pass." Faith is not hoping, faith is not wishing, faith is knowing, and knowing always expresses itself in action. He believed my word. He went out and bought a trunk, not a small, miserable trunk, but a gay and happy one with a red band about its waist, a trunk that seemed to laugh with anticipation of travel. And every time he looked at it, his heart leaped, for the trunk itself preached to him, "Your trip is certain, your voyage is prepared, your passage is secured." And what followed was nothing short of miraculous. One day, as he sat in his room, he suddenly felt it move, as though the walls themselves swayed with the motion of a ship. He went to the window, and the air smelt of the docks. The salt of the sea was in his nostrils, and in his inner ear he heard the shriek of a gull and the creaking of a gangplank. The trunk had already set him in vibration with the voyage. He was no longer a man wishing for a trip. He was already a passenger in consciousness, and the subconscious must always bring forth into sight that which it holds in feeling. Not long after, a large sum of money came to him in a way he could never have planned, and he took his trip in every detail exactly as he had pictured. This is the power of acting in advance. the secret of digging ditches. A trunk became the magnet that pulled an ocean voyage out of the invisible. A man's willingness to prepare in faith, though reason mocked him, became the act that opened the door to his desire. And so I tell you, if you would see your dream appear, do not wait to prepare until it is in sight. Buy the trunk, set the table, enlarge your house, purchase the token of faith that proves you believe the invisible is already visible. The law must answer, for it cannot deny itself. Too many sit and wait, saying, when I see, then I will act. When the money comes, then I will prepare. When the door opens, then I will walk. But I say unto you, it is the walking that opens the door. It is the preparation that brings the money. It is the buying of the trunk that calls forth the trip. Faith always goes first. Supply always follows. That is the order of the law. So I challenge you now, what is your trunk? What act can you make today that proves your faith in the unseen good? Is it setting aside a corner of your home for the work you long to do? Is it buying the tool of the trade that belongs to your perfect employment? Is it preparing a place at the table for the companionship you desire? Find your trunk, act your faith, and watch the invisible become visible. Now, once you have acted, once you have dug your ditches, once you have bought your blankets and your trunk, the waters must flow. But many find that even after their acts of faith, something seems to block the stream, something seems to dam the flood. And I will tell you what it is. It is the walls of Jericho, the great walls of resentment, fear, and old thought forms that shut out the very good you have prepared for. And in the next lesson, I will show you how to bring those walls down with a shout, how to dissolve every obstruction, and how to march freely into your promised land. When the children of Israel stood before Jericho, they faced walls so high and thick that to the reasoning mind they could never fall. Yet by the power of the shout, the words spoken in faith, those walls crumbled to dust, and the people marched straight into their inheritance. And I tell you today, every man and woman has built walls around their own Jericho, and the highest and strongest of these is resentment. Resentment is a wall of stone, shutting out supply, shutting out harmony, shutting out the very blessings that press to enter. You cannot harbor resentment in your heart and expect abundance to flow. You cannot carry the weight of envy and expect freedom. You cannot cling to bitterness and expect joy. The law is exact, and resentment must be dissolved before the floodgates open. I once spoke with a woman whose heart was embittered because a friend had received a gift she herself longed for. She said, why should she have it and not I? Her envy rose like a wall, and she found herself shut out of her own good. I gave her the statement, what God has done for others, He now does for me and more. She repeated it until the bitterness was gone, until the wall began to crumble, until her heart was free. And soon enough, she received not only an exact duplicate of her friend's gift, but an additional blessing besides. That is the way of the law. When resentment is dissolved, good rushes in, often in double portion. But let me show you the subtlety of resentment. It does not always appear as raging jealousy. Sometimes it is a quiet grievance held against a parent, a spouse, a friend, or a foe. Sometimes it is a record in the subconscious of injustice long rehearsed, a wrong nursed like a wound until it festers unseen. And though years pass, the wall stands, blocking health, blocking wealth, blocking happiness. The person prays and wonders why nothing happens, but prayer cannot pierce resentment. The wall must first come down. So I ask you, whom do you resent? Is there someone whose success you secretly envy? Is there someone you believe has blocked your path? Is there a memory you replay that fills you with bitterness? Then that is your Jericho, and until the wall falls, your good cannot flow. You must forgive, not for their sake, but for your own. You must bless them, you must release them, you must say with all your heart, there is no competition in divine mind. What God has done for others, He now does for me and more. And as you say it, feel the wall begin to crack, feel the stone tremble, feel the power of love dissolve the bitterness. Do not wait another day, begin now. Walk around your Jericho with the shout of truth. Declare that no man and no woman can withhold from you what is yours by divine right. Declare that resentment has no power, envy has no hold, bitterness has no weight. Declare that the wall falls now, and see yourself stepping over the rubble into the city of your inheritance. For when resentment crumbles, you find that the city is filled with treasure, and all that was waiting for you flows into your hands. And yet, resentment is only one wall. There is another that holds back multitudes, perhaps more subtle, but just as deadly, and that is fear. Fear is nothing but faith in evil, faith turned upside down, and it is the great hypnotist of the age. In the next part, I will show you how fear, when entertained, builds a fortress around your life, and how, by the same law, it can be dissolved in an instant by the word of faith. Fear is man's only enemy, for fear is nothing but faith turned upside down, faith in evil instead of faith in good, faith in failure instead of faith in success, faith in sickness instead of faith in health, faith in lack instead of faith in abundance. I tell you, whatever you fear you draw, for fear is magnetism, and it calls to itself the very thing it dreads. The book says, "The thing I feared has come upon me," and this is not poetry but law. To tremble at disaster is to invite it. To rehearse calamity in your mind is to give it an engraved invitation. To speak constantly of what might go wrong is to put your signature upon the document of its fulfillment. Fear is creative, and it creates the very picture it paints. I recall a man who was always fretting over his health, imagining that every ache was the beginning of some dreadful disease. He studied medical books, he examined himself in mirrors, he filled his imagination with symptoms until at last the disease he feared took hold of him. The law never fails. What you fix your thought upon you bring into form, whether for good or for ill. Another student of mine came to me tormented by anxiety, expecting trouble at every turn. I told him, "You are using your faith backwards. Instead of trusting God's law of good, you are trusting the world's law of evil, and it is answering you with uncanny precision." I gave him a little sentence to carry in his mind whenever fear rose up. Why worry? It will probably never happen. He repeated it until it broke the spell, and his life, which had been a parade of imagined disasters, began to straighten itself into harmony. But let me show you how subtle fear is. It comes often dressed as caution, as prudence, as foresight. A woman says, "I will set aside money in case of illness," but she is not acting in wisdom, she is preparing for disease. A man says, "I will save for a rainy day," but he is not acting in foresight, he is preparing for the storm. And when the storm breaks, he thinks it came uninvited, but in truth, he called it with his fear. Fear digs ditches too, but they are not ditches for blessings, they are ditches for calamity. The universe cannot distinguish between faith and fear, except by the object upon which they rest. Both are magnetic. Both are creative. Both draw their like. So I say unto you, do not fight fear. Do not wrestle with it. For in resisting it, you only make it stronger. Rather, turn it upside down, transmute it into faith, declare boldly, "I walk in the light of divine protection. I shall not fear what man can do unto me. The power of God goes before me, making clear, safe, and happy my way." Speak it aloud, shout it if you must, until the wall of fear shakes and falls. For the walls of Jericho did not fall by silence, but by a great shout of faith. Fear cannot live in the same house as praise. When you fill your mouth with thanksgiving, fear flees. When you keep your eyes single to the good, fear has no hold. When you declare, "God is my immediate and endless supply, and I have nothing to fear," then fear melts like mist before the sunday. Remember this always. Fear delays, faith hastens. Fear shuts doors, faith opens them. Fear paralyzes, faith makes swift. And you alone can choose which planet you will set in motion, the planet of fear or the planet of faith. And now we come to another wall, more hidden but just as binding the wall of old records, the stale grooves of the subconscious where failure has been played so often that it repeats without ceasing. Until these records are smashed, a man lives the same story over and over again. Let me now show you how to break those untrue records and set your subconscious singing a new song of abundance. Deep within every man and woman lies a hidden phonograph, and upon its wax are etched the grooves of every word spoken, every thought entertained, every picture long held in the mind. The subconscious is faithful, more faithful than any servant, for it never forgets, it never sleeps, it never fails to replay the record that has been impressed upon it. If a man has rehearsed failure, the record of failure spins endlessly, and he finds himself stumbling at the same stone again and again. If a woman has spoken of loss, of betrayal, of disappointment, the record turns like a wheel, casting her life in the same sorrowful pattern year after year. Many wonder why they live the same story on repeat, why one illness follows another, why one debt follows another, why one heartbreak follows another, and the answer is simple. The subconscious is playing the same old record, and until the record is broken, the song of life cannot change. I once had a student who came to me distraught, saying, "Why is it that every opportunity seems to vanish? I rise a little, only to fall again. I meet a new friend, only to quarrel. I earn a bit of money, only to lose it." As she spoke, I heard the old record spinning. She had told this story so many times. She had impressed it upon her subconscious, and it obeyed like a dutiful servant. I told her, "You must smash the record, for it is not true. It came from your vain imaginings, from the illusions of fear, from the hypnotism of the race thought, but it has no power except the power you have given it. Speak the word now." I smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from nothing and have no power. I now make new and perfect records through the Christ, within the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. She repeated it faithfully, day after day, and soon the needle lifted from the old groove, and a new song began to play. Her life shifted, new opportunities appeared, money flowed in steady channels, friendships blossomed, and she laughed, saying, "I did not know I was living in a phonograph, but thank God the record has changed." Do you see, then, how crucial it is to guard the records you make? Every idle word, every gloomy prophecy, every complaint cuts a groove upon the plate of the subconscious, and the subconscious plays it back with exact fidelity. If you say, "Nothing ever works for me," then nothing will. If you say, "I always fall ill in the winter," then so you shall. If you say, "Money never stays with me," then money will vanish. But if you choose to speak only the words of truth, only the words of abundance, only the words of health and joy, then you etch new grooves, and the music of your life will be transformed. So I challenge you now, break every bad record. Do not cherish them, do not replay them, do not keep them for sentimental reasons. Smash them boldly with the spoken word of truth. Say aloud, "I erase, I demolish, I shatter every false record. They vanish as mist before the Sunday." And then, just as boldly, begin to play the new records. I am divinely supplied. I am strong and radiant with health. I am loved with an everlasting love. I walk in my perfect self-expression, and all doors are open to me. Play them until the subconscious knows no other song, until your life rings with new harmonies, until people say, "What has happened?" Everything about you has changed. For in truth, the only thing that changed was the record. And now, having seen how resentment builds a wall, how fear digs a ditch for calamity, how old records spin out the same weary story, we come to the final act of deliverance, the shout. Just as the Israelites shouted before Jericho, so too must you raise your voice and proclaim the word of truth, for the shout of faith has power to shake the very foundations of limitation and bring every wall down flat. Let me show you how to shout your way into your promised land. There are times when a quiet prayer will not suffice, when a whispered, the word is too faint. When the stronghold of error has stood so long and so heavy that it must be shaken to its very foundation by the trumpet blast of truth. And this is why the story of Jericho has come down through the ages, for it is not merely the tale of an ancient city, it is the pattern of every man's life. The Israelites circled those walls once each day, saying nothing, only holding the faith, and then on the seventh day they shouted with a great shout, and the walls fell down flat. And I tell you, that is the law in action, silent expectancy followed by the word of power, and no barrier can stand against it. I have told my students many times, you can dissolve obstacles with a whisper if you truly believe, but there are seasons when your whole being must rise and proclaim aloud the truth with such force that the very atoms of the air are stirred. Words are not idle, they are living currents of energy, radioactive forces that penetrate matter, dissolve obstructions, and reorder circumstances. When you speak them with fire, when you shout them with conviction, they carry the vibration of thunder, and no wall, no debt, no sickness, no resentment, no fear can withstand them. One woman came to me paralyzed by delay. Everywhere she turned, doors were shut. She had prepared, she had prayed, she had believed, yet still she felt blocked. I told her, you must shout your way through. Stand up and declare. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace, in perfect ways. Speak it as though you see the walls falling before you. She did, and as she spoke the words, her whole body thrilled with power. She saw in her mind's eye the wall collapse, and within days, the demonstration came. Doors swung open, obstacles vanished, and her supply flowed freely. Perhaps you too have walked around the walls of your Jericho, circling in silence, holding the vision but wondering why nothing changes. I tell you, the time has come to shout. Lift up your voice, speak with authority. Say, "Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea," and do not doubt in your heart. The shout is not noise, it is the vibration of certainty. It is not pleading, it is proclamation. It is not asking, it is commanding. And when you shout with faith, the subconscious hears, the universe obeys, and the walls fall. So do not be timid, do not be ashamed to raise your voice. Stand in your room, stand in your office, stand wherever you are, and declare aloud the words of truth. For as surely as the trumpet blast leveled Jericho, your word will level every wall that bars your good. And once the dust has settled, you will find yourself stepping into the city of your inheritance, taking possession of riches, opportunities, friendships, and freedoms that were waiting all along, just on the other side of the wall. Now, when the walls have fallen and the land lies open, a new question arises. How shall I walk in it without losing my way? How shall I discern which door to enter, which road to take, which opportunity is truly mine? For the world is full of voices, and many lead to delay or confusion. But there is a compass more faithful than the stars, a guide more certain than reason, a planet within you that always points to your true north, and that compass is intuition. Let me show you how to follow it, and you will never lose your path again. When the walls have fallen and the land lies open before you, the question is no longer, "Can I enter?" but rather, "Which way shall I go?" For there are many roads, many doors, many voices clamoring for your attention, and if you listen only to reason, you will soon be led into confusion, delay, and detour. Reason is a faithful servant but a blind guide, for it can only calculate with the scraps of the past. It can only measure with the yardstick of appearances. It can only analyze what has already been seen. But intuition is the voice of God. Within, the still small voice that speaks from the infinite, the whisper that says, "This is the way, walk ye in it." And when you obey that voice, you find yourself at the right place, at the right time, meeting the right people, receiving the right supply, as naturally and as surely as the river finds the sea. I remember a businessman who came to me frantic over a loan he had to secure. He had applied at the bank, but he feared rejection, and reason told him to give up, to retreat, to abandon his plan. But as he walked down the street, something within whispered, "Turn back." He resisted at first, thinking, "It is useless, they have already said no." Yet the voice persisted, "Go back now." He obeyed, and just as he entered, the officer who had earlier refused him had received fresh instructions, and the loan was granted without delay. Had he listened to reason, he would have walked away empty-handed. By listening to intuition, he walked into his demonstration. You see, intuition is never anxious, never hurried, never confused. It speaks in quiet certainty, a gentle nudge, a sudden knowing, a hunch that refuses to leave. It is the language of the spirit, and it is always right. Reason says, "You cannot afford it, you cannot do it, you will fail." But intuition says, "All things are possible under grace." Reason says, "There is no way." But intuition says, "I am the way." And when you learn to distinguish the two, when you silence the clamor of fear and listen to the still small voice, you discover a compass more accurate than all the maps of men. Do not despise the little leads. A sudden thought to take a different street, to speak to a stranger, to look again at an opportunity, may seem small, but in those small things are hidden the great demonstrations. Spirit is not bound to the thunder and the earthquake. Often it speaks in the whisper of a hunch. And if you train yourself to obey instantly, without argument, without delay, you will see doors open that reason would never have dreamed. So I tell you now, intuition is your divine North Star. It points unerringly to your good. It is the guardian angel that never slumbers, the watchman at the gate who sees danger before it comes, the invisible friend who knows the road. Train yourself to listen, practice in small matters, and soon you will trust it in great ones. Say each day, I am divinely sensitive to my intuitive leads, and I follow them without hesitation, for they are the voice of God guiding my path. Speak it until it becomes your nature, and you will walk in safety, in supply, in perfect timing all the days of your life. And now that you see intuition as the voice above reason, let us go further and see how obedience to that voice opens doors no man can shut. For it is one thing to hear intuition, and quite another to follow it, and many miss their blessing because they hesitate, they argue, they delay. In the next part, I will show you how obedience unlocks doors and carries you swiftly into your good. It is not enough to hear the whisper of intuition, you must obey it, for the blessing is never in the hearing alone, but in the doing. Many people confess to me that they have felt that gentle nudge, that sudden flash of guidance, that quiet inner voice that urged them one way or another, but they hesitated, they delayed, they argued with reason, and the moment passed. Later they said, if only I had obeyed. They wept over missed opportunities, over delays that could have been avoided, over dangers that could have been averted, had they only trusted and followed without question. And I say to you, every time you silence that voice, you close a door that was ready to swing wide. Every time you obey it, no matter how small the matter, you find yourself walking into a miracle. Think of the countless stories where obedience meant life itself. A man walking home late at night suddenly feels an urge to take another street. It seems foolish, it seems inconvenient, but he obeys, and later he learns that danger awaited on the road he avoided. A woman senses she must call a friend at once. She obeys, and her call arrives at the exact moment that friend was in despair, turning them back from disaster. Spirit does not shout, Spirit does not argue, Spirit does not force it, simply speaks, and if you obey, the way opens. If you ignore, the door shuts. I recall the familiar parable often told of the man caught in a flood. He prayed earnestly for God to save him. A rowboat came, but he waved it away, saying, "No, God will save me." Then a motorboat arrived, and again he refused, declaring, "God is coming to help." Finally, a helicopter hovered above, but still he turned it away, waiting for divine rescue. At last, he drowned, and when he entered the beyond, he cried, "Lord, why did you not save me?" And the Lord answered, "I sent you a rowboat, a motorboat, and a helicopter, but you refused." The moral is clear, intuition is God's voice, and the forms it takes may look ordinary, but the ordinary is often the very channel of the miraculous. Obedience is what turns guidance into demonstration. Do not wait for thunder and lightning. Do not demand a great sign. Learn to act upon the quietest lead. If the Spirit nudges you to leave the house 5 minutes earlier, obey. If it prompts you to write a letter, obey. If it tells you to speak a word to a stranger, obey. The smallest act of obedience may be the key that opens a treasure house. And remember this, obedience without delay is obedience indeed. If you pause to weigh and measure, reason will talk you out of it. Obey at once, for hesitation is disobedience in disguise. I tell you now, if you would live in the continual flow of supply, make obedience your law. Say each day, I am quick to hear and swift to obey my intuitive leads. I act without hesitation, knowing God guides every step. And as you do, you will find yourself moving through life as though doors swung open at your approach, as though invisible hands prepared the way before you, as though all things conspired to favor you. For indeed they do, when you obey the voice within. And now let us look deeper still, for intuition is not only a voice, it is a symbol, a power wrapped in story, a mystery woven into fairy tales and legends. Even the tale of Cinderella, with her fairy godmother, is but a parable of the superconscious mind, showing us how intuition breaks old thought forms and ushers us into our rightful destiny. Let me open that picture to you, that you may see your own fairy godmother within. Since childhood, men and women have been enchanted by fairy tales, dismissing them as mere fancy, yet every true story that endures is built upon divine symbols. And if you have eyes to see, you will find the law of life hidden within them. The tale of Cinderella is not the dream of a child's mind, but the map of the soul's journey. for it shows with striking clarity how the superconscious, the divine self, the inner guidance, the intuitive voice steps in as the fairy godmother to break the spell of old thought forms and to usher the soul into its perfect destiny. Consider Cinderella herself. She lives in bondage, confined by a cruel stepmother and envious stepsisters, scrubbing floors, covered in ashes, mocked and despised. These figures are not people outside of us, but the very thought forms we carry within the old records of lack, of limitation, of envy, of resentment, of self-pity. They keep us small, they dress us in rags, they tell us we are unworthy of the ball, unworthy of the prince, unworthy of joy. And so long as we believe their voices, we remain bound in the ashes of defeat. But then the fairy godmother appears. She is the superconscious mind, the divine intuition that knows nothing of rags and ashes, that sees only the radiant design hidden beneath. She waves her wand, which is but the symbol of the spoken word, and the rags fall away, the ashes are dust, the pumpkin becomes a carriage, the mice become horses, and Cinderella herself shines as a princess. What has happened? The old thought forms have been dissolved by the higher law. Intuition has spoken, the word has been uttered, and the demonstration appears. Now listen closely, for the story teaches another law. The fairy godmother warned Cinderella that the spell will break at midnight unless she proves herself ready. Midnight is the symbol of delay, of returning to the old state of mind. How many times have you glimpsed a moment of glory, felt a touch of abundance, experienced a taste of success, only to let the clock strike 12 and slip back into the rags of doubt? The lesson is clear. You must hold the vision, you must continue to affirm, you must keep the consciousness of the princess, even when appearances try to drag you back to the ashes. If you persist, the prince who is the symbol of your heart's desire cannot fail to find you, for he is seeking the very soul that matches his vibration. So I say to you, there is a fairy godmother within you. It is not outside, it is not in another's hand. It is the Christ within, the intuitive voice, the divine self that never forgets your royal destiny. When you call upon it, when you trust it, when you obey it, it transforms your conditions as surely as wand and word transformed the pumpkin and the mice. It takes you from the kitchen to the palace, from the ashes to the throne, and it does so not by labor or struggle, but by the magic of alignment with the higher law. Therefore, stop listening to the stepsisters of envy, of fear, of resentment. Stop obeying the stepmother of limitation that keeps you scrubbing the same floor of failure. Lift your eyes. Call upon your intuition. Say within yourself, the fairy godmother within me now waves her wand of truth. My rags are gone, my carriage awaits. I am dressed in the garments of success. I am worthy to enter the ball of life and to dance with my destiny. And as you say it, you will feel the shift, you will see the change, you will know that your true self has stepped forth. And now that you have followed the compass of intuition, obeyed its leads, and seen the fairy godmother within, you are ready to take the final step, Dominion. For intuition may guide, but it is your tongue, your spoken word, that commands. The planet of supply moves at the decree of your lips, and when you speak as ruler, all creation answers. Let us now enter the realm of Dominion and learn how to command the planet itself. Now we come to the highest truth I can give you, the crowning jewel of this whole teaching. Your word is your wand. The tongue is the scepter of dominion, the voice is the planet that governs supply, and every decree you make shapes the conditions of your life. People imagine their words to be light things, casual things, idle chatter that drifts away on the air and vanishes. But I tell you, every word is substance, every word is law, every word is energy that travels forth, circles like a planet in its orbit, and comes back to you bearing fruit after its kind. To say, I am broke, is to decree poverty. To say, I am unlucky, is to decree failure. To say, I never get ahead, is to build a wall across your own path. But to say, I am divinely supplied, is to open floodgates. To say, I walk in favor, is to summon opportunities. To say, I am strong and radiant with health, is to align your body with the law of life. Every word is a seed, every word is a planet, and every planet is faithful to return. I recall a woman who came to me with trembling hands and a fearful heart. She had but $2 to her name, and she clutched them as though they were her last hope. She said, "Florence, what can I do with this?" And I told her, "We will bless this money, for the $2 is not your source, it is only a seed. The true source is infinite and inexhaustible. Speak the word, I bless these $2. I see them multiplying. They are divinely magnetized, and they draw to me great abundance. This purse is the purse of spirit. It cannot be depleted. It is always crammed, jammed, pressed down, and running over with wealth from unexpected channels, under grace, in perfect ways. She obeyed, she released $1 as a gift, proving her faith, and she carried the other with a new vision. Not long after, she received a gift of $6,000. The orbit of her words had returned, not with pennies, but with thousands. Do you see? It was not the $2 that multiplied themselves. It was the words spoken over them, the decree of faith that charged them with divine magnetism. Words are containers of power. They carry the vibration of your belief, and the universe obeys their command. That is why the Master said, by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. He did not say by thy labor or by thy struggle. He said by thy words, for the word is the wand that works the miracle. So I say to you, be careful with your words, for they are never idle. Never again declare lack, never again prophesy failure, never again curse your own affairs. Speak only that which you desire to see. Bless your money, bless your work, bless your body, bless your future. Declare boldly, I now draw from the abundance of the spheres my immediate and endless supply. All that is mine by divine right comes to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. Speak it with the certainty of one who knows that the words spoken in faith must return fulfilled. And do not think you must wait long. Words travel swiftly. They set forces in motion immediately. If you have been careless with your words in the past, begin this day to set new planets in orbit. Begin to speak life, speak plenty, speak joy, and watch as the old orbits of lack and limitation lose their power. The new words will soon overtake the old, and your world will be transformed. For the tongue is the wand, and every decree spoken in faith is a spell of truth that no force of error can resist. Now that you see your word as the wand of power, let us look more deeply at how these words act as planetary orbits, circling faithfully through the unseen until they return to you with demonstration. You will see that no barrier can withstand the command of the spoken word, for the very mountains crumble when you say, be thou removed. Let us step into that vision now. Every word you speak is not a momentary sound that dies upon the air. It is a living force, a planet flung from your lips into the vastness of the unseen, circling in its appointed orbit until the day comes when it swings back into your experience, carrying the harvest of its own nature. Think of that, and you will never again call words idle. They are never idle. They are always moving, always creating, always returning, and what they bring depends wholly upon what you have sent out. If you send out words of lack, they return with lack. If you send out words of fear, they return with fear. If you send out words of strength, of joy, of abundance, of victory, they return bearing those very gifts. You are living today in the orbit of the words you spoke yesterday, last week, last year. And if you would change your tomorrow, you must begin by changing your words today. The scriptures abound with this truth. When the walls of Jericho fell, it was not by hammer or sword, but by the shout, the word released with faith that shook the very stones. When Jesus stood at the tomb of Lazarus, he did not argue with death. He did not plead with God. He cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And the dead man walked out alive. When Peter said to the lame man, rise up and walk, it was the word that set the power of spirit into action. Always the word, for the word is not sound, it is vibration, it is command, it is law. Even in the tales of the world, this truth is preserved. Think of Ali Baba, who stood before the mountain of treasure. No key could open it, no force could move it, no reasoning could unlock it. But when he cried, open sesame, the rocks rolled back, and the treasure lay revealed. Do you suppose such stories endure for no reason? They endure because they carry a hidden truth, that there is a word, spoken with faith, that opens the sealed places, that parts the barriers, that reveals the storehouses of abundance. And I tell you, that word is not locked away in some ancient cave. It is upon your lips even now. I remember a student who came to me despairing, saying, every door is shut, I knock, and nothing opens. I told her, it is because you are knocking with complaint instead of command. You must stop saying, "Nothing ever works for me," and begin to say, "I now open the way for my immediate supply under grace in perfect ways." She obeyed. She spoke it over and over. And within days, the most unexpected channel opened, bringing her exactly what she required. The orbit of her words returned, not with the echo of complaint, but with the answer of demonstration. So I say to you, see your words as planets. See them flung forth in glowing orbits, circling through the unseen, gathering substance, drawing to themselves people, places, and events, and returning to you laden with the very essence of what you spoke. Do not fling out dark planets of anger, of fear, of resentment, for they will come back like meteors of destruction. Fling out only shining planets of truth, of love, of plenty, of joy, for they will return like suns, lighting your whole life with their glory. And remember, the orbit is faithful. What goes out must come back. Therefore, guard your tongue as you would guard your fortune, for in truth it is your fortune. Now let us go further still, for if your words are planets, then affirmations are there. Royal decrees, the spoken laws that shape entire worlds. And I will give you the very affirmations that have broken chains, dissolved debts, multiplied money, and opened doors that no man could shut. These are not idle phrases, but commands of dominion, and when you speak them, the universe bows to obey. When a king sits upon his throne, he does not plead with his subjects. He does not wring his hands or beg them to obey. He issues a decree, and the decree is law. So it is with you, child of the Most High. You are heir to divine dominion, and your throne is the consciousness of truth. Your scepter is the tongue, and your decrees are the affirmations you speak. They are not mere phrases, not hollow words, not weak repetitions. They are living laws. They are commands sent forth into the unseen, and the universe hastens to fulfill them. When you affirm, you are not asking, you are ruling. You are not pleading, you are proclaiming. You are not hoping, you are declaring what already exists in the mind of God, and by your word, you bring it into sight. I have given my students countless affirmations, and I have watched their worlds change. One who had been bound by lack spoke daily. I now draw from the abundance of the spheres my immediate supply. All channels are free, all doors are open. Infinite Spirit is never too late, never too soon, but always on time. She spoke it with faith, and soon her finances shifted. Unexpected checks arrived, opportunities opened, and the sense of want vanished. Another, who was hemmed in by delay, proclaimed, "The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace, in perfect ways." She saw in her inner vision the walls falling flat, and within days her demonstration came. You may say, "But Florence, I have spoken affirmations and nothing happened." I tell you, it is not the words alone, but the spirit with which they are spoken. A parrot may repeat a phrase 1,000 times and remain in its cage. But when a man or woman speaks with faith, with authority, with vision, with the certainty that the thing is already done, the affirmation becomes a decree, and the decree becomes a fact. Speak as one having authority, not as a beggar at the gate, but as an heir in the house. Say it until you feel it, and when you feel it, the demonstration must appear. Let me give you affirmations that carry the ring of dominion. Speak them aloud and watch the atmosphere change around you. I am now linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. I give thanks that every demand is immediately met, that every bill is paid, that every obligation is fulfilled, and that I walk in freedom and plenty. There is no competition in divine mind. What is mine by divine right cannot be taken from me, and what is not mine, I release in peace. I stand fearless, free, and abundant, for God is my supply, and my supply is sure. These are not empty words, they are laws. Speak them morning, noon, and night. Speak them when fear whispers, speak them when lack looms. Speak them until they ring truer than the voice of doubt. For as surely as the decree of a king moves armies, so does your affirmation move the unseen forces of spirit, and they will rearrange circumstances, people, and events to bring your word to pass. So take up your throne. Stop begging, stop hoping, stop wavering. Speak as ruler, affirm as heir, decree as king. For your word is your law, and your law is fulfilled the moment it is spoken in faith. And yet, there is a higher secret still. For dominion is not a grim duty or a heavy burden, it is a joy. To speak the word should not feel like toil, it should feel like music. To command the law should not be dread, it should be delight. Dominion is the art of joyful command, and when you learn to play this game with gladness, life itself becomes a song of victory. Let us end this lesson there, with the secret of joy in command. There is a danger, when first learning the law of the spoken word, to treat it as though it were some stern discipline, a heavy task, a grim duty to be performed with furrowed brow and anxious spirit. But I tell you, the law is never served in heaviness. The law answers to joy, to delight, to the light step and the lifted heart. Dominion is not toil, it is play. To speak the word should not feel like dragging a burden up a hill. It should feel like striking the strings of a harp. Each affirmation is a note, and together they make a song of triumph. When you delight yourself in the Lord, the scripture says, He shall give you the desires of your heart. Why? Because delight is faith at its highest pitch. Joy is the surest evidence of belief. When you affirm with gladness, you have already received, and heaven hastens to make visible what you have claimed in song. I knew a woman who, when she first came into truth, spoke her affirmations with such solemnity, such effort, that her face grew drawn and her voice heavy. She said, "Florence, why is nothing happening?" I answered her, "Because you are making the law a drudgery when it is meant to be a game. Say it joyfully, laugh as you say it, rejoice in it as though it were already done." She obeyed. She began to speak with a light heart, clapping her hands, singing her affirmations as if they were hymns of praise. And almost at once, the atmosphere around her shifted, the heavy clouds of delay broke, and her demonstration came swiftly. For the moment, she made the law her joy, the law became her servant. Understand this well, sorrowful command carries little power. Fearful affirmations are powerless. But when the word is spoken with the glad certainty of a child expecting his Christmas gift, then the gates fly open. A child never doubts, he delights, he goes to bed smiling, certain of his gift. That is the spirit in which you must speak. Say, "My supply comes now, under grace, in perfect ways." And let the words thrill you, let them make you laugh, let them be as real to you as gold in your hand. Say, "The walls of lack and delay now crumble away," and picture them tumbling down as you dance over them into your promised land. The law of abundance is a game, not a grind. It is a song, not a sentence. It is a feast, not a famine. Play it with joy, and you will win every time. Treat it as drudgery, and you will weary yourself into delay. This is why I tell my students, make it fun. Write your affirmations in bright colors, sing them as you walk, laugh as you speak them. Rejoice before the blessing appears, and the blessing will come running to you. So, my beloved, take up your wand of words with gladness. Command with a smile, rule with laughter, decree with delight. For dominion is not meant to weigh you down, but to lift you up. The universe loves a joyful ruler, and it will pour out its treasures upon the one who rules in song. And now you have seen the hidden planet unveiled. You have learned that your imagination is the gravity, your subconscious is the soil, your tongue is the planet, your faith digs the ditches, your shout brings down the walls, your intuition guides the way, and your affirmations are the royal decrees of dominion. Let us now gather these truths together in a closing word, so that you may leave with a clear command, a strong affirmation, and an open curiosity for what lies ahead. And so, dear listener, we have walked together along the path of the hidden planet, and the mystery has been unveiled. You have seen that it is not the stars in the heavens that govern your money, nor the movements of chance, nor the decrees of men, but your own word, your own imagination, your own obedience to the law of faith. You have learned that your imagination is the gravity that pulls unseen substance into form, that your subconscious is the fertile soil which brings forth whatever seed you plant, that your tongue is the planet itself, forever setting worlds in orbit by the words you speak. You have seen that to dig your ditches is to act in faith before the rain falls, that to break the walls of Jericho is to forgive, to release, to shout the word that dissolves resentment and fear. You have seen that intuition is the compass, the still small voice guiding you through the open land, and that dominion is the crown of it all, where you command with joy, affirm with gladness, and decree with certainty. These are not theories. They are not shadows. They are living laws. And when you play this game with faith, the demonstration must appear. So now I call you to make your own declaration, here and now, with me. Speak it aloud if you can, whisper it if you must, but let it ring in your heart with the rhythm of truth. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land, under grace, in perfect ways. I am linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity which flows to me freely, richly, joyously, and ceaselessly. I bless my world, I bless my supply, I bless my path, and I walk in abundance, health, and perfect self-expression now and forevermore. Say it as though it were already done. Rejoice as though the harvest is already in your hands. And watch how swiftly the invisible takes visible form. And as we close this lesson, I leave you with a vision of what is to come. For there is another planet, even more hidden than the one we have uncovered today. It does not govern your money alone, but your destiny itself. Few have found it, fewer still have entered its orbit, but those who do find their whole life transformed. Without it, riches turn to dust, success turns to ashes, freedom fades into bondage. But with it, everything you touch prospers, everything you do succeeds, every step you take leads you nearer to your perfect design. In my next teaching, I will show you the secret door to success, the hidden gate that few ever pass, and I will give you the key. So do not stop here, the journey has only begun. You have learned to command the planet of money. Now learn to enter the orbit of your destiny. Click here, follow me into the next revelation, and let us open together the secret door to your divine success. For I tell you, your promised land is nearer than you think, and your future waits just beyond that door.
You cannot give birth to your future while you are still cradling the corpse of your past. That is the first law of spiritual alchemy, the first sword of severance, first sacred flame that clears the field for new growth. I have watched so many powerful, beautiful souls pray for miracles while refusing to release the memory of their own crucifixion. They cry out for a new life, while clinging to the very identity that keeps them chained to the old one. They weep for change while tenderly embalming who they used to be with the tears of their daily attention. And so I ask you, with a love that is fierce enough to be honest, a love that sees not your struggle, but your sovereign strength, what are you still trying to keep alive that your soul has already pronounced dead? The ache you feel, that deep, resonant stuckness, the slow suffocation in the same repeating patterns. It is not because you are weak. It is not because you are broken. It is not because you lack discipline or drive or a faith mighty enough to move mountains. It is because you are over-identified with an old garment. You are dressed in the energy of delay, cloaked in a subtle shame you mistake for humility, wearing the tattered robe of a woman who once learned that she had to earn love, hustle for her worth, or bow to the god of scarcity. But that garment, my love, has become grave clothes, and you are not stuck. You are simply still calling yourself by a name you were never, ever meant to keep. I speak to you now with the voice of spiritual law, with the fire of divine remembrance, with the sword of metaphysical truth that cuts through illusion and sets the spirit free. And I say this with a holy love that desires only your complete and total liberation. Your false identity must be buried. It cannot be negotiated with. It cannot be rehabilitated. It must be spoken dead. It must be surrendered so violently, so completely to truth, that the lie cannot find a single crack in your consciousness to return. No more patching old wineskins with new wisdom. No more whispering decrees of victory while shouting declarations of defeat in the privacy of your own mind. No more dragging the heavy, rotting story of your suffering into the sacred, sunlit sanctuary of your rising. The altar is ready. The tomb is waiting. The Spirit of God, that great and silent power, is hovering. And it asks only one thing. Will you let the old you die? There is a fundamental spiritual principle. a law as real and as reliable as gravity that has been sculpting your entire existence. It is the law of belief. This law, in its infinite power and perfect impartiality, does not judge what you believe. It does not question your commands. It simply, faithfully, and unfailingly brings your beliefs into physical form. It is the fertile soil of the universe, and it will grow whatever seed you plant within it. Florence Scovel Shinn, a woman who wielded this truth like a sword of light, taught that the subconscious mind is this fertile soil. It is a faithful, unquestioning servant. It takes every word, every deeply felt belief, every repeated thought, and accepts it as a divine command from you, its master. It does not know the difference between a truth that will set you free and a lie that will keep you in chains. It only knows how to obey. It only knows how to create. It only knows how to make your inner world a tangible, visible reality. And for years, perhaps for your entire life, you have been giving this powerful, faithful servant the wrong instructions. You have been a queen living in exile, forgetting her own power and issuing decrees for her own poverty. Every time you have spoken a word of lack, you have planted a seed of scarcity. Every time you have entertained a thought of fear, you have watered the weeds of anxiety. Every time you have accepted a label of unworthy or not enough, you have signed a spiritual contract with limitation, sealed with the authority of your own voice. And the law, in its perfect obedience, has brought you a harvest that matches your seeds. The life you are living right now, every circumstance, every relationship, every number in your bank account, is the manifested evidence of your deeply held beliefs. It is the mirror reflecting back to you the identity you have been unconsciously claiming as your own. Let this realization land in your soul, not as a blow of shame, but as the key that unlocks your prison door. This is not a condemnation. It is your emancipation. To know that you have been the creator of your own limitations is to simultaneously know that you are the creator of your own liberation. The power that created the struggle is the very same power that will create the triumph. You have simply been pointing it in the wrong direction. Imagine for a moment that you were born with a master artist at your side. This artist has one purpose: to paint the mural of your life. But this artist is blind and can only paint what you describe. Your words are the artist's only guide. When you were a child, you learned to describe the world from others. If they described a world of lack, of struggle, of love that had to be earned, you repeated those descriptions. You'd say, "Things are always so hard," and your master artist, hearing the command, would paint strokes of difficulty across your canvas. You'd whisper, "I'm just not as smart as she is," and the artist would paint you into a corner, overshadowed by others. You'd feel a pang of loneliness and say, "No one ever really sees me," and the artist would paint a veil over your face, making you invisible to the very connection you craved. Do you see, beloved? Your artist, this great subconscious power, has been listening. It has been obediently painting the life you have been describing. It has not been judging you. It has been serving you perfectly. The masterpiece of your life that you see before you today is a perfect rendition of your most consistent verbal and energetic instructions. And now you are awake. Now you will take the brush into your own hand. You will clear the old canvas. You will learn to speak not from the memory of what was painted, but from the vision of what you are now choosing to create. Let's bring this down from the clouds and into the soil of your everyday life. Let's look at how this unconscious creation plays out in the moments that make up your reality. Think about money. The woman who carries the deep cellular belief that there is never enough, that she is a creature of lack, lives out this creed with the precision of a prophet. She stands at the grocery store, and as the items are scanned, a knot of anxiety tightens in her stomach. That feeling is a prayer. It is a powerful, nonverbal declaration to the universe. I exist in a state of scarcity and fear. She clutches her purse a little tighter, a physical act of contraction, of holding on, of fearing loss. This posture is a command. When a friend suggests a beautiful vacation, her immediate, unspoken thought is not, "How can I create that?" but "I could never afford that." That thought is a spiritual decree that cancels out possibility. She speaks of bills as enemies, of expenses as thieves. Her language frames abundance as something outside of herself, something to be chased and captured, rather than a current that flows through her. Her faithful servant, the subconscious mind, hears all of this. It hears the prayer of anxiety. It feels the command of contraction. It registers the decree of impossibility. And it works tirelessly to create a reality that matches. It will arrange for unexpected car repairs. It will make her overlook an opportunity for a raise. It will ensure that money flows out faster than it flows in, all in perfect obedience to her core belief. There is never enough. Now, imagine a different woman. She may have the exact same amount of money in her bank account, but she has buried the identity of lack. She has performed the sacred funeral. When she stands at the grocery store, she sees the total, and her prayer is one of gratitude. Thank you for this abundance that feeds my body. I am a center of divine circulation. When a bill arrives, she blesses it. I bless this bill, and I send it forth with love, knowing that as I give, it returns to me pressed down, shaken together, and running over. She speaks of money as energy, as a tool for blessing herself and others. When the vacation is mentioned, her first thought is, "That is for me. Divine intelligence, show me the way." She is planting different seeds. She is giving her master artist a new set of instructions. And the law, in its perfect impartial power, must bring her a different harvest. Her reality must begin to bend and reform around her new belief. Let's look at love. A woman who carries the secret, silent belief that I will always be abandoned walks through the world broadcasting this fear like a radio signal. She goes on a date with a wonderful man, but she is not truly present. She is scanning for evidence of the inevitable end. If he is kind, she thinks, he's just being nice now, but he'll see the real me and leave. If he is busy and takes a few hours to text back, her nervous system floods with the familiar terror of rejection. She is not reacting to him. She is reacting to the ghost of her past. She may become clingy, pushing him away with her neediness, or she may become distant and guarded, pushing him away with her unavailability. Either way, the outcome is the same. Her belief creates the behavior that confirms the belief. She ends up alone and says, "See, I was right. They always leave." She doesn't realize she was the one who wrote the final scene before the play even began. Now, imagine the woman who has buried that identity. She has declared the corpse of the abandoned one to be dead and gone. She enters the date as a whole, complete being. She is not looking for a man to validate her. She is looking to share her fullness. If he is kind, she receives it with an open heart because she knows she is worthy of kindness. If he is busy, she continues to live her own joyful life because her peace is not dependent on his response time. She radiates a frequency of self-love and security. This energy is magnetic. It draws to her a partner who is also whole, who is not looking for someone to fix or to save, but for someone to cherish. Her belief in her own wholeness must, by law, be reflected back to her in her relationships. But there comes a moment, a holy tipping point, where the soul says, "Enough. Let me tell you a story." A parable for this very moment. There was a woman who found herself awake at midnight, drawn to the large mirror in her hallway as if by an invisible thread. The house was silent. The world was asleep. It was just her and her reflection. But the woman in the mirror was not her. Not really. The face was hers, but the eyes held the exhaustion of her mother and the anxiety of her grandmother. The set of her mouth held the familiar tension of unspoken disappointment. The reflection was a living ghost, an archive of every wound and every lie she had ever swallowed. And it began to speak to her, not in sound, but in feeling, a cold wave of recognition. It whispered her secret, cursed names, broke, abandoned, too much, not enough, always behind, forgotten. She felt the old shame rise, the familiar urge to turn away, to go back to bed, to pretend she hadn't seen, hadn't heard. She had spent her life trying to appease this ghost, trying to decorate it, trying to get its approval, never realizing it fed on her attention. But tonight was different. A fire, ancient and slow burning, began to glow in the pit of her stomach. It was a holy revolt, a sacred refusal, and she stood her ground. She did not weep. She did not argue. She looked the ghost in its tired, lying eyes, and for the first time, she spoke not to it, but over it. Her voice was quiet, but it shook the silence of the house. "You are not me," she said. "You are a memory. You are a story. You are a garment I will no longer wear." She took a deep breath, and the fire in her belly rose into her throat. "My name is not a wound. My name is not a number in a bank account. My name is not the opinion of a man who could not see me. My name is a word, spoken by God before the foundation of the world, and that name is whole. That name is beloved. That name is abundance. I do not answer to you anymore." She watched as the face in the mirror did not magically transform. It was still her face, but the light behind the eyes did. The familiar tension in the jawline softened. The echo of the old names fell silent, starved of the belief that gave them life. In that moment, she had not changed her reflection. She had changed her reality. The queen had finally taken her throne. That woman in the mirror is you. And the choice she made is the choice before you now. It is a choice you make not once, but every day. It is a sacred ritual. Here is how you make it. The process of reclaiming your dominion is not complex, but it requires a devotion that is both fierce and gentle. It is a daily rhythm, a sacred practice of realigning your inner world so your outer world must, by law, follow suit. It is a practice in 3 simple sacred movements. Step 1. The sacred burial. The morning crucifixion. Each morning, a new world is born, but you cannot enter this new world carrying the dust of the old one. Before your mind engages with the day's to-do list, before your thumb scrolls through the hypnosis of the world, you must perform a sacred burial. But let us call it by its true name. It is a crucifixion. It is the willing act of nailing the false self to the cross of truth, so that the true self may be resurrected. This is not a passive release. It is a violent, holy act of spiritual command. As you awaken, while you are still in that soft, liminal space between dreaming and waking, speak aloud. Let the vibration of your voice be the first sound that consecrates your space. You are speaking a holy decree over the day. Say with fierce, quiet authority, "I now bring the false self of yesterday to the altar. The self of fear, the self of doubt, the self of limitation. I nail you to the cross. The identity that believed in lack, I speak your death. The identity that answered to the name of unworthy, I speak your death. The identity that rehearsed failure and expected pain, I speak your death. You are the lie, and you are now crucified by the sword of my spoken word. It is finished." Now, pause. Take a deep, conscious breath. Feel the finality of it. You have not been cruel. You have been definite. You have chosen truth over familiarity. You have created a sacred void, a holy emptiness where the lie used to reside. This is the necessary prerequisite for resurrection. You cannot fill a cup that is already full of poison. You must empty it first. Step 2. The divine enthronement, the morning resurrection. Now, into that sacred void, you must speak the rising. You must call forth the Christ, the true self. You must enthrone the Queen. The tomb you have just created for the false self must now become the womb for the true self. Stand before a mirror. This is your altar. Look into your own eyes and see the eternal, unshakable light that was never born and can never die. That is who you are. Now speak to her. Call her forth. Speak your new name. Speak your resurrection into being. Let your voice carry the thunder of absolute certainty. I am the resurrection and the life of my divine plan. The tomb is empty. I now rise in the full power and authority of my Christ self. I am the image and likeness of God, and I lack nothing. Every cell of my body is now flooded with the light of divine health. Every corner of my world is now saturated with the presence of divine abundance. Every relationship is now governed by the law of divine love. I am not becoming, I am. And my word is the law unto my world. Heaven and earth now move to make it so. I speak, and the old passes away. Behold, all things are made new. I am the new creation, robed in power, crowned with wisdom, and seated upon the throne of my own consciousness. My word is a scepter, and I point it now at every area of my life, and I say, be perfected. I speak to my mind, and I say, be peace. I speak to my body, and I say, be whole. I speak to my finances, and I say, be abundant. I speak to my path, and I say, be clear. This is my decree, and it shall not return to me void. I am the living, breathing embodiment of divine success. The game of life is not a struggle. It is a joy, and I play it to win. I am fearless. I am powerful. I am unstoppable. The kingdom of heaven is within me, and I now bring it forth into my experience. I am a magnet for miracles. I am a conduit for grace. I am a testament to the power of the spoken word. The lie is dead. The truth is risen. And I am she. Pause for a moment. Let these words settle into your being. Breathe into the woman you have just declared. You are not faking it. You are finally telling the truth. You are aligning your human self with your divine blueprint, and the entire universe rejoices to assist you. Step 3. The embodied walk, reigning in your kingdom. The first 2 steps align your being. This third step aligns your doing. Throughout your day, you must consciously choose to think, speak, and act as the woman you declared yourself to be in the morning. This is the integration. This is where faith becomes flesh. When a challenge arises, you must pause, and you must ask yourself one question. How would the resurrected queen respond to this? How would she handle a condescending comment from a colleague? Not with defensive anger or wounded silence. She would respond with unshakable calm, with a quiet authority that needs no validation, perhaps with a simple, direct statement of truth that reestablishes the boundary of respect. She doesn't need to win. She already reigns. How would she handle a wave of loneliness on a quiet evening? She would not see it as proof of her unworthiness. She would recognize it as an invitation to deepen her relationship with herself, with God. She might light a candle, put on beautiful music, and dance in her living room, celebrating her own magnificent company. She fills her own cup until it overflows. This is not about being perfect. It is about being conscious. Every time you choose to respond from your new identity instead of your old one, you are deepening the groove of your new reality. You are strengthening the neural pathways of faith. You are proving to your subconscious mind that you are serious. You are walking your talk, and the universe, which only mirrors your state of being, must begin to pave a new path before you. Now, we must speak of the turbulence. For when you begin this sacred work, my beloved, you must be prepared for what feels like a storm. This is the moment where most seekers falter, where they lose their nerve and retreat to the familiar tomb of their old identity. But you will not, for you will understand what is happening. When you plant new seeds of truth in the garden of your mind, you are disturbing the soil that has been compacted for decades. The old root systems of fear, lack, and unworthiness will fight for their survival. The process of uprooting them is not a peaceful, silent event. It is a shaking. When you flip the master switch of your consciousness from limitation to abundance, the sudden surge of light can feel disorienting. It will illuminate all the dark corners of your being where the old beliefs have been hiding. Suddenly, you will become acutely aware of just how often you think thoughts of lack, how deeply you feel the fear of rejection, how instinctively you react with anxiety. This is not a sign that you are failing. This is the glorious, undeniable sign that you are succeeding. The resistance you feel is the proof that the old identity is being dethroned. The panic, the doubt, the sudden wave of sadness, that is the ego, the false self, throwing a tantrum. It is the adversary, as Florence called it, making its last stand. It is roaring because it knows its time is up. It sees you standing at the gate of your promised land, and it will do everything in its power to convince you to turn back to the familiar desert of your past. It will whisper insidious lies. This is too hard. It's not working. You actually feel worse. Look around. Nothing has changed. Your bank account is the same. You're still single. You're making a fool of yourself. Who do you think you are trying to be so spiritual? Just be realistic. This is who you are. Accept it. You must learn to recognize this voice for what it is, the death rattle of a lie. It is not your voice. It is the echo of the corpse you buried this morning. And you do not argue with a corpse. When this resistance rises, your work is not to fight it. Your work is not to analyze it. Your work is to speak over it. You simply and calmly substitute the lie with the truth. When the thought, "I'm so scared this won't work," arises, you do not engage. You speak aloud. That is a lie. I am divinely guided and protected, and my faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. It is already done. When the feeling of lack washes over you, you do not spiral. You place your hand on your heart and declare, "That is an old energy that is now leaving my body. My truth is that I am one with God, and God is the source of all abundance. My supply is infinite and instantaneous." Let us pause here. Take a deep breath into the very center of your being. The outer world, too, may seem to stubbornly hold its old shape for a time. This is the law of germination. When you plant a seed, the most dramatic transformation happens in the dark, beneath the surface. For days, even weeks, it may look like nothing is happening. But underground, a universe of activity is unfolding. The seed is cracking open. Roots are pushing down. A sprout is fighting its way toward the light. Your word is that seed. Your declaration is the law that has already been set in motion. The manifestation you see with your physical eyes is always a lagging indicator of the spiritual reality you have already created with your word. Your only job is to water that seed with your continued faith, to keep the soil of your mind clear of the weeds of doubt, and to trust the divine timing of the harvest. Do not dig up the seed every day to see if it's growing. It is. Trust the law. And so we arrive at the threshold. A final luminous truth, and a choice that will define the rest of your days. The truth, which I pray you will let settle into the very marrow of your bones, is this: you are not broken. You were never broken. You are not a human being struggling to fix your flaws and earn your way to a distant heaven. You are a perfect, whole, and magnificent spiritual being who was hypnotized into a temporary amnesia. You forgot your own divinity. You forgot your power. You forgot your name. And your work is not one of self-improvement. It is one of divine remembrance. The I am within you, the Christ consciousness, the spark of God. It is, and has always been, utterly perfect, whole, and complete. It is simply waiting for you to turn your loving attention toward it. And now, the choice. It is a choice of identity. Which self will you now claim? Will you continue to animate the ghost of your past, a small self defined by wounds and limitations? Or will you finally step into the radiant, powerful body of your truth, the divine self who knows only wholeness, abundance, and love? You cannot live in two worlds. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot wear the crown of your divinity while still clutching the rags of your old suffering. The tomb has been prepared. The word has been given. The spirit of life is listening, waiting for your final decree. It asks you now, as you stand at the doorway between who you have been and who you truly are. Will you give the old you the honorable burial it deserves, so that the real you, the magnificent you, can finally, fully, gloriously rise? Your future is not waiting for a sign from the heavens. It is waiting for a command from your own lips. And now I will speak not to you, but as you. I will model the voice of the risen one. Let this rhythm enter you. Let it become the new cadence of your soul. This is not just an affirmation. It is an activation. This is the lightning strike of sacred ceremony. I die to fear. I rise in faith. I die to doubt. I rise in knowing. I die to lack. I rise in abundance. I die to the lie of my smallness. I rise in the truth of my divinity. My mouth is a holy weapon. With it, I speak death to every chain. My tongue is a scepter. With it, I command my world into divine order. My breath is a fire. With it, I burn away the residue of every old story. I bury the woman who waited. I rise as the woman who creates. I bury the woman who pleaded. I rise as the woman who commands. I bury the woman who apologized for her light. I rise as the woman who is the light. The chains of my ancestors do not bind me. I am the one who breaks them with my word. The curses of my bloodline end with me. I am the one who speaks the blessing. The patterns of my family do not define me. I am the one who establishes a new heaven and a new earth right here, right now. I speak to the mountain of debt and I say, be removed. I speak to the history of heartbreak and I say, be dissolved. I speak to the body of pain and I say, be made whole. I speak to the spirit of delay and I say, you are powerless here. For I am the daughter of the King. I am the heir to the kingdom. I am the living temple of the Most High God. And in my house, only miracles are welcome. In my world, only grace has dominion. In my mouth, only truth has a voice. The old is gone. The counterfeit is crucified. The past is a tomb, and I have rolled away the stone. I am not healing. I am risen. I am not becoming. I am. I am not hoping. I am. I am not trying. I am. And so it is. And now, a final deep breath. Let the silence integrate the word. To seal this sacred work, to anchor this new decision in the physical realm, I invite you to make a public declaration, not for me, not for others, but for yourself. Let this be your first act as the conscious commander of your life. In the comments below, write these words. Feel their power as you type them. Let it be a holy contract with your own soul. Write, I am ready to lead my subconscious mind. Let this be your announcement to the universe that the old ruler is gone. A new queen has taken the throne. A new story has begun. For as long as you believed you were the effect, you were at the mercy of the world. But the moment you remember you are the cause, the world is at the mercy of your word. So I ask you one last time, beloved soul, what will you call yourself now? The answer is not floating in the cosmos. It is waiting on your tongue. It is as close as your next breath. Speak, and watch your new world be born. Is ready to shape itself into your supply. It reaches opportunities that are looking for you. It reaches the hearts of people who are destined to bless you, and it whispers your name to them. It reshapes the entire energy field around you until your physical life has no choice but to reflect the very words you have spoken. Every decree eventually becomes flesh. Just as the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, so too will the words you consistently speak become flesh in your personal experience. If you decree poverty, you will dwell among poverty. If you decree struggle, you will dwell in a world of struggle. If you decree wealth, wholeness, and divine harmony, you will dwell in a world of wealth, wholeness, and divine harmony. The psalm is a holy decree, already charged with millennia of divine energy and belief. When you join your voice to it, you activate that power personally. You align your small personal life with the same immutable law that governs the stars in their courses. But the word must be spoken with belief. This is why faith is the essential fire. To repeat the psalm without belief is like striking a wet match. There is no spark. But to repeat it with inner conviction, with a heart full of knowing, is to strike the ground with the rod of God that brings forth water from a barren rock. You must speak it, knowing that every word is alive. You must speak it as though you can already see the table prepared before you. You must speak it as though you can already feel your cup running over with blessings. You must speak it with the calm assurance that goodness and mercy are already following you, right at your heels, all the days of your life. When you speak, speak with expectancy. Do not murmur the words as if they are a dreary ritual. Speak them with the fire of truth in your belly. Speak them as though heaven itself leans in to listen, because it does. Speak them as though armies of angels are dispatched with every syllable, because they are. Speak them as though God Himself is watching over His word to perform it, because He is. The spoken word is divine law in action. A psalm is not just poetry. It is not just a prayer. It is not just inspiration. It is a creative decree. And for each of the 7 days that you speak it, you are sending forth a command from the throne room of your soul, a command that shapes your financial world, a command that says to the walls of debt, crumble, a command that says to the doors of opportunity, swing open, a command that says to the channels of divine provision, flow, all through the undeniable, unshakable power of the spoken word. 7. The number of completion. This number is not ordinary. It is not arbitrary. It is a divine symbol, a spiritual signature of perfection, wholeness, and completion. Throughout the sacred texts of the world, the number 7 appears again and again as the number of God's perfect, finished work. Creation itself was completed in 7 days. On the 7th day, God rested, not because He was tired, but because the work was finished. It was whole. It was perfect. The walls of the seemingly impenetrable city of Jericho fell after 7 days of marching and 7 blasts of the trumpet on the 7th day. Naaman, the leper, was cleansed of his affliction only after dipping 7 times in the Jordan River. The number 7 signifies the end of struggle and the glorious manifestation of fulfillment. When you commit to speaking a psalm for 7 consecutive days, you are aligning yourself with this divine law of completion. You are making a powerful declaration to the universe and to your own soul. You are declaring that what God has promised you, what you are claiming for your life, shall come to pass in its fullness, not partially, not halfway, but in completion. 7 seals are broken to reveal the ultimate truth. 7 lamps of fire burn before the throne of God. 7 represents the full cycle of manifestation brought from the invisible realm of spirit into its perfect visible fullness. In this sacred rhythm of 7, your financial breakthrough is brought from unseen promise into seen possession, from quiet prayer into tangible reality. To repeat the psalm for 7 days is to move through a spiritual cycle of creation. Each day builds upon the last. Each declaration layers a new level of truth and power until the fullness is revealed. On the first day, you sow the seed of divine truth into the soil of your subconscious mind. You speak the word, perhaps with just a flicker of faith. On the second day, that seed takes root. Your faith deepens just a little. The unseen work has begun. On the third day, the seed pushes through the soil. You may feel a subtle shift in your spirit, a new sense of peace or hope. On the fourth day, the stem grows strong and stable. Your conviction is established. The winds of doubt cannot shake you. On the fifth day, it begins to bear the promise of fruit. You might receive a small sign, an unexpected check, a helpful idea, a synchronicity that lets you know your word is working. On the sixth day, the fruit reaches maturity. The blessing is ready. The breakthrough is imminent, right at the door. On the seventh day, the harvest is complete. You enter into the rest of completion. The manifestation is here. The work is done. 7 days is a divine cycle of creation, and within that holy cycle, what you decree becomes established law in your world. 7 is the divine stamp of approval. To speak the psalm for 7 days in a row is to place your desire under God's perfect timing, God's perfect order, and God's perfect manifestation. So many of us grow weary and give up when we do not see immediate results. We plant the seed on Monday and are discouraged when we see no fruit on Tuesday. But the law of 7 teaches us divine patience. It teaches us trust. For just as a seed does not bear fruit the very day it is planted, so your financial miracle matures as you remain faithful in your daily declaration. 7 days symbolizes the unshakable trust that God's word will not and cannot return void. It works silently, invisibly, and unfailingly beneath the surface of your awareness until its divine purpose is accomplished. Every day you repeat the psalm, you are chiseling away at the invisible walls of resistance in your own consciousness. Think of the Israelites circling Jericho. For 6 days, they marched in faithful silence, speaking not a word. To the outside world, it looked like nothing was happening. The walls stood as tall and imposing as ever. But with each circle, the spiritual foundation of those walls was weakening. So it is with your own walls of lack. You circle your Jericho of debt and limitation with your faith-filled words. Each repetition weakens the stronghold of fear. Each declaration chips away at the mortar of past programming, until on the 7th day, the final powerful vibration of your spoken word collapses every barrier, and your blessing is released into your waiting hands. 7 is persistence. 7 is trust. 7 is the sound of victory. Your subconscious mind, that faithful servant, is deeply, profoundly impressed by repetition. To speak the psalm once may stir a moment of inspiration, but to speak it for 7 consecutive days imprints it permanently upon the soul. Each day deepens the groove of truth within your consciousness, replacing the old, worn-out patterns of fear with the new, divine patterns of faith and abundance. By the 7th day, your entire inner being, your mind, your emotions, your cellular structure has been saturated with the vibration of divine supply. You have fundamentally shifted your frequency, and in that shift, the outer world, which is but a mirror, must reflect the change that has taken place within you. The number 7 also represents a profound spiritual cleansing. Remember Naaman. He was not healed after the first dip, nor the second, nor the 6th. He was commanded to dip 7 times, and only on the 7th dip did his flesh become as whole and new as a child's. Why? Because the sacred process of 7 completes the cleansing. The first few dips may wash away the surface layer of doubt. The next few wash away the deeper stains of fear and resentment. By the 7th dip, every energetic and psychological barrier to his healing was gone. So it is with your finances. Speaking the psalm for 7 days washes away the accumulated thought forms of poverty, one layer at a time. Each day you speak it, fear loosens its icy grip on your heart. Each day you declare it, doubt is washed away by the living water of the word. By the 7th day, the cleansing is complete, and the glorious truth of your inherent abundance stands revealed, clear and shining. And finally, 7 is the number of rest. On the 7th day, God rested, not from weariness, but from completion. When you faithfully speak the psalm for 7 days, you are led into that same divine rest. You no longer strive in your own strength. You no longer worry and manipulate circumstances. You no longer labor in the energy of fear. You rest. You rest in the calm, deep assurance that the word you have spoken has already accomplished its purpose. This rest is not inactivity. It is the highest form of activity. It is divine confidence. To rest is to know, with every fiber of your being, that God has gone before you to make the crooked places straight. To rest is to know that doors are opening, provision is flowing, and your supply is already here, now. When you align with the sacred number 7, you align with the cycles of divine timing. So many people attempt to force manifestation in their own anxious timing, and in doing so, they disrupt the natural unfolding. The 7-day practice teaches you to surrender. It teaches you that true, lasting prosperity does not come by anxiety or struggle, but by obedience to spiritual law and faith in the process. You release the how. You release the when, and you allow divine order to bring forth your supply in its own perfect rhythm and its own perfect way. Every day of the 7 has its own spiritual significance. Day 1 represents faith. The seed is planted. Day 2 represents trust. The root takes hold in the dark. Day 3 represents growth. There is movement beneath the surface. Day 4 represents strength. Stability is being established. Day 5 represents grace. Favor begins to multiply. Day 6 represents readiness. The blessing is about to break through. Day 7 represents fulfillment, completion, manifestation, and divine rest. As you move through these 7 days, you are not just repeating words. You are moving through a sacred spiritual journey that ends in the fullness of your blessing. The angelic realms themselves operate in cycles of 7. 7 trumpets, 7 stars, 7 churches. Heaven's divine order is established in 7s. To speak the psalm for 7 days is to place yourself in perfect alignment with this angelic and cosmic rhythm. It is as though you are stepping into the same divine vibration that governs the universe, aligning your personal life with the perfect harmony of the cosmos. 7 carries within it the vibration of eternity. It is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. When you complete the 7-day cycle of speaking the psalm, you are not merely reciting words. You are entering into a covenant of completion with the divine. You are affirming that your financial breakthrough is not a mere possibility, but a divine certainty. For the same God who completed creation in 7 days is completing your miracle in his own perfect order. The appearance of lack is always, always temporary, but the law of 7 ensures its end. Poverty cannot stand before the rhythm of divine completion. Delay cannot resist the power of sacred spiritual cycles. When you speak the psalm for 7 days, you are declaring the end of delay, the end of struggle, the end of unfinished prayers. You are standing firmly in the vibration of completion. And completion is manifestation. The power of 7 is the power of perseverance. So many souls stop on the 6th day, not realizing that the final glorious breakthrough was about to unfold with the next sunrise. But those who remain faithful to the end of the cycle see the fullness of the blessing. Speaking the psalm for 7 days in succession is a spiritual test of your faithfulness. Do you believe enough to persist, even when you see no outward evidence? Do you trust enough to complete the cycle? For those who do, the 7th day always brings revelation. It always brings release. It always brings the miracle into full, glorious view. Every psalm is a key fashioned not by human hands, but by divine inspiration. It is a doorway into a higher consciousness. Within each verse, within each sacred word, lies a hidden vibration, a specific frequency that unlocks spiritual law and dissolves the illusions of fear and lack. To the unawakened eye, a psalm may appear as beautiful poetry, as words strung together in ancient reverence. But to the awakened soul, a psalm is a living key. It is a divine code that, when spoken with faith, opens treasures hidden in the unseen realms of spirit. And you must understand, keys are meant to open doors. The psalm you speak is the key to the very doors that appear to be closed and locked in your life. The door of financial freedom, the door of divine opportunity, the door of unlimited provision. These doors do not open by human effort and struggle alone. They open when the right key is turned in the lock. The psalm is that key. It carries the exact vibrational frequency needed to dissolve the energetic barriers of doubt and fear, and release the blessings that are waiting for you. When you take a psalm upon your lips, you are not merely reciting history. You are activating eternal truth. You are aligning your personal energy field with the universal law of supply, the law of abundance, the law of divine provision. Each line is a divine decree that cancels the false evidence of lack your senses may be reporting and affirms the ultimate reality of God's overflowing, infinite goodness. The psalm is not passive, it is active, it is alive, it is creative. Consider this: in the material world, a key is a very small thing, yet it can unlock massive, heavy doors to a vast treasury. The same is true spiritually. One psalm, spoken in quiet faith in your bedroom, has the power to open doors that years of frantic struggle could not budge. One psalm, faithfully repeated, can shift the entire course of your financial destiny. One psalm, spoken as a divine decree, can collapse the walls of resistance you have built around your own good and usher in miracles beyond your imagination. The psalm is a key because it holds within it divine authority. It is not your word alone, spoken from a place of human weakness and doubt. It is God's word, spoken through you. When you speak it, you are not pleading or begging from the outside. You are commanding from the inside, according to divine law. You are not hoping vaguely for some good to come your way. You are unlocking specifically the good that is already yours by divine right. Just as a physical key is cut with specific grooves to fit a particular lock, so each psalm is spiritually designed to address particular needs. The psalm of provision unlocks supply. The psalm of protection unlocks safety. The psalm of guidance unlocks wisdom. When you speak the psalm for 7 days, you are turning the key again and again in the lock. Each repetition strengthens your faith. Each declaration chisels away at the rust of old resistance. Each day aligns you more perfectly with the divine law you are invoking. At first, the lock may seem stiff, rusted by years of doubt, fear, and negative programming. But persistence is the power that turns the key. And by the 7th day, the tumblers align, the mechanism gives way, and the door swings open, revealing the treasures that have been long prepared and waiting for you. The psalm is also a key because it bypasses the noisy, argumentative intellect and speaks directly to the soul. Your conscious mind may argue, it may question, it may bring up all the evidence of why this can't possibly work. But the psalm carries a sacred vibration that slips right past the guards of human reasoning and imprints divine truth directly upon the subconscious. You may not fully understand with your intellect why it works, just as you may not understand the complex mechanics of a tumbler lock. But when you use the key, the door opens, whether you comprehend the engineering or not. The psalm does not require your intellectual approval. It requires your faithful use. Hidden within the psalms are divine codes, the rhythm of the words, the repetition of phrases, the poetic cadence. All of it is intentional. Each word was chosen not only for its meaning, but for its vibration. When spoken aloud, the psalm produces a powerful resonance within your body, your spirit, and your immediate environment. It literally shifts the frequency of the atmosphere around you, cleansing it of lack and aligning it with abundance. It calls forth the divine pattern of infinite supply, dissolving the false, temporary pattern of lack. The psalm as a key also reveals its power through affirmation. When you speak, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," you are affirming a spiritual law that overrides all physical appearances. You may see bills piled on your table. You may feel the heavy weight of debt on your shoulders. You may fear the uncertainty of tomorrow. But when you speak the psalm, you insert the key of truth into the lock of appearances. You declare, "Want is an illusion, for the Lord is my shepherd," and the lock of lack is undone. Of course, every key must be used in the right way. A key cannot unlock a door if it remains in your pocket or hanging on a hook. Likewise, a psalm cannot unlock your abundance if it remains unread on the page of a book. It must be taken, it must be spoken, it must be declared and affirmed with faith. When you lift the words off the page and breathe them into life with your own voice, the key is turned. The spiritual mechanism moves and the door begins to yield. The psalm is also a key of remembrance. In moments of fear, when your mind is clouded with worry and the world seems dark, the psalm brings you back to the light of truth. It reminds you of God's unwavering promises. It reminds you that your provision is not earned through anxious toil alone, but is received through joyful alignment with divine law. Speaking the psalm for 7 days is like returning again and again to the locked door, never forgetting for a moment that you carry the key in your hand. Fear says, "The door is locked forever. There is no way through." Faith holds up the key and says, "No, I have the key, and this door must open." The psalm, as a spiritual key, reveals a profound truth. Abundance is not something you must chase or create from scratch. It is something you must unlock. The supply already exists. The solutions are already here. The wealth is already prepared, waiting for you behind the door of spirit. Your job is not to build the treasury. Your job is to use the key. And the psalm, spoken with faith, is the precise, divinely crafted key that fits the lock. Imagine you are standing before a great ancient treasury. Inside are gold, silver, precious stones, and wealth beyond your wildest measure. The door is thick and solid and it is shut, but the key rests in the palm of your hand. That treasury is the infinite abundance of God, already prepared for you. That psalm is the key in your hand. All that is required is for you to step forward, insert the key, and turn it, to speak it, to believe it. And as you do, the great door of the treasury swings open, pouring forth an endless stream of supply into every area of your life. The key of the psalm also works silently and unseen. Just as a key turns the tumblers of a lock in the hidden darkness, so the psalm shifts realities in the invisible realm. You may not see movement on the first day or the second, but be assured the unseen mechanism is turning. Opportunities are being prepared for you. Helpers are being sent on their way. Ideas are being downloaded into your mind. Debts are being mysteriously canceled in the ether. Doors are being unlocked. The psalm does its work silently, invisibly, powerfully, until suddenly the door swings wide, and what was once locked away is now fully and gloriously revealed. Finally, keys carry authority. When you hold the key to a house, you do not stand at the door begging to be let in. You do not plead with the lock. You walk up with confidence, insert the key, and turn it, knowing it will open. The psalm gives you that same spiritual authority. It transforms your prayers from weak begging into powerful decreeing. You no longer stand outside your good, shivering in the cold of fear. You stand with the key of truth in your hand, and you declare with quiet, unshakable conviction, "This door of abundance must open, for I hold the key of God's eternal word." This is not a key you use once and then discard. It becomes your lifelong access to the divine treasury. Once you discover the profound power of speaking the word, you realize that no door is ever permanently locked to you again. Every time lack tries to appear, you reach again for the key. Every time fear whispers its lies, you turn again to the psalm, and each and every time the door yields. For the word of God is eternal, and the key never loses its power. The psalm is not merely read, it is lived. As you speak it for 7 days, you begin to embody its truth. The words are no longer just sounds outside of you. They become a part of you. They vibrate in your bones. You become the psalm itself, walking in the calm, powerful assurance of its truth. You become the living key, unlocking abundance wherever you go. The psalm shapes your vibration until your very presence carries the authority to open doors for yourself and for others. Let us now speak of the great shift, a journey from the shadowlands of fear into the sunlit fields of faith. Fear is the great thief of mankind. It is the silent plunderer of our divine inheritance. It robs the soul of peace. It blinds the eyes to opportunity. And it shackles the hands that are meant to joyfully receive the abundance of the universe. Fear whispers its chilling stories in the dark of night. It whispers of lack, of insufficiency, of not enoughness. It paints vivid, terrifying images of bills unpaid, doors slammed shut, and futures bleak and uncertain. Yet here is the secret that sets you free. Fear is not truth. It is a shadow. And a shadow, no matter how large or frightening it may appear, is simply the absence of light. It has no power, no substance, no reality of its own. And like any shadow, it disappears the instant you shine a light upon it. Faith is that light. Where fear says, "There is not enough," faith declares, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Where fear says, "You are going to lose everything," faith calmly responds, "No good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly." Fear creates lack in the imagination, but faith creates supply in reality. To shift from fear to faith is to make the most important journey of your life. It is to consciously step out of the cold shadow and into the warm, life-giving sunlight. It is to move from the bondage of worry into the freedom of trust, from the cramped consciousness of scarcity into the wide-open vista of overflow. Every psalm you speak is a bridge across the chasm from fear to faith. When fear presses upon your heart, when the frantic drumbeat of worry repeats itself in your mind, the psalm comes as a divine interruption. It breaks the hypnotic cycle of fearful thought. It lovingly but firmly replaces the low, heavy vibration of anxiety with the high, clear vibration of truth. Each sacred word becomes another rung on the ladder, lifting you out of the dark pit of anxiety and into the magnificent heights of divine assurance. Speaking the psalm aloud is not simply recitation, it is an act of alchemical transformation. It shifts your entire inner climate from a raging storm to a peaceful stillness, from darkness to light, from trembling to triumph. Fear is magnetic. This is a law you must understand. What one dreads, one draws. When a soul constantly says, "I'm so afraid of losing my money," that fear becomes a powerful creative decree. Circumstances then rush to align with that decree. Fear plants seeds of poverty in the fertile subconscious, and the inevitable harvest of lack appears in physical reality. But faith, thank God, is also magnetic, and it is infinitely more powerful. What one expects with faith, one attracts. When the heart says, with quiet conviction, "God is my unfailing, infinite supply," that faith becomes a divine decree. Channels of provision, seen and unseen, immediately begin to open. Faith plants seeds of abundance in the subconscious, and the harvest is always plentiful. The psalm is the sacred tool that allows you to re-landscape the garden of your mind. It is the holy instrument that gently but effectively pulls out the choking weeds of fear by their very roots and plants in their place the magnificent fruit-bearing seeds of faith. Fear is born of seeing only with the physical eyes. It looks at the bank account statement, the stack of bills, the empty wallet, and it concludes, there is not enough. But faith looks beyond the visible into the realm of truth. Faith sees with the inner eye, the eye of the soul. Faith declares that true supply does not come from numbers on a page, but from the infinite, inexhaustible storehouse of God. Faith knows that your provision is not limited by your salary, by the economy, or by any outer circumstance. It flows freely, eternally, from the one divine source. The psalm, when spoken daily, teaches your soul to see with the eyes of faith. It trains your inner vision to look past the temporary illusion of appearances and behold the eternal truth of divine supply. When you speak, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" You are affirming a spiritual reality that makes fear an impossibility. You are declaring that divine light exposes every illusion of lack, and divine salvation delivers you from every shadow of worry. Fear trembles before faith-filled words. The moment you speak truth into a fearful situation, the fear begins to dissolve. It cannot remain where faith is declared, for light and darkness cannot occupy the same space at the same time. You must choose one. The psalm is your choice for light. Fear often disguises itself as practical virtues. It calls itself caution, logic, or realism. It says, be careful, be reasonable, prepare for the worst, just in case. Yet hidden within these sensible-sounding whispers is a deep-seated doubt in God's willingness and ability to provide. Faith does not deny the reality of the bills on the table. It transcends it. Faith says, though appearances show lack, I know that God's infinite abundance is at hand and is my present reality. Faith is not reckless. It is resolute. It stands upon the Word of God as upon a solid rock, unmoved by the howling winds of circumstance. The psalm anchors you to this rock of faith so that fear's waves crash against it and fall away, powerless. Shifting from fear to faith is not always an instantaneous event. Just as the dawn gradually, gently pushes back the darkness of the night, so faith gradually pushes back fear with each spoken word. The first day you speak the psalm, fear may still whisper its lies in the corners of your mind. The second day, its voice grows a little weaker. The third, it is but a faint murmur. By the seventh day, the sun of faith has risen fully in your consciousness, and the shadows of fear are silenced. Repetition is the sacred tool of this transformation. Each recitation of the psalm strengthens faith's hold upon your soul until it becomes your new, unshakable reality. Fear contracts, Faith expands. When fear rules the consciousness, the body tightens, the mind narrows, and possibilities seem few and far between. But when faith reigns, the spirit opens, the mind broadens, and opportunities multiply in every direction. Fear says, there is no way. Faith says, God makes a way where there is no way. Fear sees walls. Faith sees doors. Fear sees impossibility. Faith sees miracles. By speaking the psalm, you are consciously choosing expansion over contraction, faith over fear, miracles over limitations. Fear drains your life force energy. It is utterly exhausting. It forces the soul to run on a treadmill, replaying imagined disasters over and over again. But faith restores energy. It fills the heart with a quiet joy, a deep peace, and a thrilling expectancy. Fear weighs heavily upon the spirit, but faith gives the spirit wings. The psalm is your divine tool to shift from weight to wings, to exchange the heaviness of worry for the lightness of being. When you declare, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life," you lift your soul from the crushing burden of fear into the exhilarating freedom of faith. Fear is a prison, but faith is the key. So many precious souls live locked in the cold, damp cell of financial worry. They spend their days rehearsing lack in their minds, expecting loss and disappointment at every turn. Yet the door of that prison has been unlocked the entire time. The psalm is the key resting in your hand. Speak it, and the heavy door swings wide. Step out into the sunlight of faith, and freedom is yours. Ultimately, fear is the belief in a power apart from God. It is the terrifying idea that something, a person, a circumstance, the economy can harm you, block your supply, or defeat you. But faith knows the ultimate truth. There is no power apart from God. Faith says, if God be for me, who can be against me? Faith knows with absolute certainty that nothing and no one can stop what God has ordained for your life. The psalm is the very voice of faith, reminding you again and again that God's power is supreme, that no shadow can overcome the light, and that no appearance of lack can withstand the tidal wave of abundance that flows from divine law. Fear clings desperately to the past and worries anxiously for the future. Faith rests peacefully in the now. Fear replays yesterday's failures and imagines tomorrow's troubles. Faith says, now is the acceptable time. Today is the day of salvation. Speaking the psalm brings you fully into the eternal present moment, the only place where God's supply can be experienced. It reminds you that abundance is not a promise for tomorrow, but a reality for today. Fear divides the mind. Faith unites it. A mind divided between doubt and belief wavers, and this wavering delays manifestation. But when the mind is united in a single stream of faith, manifestation is swift and sure. The psalm unites the mind. Each line, spoken aloud, gathers your scattered, fearful thoughts, dissolves the clouds of doubt, and anchors your belief in the solid ground of truth. In this sacred unity of mind and spirit, miracles are birthed. Shifting from fear to faith is the greatest financial strategy you will ever learn. It is not found in the marketplace, nor in the banks, nor in the complex opinions of men. It is found in the quiet sanctuary of the heart that dares to believe God's word over every appearance. It is found in the courageous voice that dares to speak the psalm until fear is utterly and permanently silenced, and the triumphant song of faith resounds through every chamber of your being. Fear says, I cannot. Faith says, with God, all things are possible. Fear says, I will surely fail. Faith says, the Lord is my strength and my shield. Fear says, I am all alone in this struggle. Faith says, surely I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Let us now walk across the final bridge, the golden bridge of expectancy, which leads directly to manifestation. Expectation is the radiant, shimmering bridge that connects the invisible world of spirit to the visible world of form. It is the bridge between your heartfelt prayer and your joyful possession, between the divine promise and its glorious fulfillment. To expect is to stand with your hands open and your heart ready, knowing, not hoping, not wishing, but knowing that what has been spoken in faith shall surely come to pass. Without expectation, your words, even sacred ones, fall empty, like seeds scattered on stone. But with expectation, every word you speak becomes alive. It becomes a potent seed planted in the most fertile soil, a seed that must bear fruit. When you speak your psalm for 7 days, it is not enough to repeat it mechanically, like a robot. You must breathe the fire of expectancy into it. You must believe, with a quiet and steady passion, that the words you are speaking are alive. You must know that the law of God is already in motion on your behalf. You must feel in your bones that your financial breakthrough is not some distant, hazy dream, but an imminent, approaching reality. Expectancy is the powerful magnet that draws the unseen substance of your supply into visible, tangible form. It is the open door through which abundance joyfully enters your life. Let us be very clear. Expectation is not wishing. Wishing is weak. Wishing is passive. Wishing carries within it the shadow of doubt, the quiet, fearful whisper that perhaps, just perhaps, the prayer will not be answered. Expectation is certainty. It is the unwavering, peaceful knowing that what you have declared according to divine law is already yours in the realm of spirit and is now on its way to you in the realm of form. Expectation does not look around nervously for evidence. It does not constantly check the tracking number. It rests in the calm, joyful assurance that the evidence is already on its way. The Bible tells us that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Expectancy is that very substance. It is that unseen evidence. It is the invisible proof in your own that inevitably manifests as visible results in your world. Every great miracle in history began with expectation. The woman who was healed by touching the hem of Christ's garment expected healing before her fingers ever grazed the fabric. The centurion expected that the word spoken alone was enough to heal his servant, and it was done according to his expectation. Expectation is the very atmosphere in which miracles thrive. Without it, blessings may stand politely at your door, but you will not notice them to let them in. With it, blessings are welcomed in, embraced, and received with profound joy. To expect a financial breakthrough is to train your inner eye to see beyond the empty purse, the overdue bill, the locked opportunity. Expectation lifts your gaze from the mud of appearances to the stars of divine truth. It declares, "Though my bank account appears empty, I expect overflow. Though the way seems shut, I expect doors to fly open. Though circumstances scream of lack, my soul whispers of infinite abundance." Expectation does not deny what is seen. It transcends it. It sees the unseen river of supply that is already flowing, and with its powerful current of belief, it pulls that river into the banks of your own life. Expectation is a profound act of agreement with God. When you expect, you are saying with your entire being, "Yes, I agree with your word. I agree that you are my shepherd, and I shall not want. I agree that you supply all my needs according to your riches and glory. I agree that goodness and mercy are following me right now, all the days of my life." To expect is to stand in perfect harmony with heaven's decree, aligning your personal faith with the universal promise. Every day you speak the psalm, you must consciously couple it with the radiant energy of expectation. Without expectation, the psalm is a beautiful sound without substance. But with expectation, the psalm becomes a royal decree that summons supply from the four corners of the earth. Imagine planting a beautiful seed in your garden and then fully expecting nothing to grow. The very act would seem foolish and self-defeating. Yet this is what so many of us do with our words and prayers. We plant the seed and then immediately walk away in doubt, expecting failure. Expectation is the gardener's faith. It is the quiet, joyful knowing that the seed must sprout. It must blossom. It must bear fruit. It is the law. Expectation is also joy before manifestation. It is the celebration that happens before the blessing is visible. The expectant soul does not wait to feel joyful until the money arrives in the bank. It feels joyful now, knowing that the money is already on its way. Gratitude in advance is the beautiful song of expectancy. Each time you thank God for your supply before it has physically appeared, you are strengthening the golden bridge of manifestation. Thanksgiving is proof of your faith, and proof of faith opens the floodgates of supply. Expectation carries a specific vibration that calls forth provision. The anxious, worried mind repels good, but the calm, expectant heart attracts it. Expectation is like a spiritual lighthouse, sending out a steady, powerful beam of light that guides the ships of abundance safely to your shore. It is the sweet fragrance that draws opportunities to you. It is the clear signal to the universe that your blessing has a safe and welcoming place to land. The universe responds to expectancy, for it is faith made visible in your attitude, your speech, and your entire atmosphere. The psalm itself teaches expectancy. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. That word, surely, is not timid. It is not hopeful. It is profoundly expectant. It is a declaration of absolute certainty. When you speak it, you do not say, maybe goodness and mercy will follow me. You declare with royal authority, surely they shall. That is the energy of expectancy. It is not hope tinged with fear, but unshakable assurance filled with joy. When you walk in expectation, you carry yourself differently. Your words shift, your posture shifts, your entire atmosphere shifts. You no longer speak of lack. You speak of impending provision. You no longer carry the heavy burden of worry. You carry the joyful lightness of faith. Expectancy shines through you, and others can see it and feel it. People are drawn to help and bless the expectant soul. Opportunities flow toward it. Doors open before it, as if by magic. Expectancy is the aura of abundance. This precious state of expectancy must be guarded, for the old enemies of fear and doubt will seek to steal it. Negative words from others, discouraging voices from the news, and the appearance of delay will all attempt to shake your expectancy. But the soul that is anchored in the daily practice of speaking the psalm remains firm. Each day you speak it, you renew and refortify your expectation. Each day you remind yourself that God is faithful, that His word does not and cannot return void, and that your financial breakthrough is absolutely certain. Expectation is strengthened through faithful repetition until it becomes your unshakable, natural state of being. To expect is to prepare. When the forecast promises rain, the wise farmer brings out a vessel to catch it. When your soul expects abundance, the wise woman prepares to receive it. This preparation is a powerful act of faith. It may be as simple as clearing out a small nagging debt with the joyful expectation of overflow. It may be opening a new bank account specifically for your expected new income. It may be speaking daily affirmations of gratitude for the supply you can't yet see. Preparation proves your expectancy to the universe. It demonstrates that you truly believe abundance is coming. And in that powerful belief, abundance flows. Expectation transforms the experience of delay into a sacred process. The soul without expectation sees delay and calls it denial. It gives up. But the expectant heart knows that delay is not denial. It is preparation. Just as a fruit takes time to ripen on the vine, so does your manifestation. Expectation trusts the divine process. It waits, not in anxiety, but in joyful patience, knowing that the blessing is maturing, that the harvest is ripening, and that at the perfectly appointed time, the supply will appear in its absolute fullness. Expectation is a choice. At every single moment of your day, you may choose to expect fear's outcome or faith's outcome. You may choose to expect lack or to expect abundance. You may choose to expect failure or to expect success. The psalm is your divine compass, constantly guiding your expectation back towards the magnetic north of truth. Each word you speak points your soul toward abundance until expecting good becomes your new, effortless, natural state. When you expect a financial breakthrough, you magnetize the very channels through which it will flow. You become exquisitely sensitive to divine guidance. You become alert to opportunities that were previously invisible to you. You become open to unexpected blessings from surprising sources. Expectancy sharpens your intuition, so that when God whispers a direction, you hear it clearly. Expectancy heightens your awareness, so that when a door opens, even just a crack, you step through it without hesitation. Without expectation, blessings may pass by you completely unnoticed. With expectation, nothing that is meant for you will ever be missed. Expectation is the bridge, and gratitude is the golden pavement upon it. Every thank you, spoken in advance, lays another gleaming stone on that bridge. Every joyful declaration strengthens its divine structure. The more you expect with gratitude, the stronger and more solid the bridge becomes, until your manifestation walks across it, out of the unseen and into your waiting arms, unhindered and complete. Expectation is the law of faith in glorious motion. The psalm is the word. Expectation is the belief. Manifestation is the inevitable result. Speak the psalm. Expect the promise, and receive the fulfillment. Beloved soul, the psalm you speak is not mere poetry. It is a living decree. It is a divine code of abundance. It is a golden bridge between heaven's infinite storehouse and your earthly life. You have learned today that your spoken word carries the same creative power that formed the universe, shaping unseen forces into your visible supply. You have seen that the 7 days of repetition are not empty ritual, but a sacred cycle of divine completion, the sealing of heaven's promise in perfect order. You have discovered that the psalm itself is a spiritual key, capable of unlocking doors that fear and doubt once slammed shut. You have recognized the all-important shift from the shadow of fear into the light of faith, where worry dissolves and a profound peace reigns. And you have walked across the golden bridge of expectancy, knowing with a deep and joyful certainty that what you declare with faith is already on its way to you. As you commit to speaking this psalm for 7 days, remember this: it is not the length of your words, but the depth of your belief that moves mountains. Every syllable carries vibration. Every affirmation carries life. Every ounce of expectation summons manifestation. Speak it not with doubt, but with certainty. Speak it not as a beggar pleading for crumbs, but as a beloved child of the King, calmly and confidently claiming the inheritance that has always been yours. See yourself already supplied. See the doors swinging wide open. See the debts dissolving into nothingness. See opportunities multiplying around you. See the divine channels of your good opening, pouring forth more than you can possibly receive. Let your heart be filled with gratitude now, not later. Let thanksgiving be your song before the harvest arrives. For in the realm of spirit, the realm of truth, the harvest is already yours. For 7 days you speak, but the vibration you create continues far beyond those days. The words you release will echo in the unseen realms, commanding divine substance to take form, compelling blessings to flow to you, calling money, provision, opportunity, and every good thing into your waiting hands. The psalm is alive. It works for you even when you rest. It moves on your behalf even when you are still. Hold fast in faith. Expect with unshakable joy. Stand in the calm assurance of the law. For the same God who so lovingly made you has also, with the same love, made your infinite supply. And he withholds no good thing from you. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow you. Surely abundance shall overtake you. Surely your financial breakthrough is your divine right, and it is unfolding for you now. Leave a comment below and declare with me, I am ready to lead my subconscious. Now take a soft breath and ask your soul this one powerful question. What is the first truth you will speak into being? You know the feeling. It's that sense of running on a treadmill, pouring all of your energy, all of your hope into moving forward, only to look up and realize you are in the exact same spot. It's the same argument, just with a different partner. The same limiting number in your bank account at the end of the month. The same quiet, persistent ache of knowing, deep in your bones, that you were made for more than this. It can feel as though you are standing on one side of a wall of glass. You can see the life you desire on the other side, the ease, the love, the freedom, the wholeness. It feels so close you could almost touch it. But every time you take a step toward it, you walk straight into that invisible, unyielding barrier, leaving you feeling confused, frustrated, and heartbroken. What if I told you that this entire pattern, this invisible wall, this treadmill, is governed by one single unwavering law? And what if I told you that you are already a master of this law? You have just been using it unconsciously to create the very circumstances you are trying so hard to escape. This is where a unique kind of exhaustion sets in. It's not the satisfying tiredness that comes after a day of meaningful work. It's a soul-deep weariness, the exhaustion that comes not from a lack of effort, but from pouring all of your magnificent effort into things that don't truly move the needle. You've been doing everything right, haven't you? You hold the key in your hand. You've read the books, you've said the affirmations, you've done the meditations. You have polished this key with your intentions, charged it with your visualizations. You approach the door to that new life with a heart full of hope, and you turn the key. You feel the click of possibility, but the door remains locked. And in that moment, the old stories rush in to narrate the failure. See? It doesn't work for you. You're doing it wrong. You must be missing something. You're just not worthy of what's on the other side. Let me tell you a truth that can set you free, right here and now. You are not broken. You are not doing it wrong. The issue has never been with your effort or with the key itself. The great and liberating misunderstanding has been this. You have been trying with all your might to pick the lock of a door that was never locked to begin with. You have been trying to earn your way into a house that you already own. The breakthrough you have been praying for is not a new technique or a more powerful mantra. The breakthrough is a remembering so profound, so utterly simple, that it will not add a single thing to you. Instead, it will lovingly and irrevocably strip away everything that is not you, until only the luminous, powerful truth of your being remains. This truth is built on the one law we spoke of, a law as real and as practical as gravity. It is the silent, ever-present, and perfectly obedient force that has been meticulously shaping your entire existence. You have been using this law perfectly your entire life. Now, you will learn to use it consciously. Decades ago, a woman of profound and practical wisdom, a true cartographer of the invisible realms, named Florence Scovel Shinn, mapped this inner landscape with a breathtaking and revolutionary clarity. She was a spiritual pioneer who refused to shroud this timeless truth in complex, esoteric language. She presented it with the simple, unshakable conviction of one who has lived it. She taught that life is a game, and like any game, it is governed by rules. But these rules are not designed to limit you. They are the very architecture of your freedom, she taught, and I paraphrase her timeless wisdom. The invisible forces of life are ever working for you, but they are forever waiting for your clear and unwavering command. And where does this command come from? It is not given through your pleas to a distant God or your desperate, white-knuckled wanting. Your command, my dear, is given through your belief. Your belief is the most powerful, creative, and transformative force you possess. It is the divine architectural pencil with which you draw the blueprint of your life. It is the sacred, creative ink with which you write the story of your days. It is this blueprint, this deeply held conviction, that you hand to the faithful, tireless, and profoundly literal servant of your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind, this great and mysterious power within you, this unseen builder, this faithful gardener, does not question the blueprint. It does not judge it. It does not ask if you are sure or if you might prefer a different design. Its only function, its only sacred duty, is to take the plan you give it and work day and night, marshaling all the forces of the universe, aligning circumstances, people, and events to build the structure of your physical reality to perfectly, flawlessly match that blueprint. Most of us have been unconsciously handing our inner builder a blueprint that was not even our own. It is a tattered, worn-out drawing handed down from our parents, smudged with their fears. It is water-stained with the tears of our ancestors' struggles. It is designed for a small, safe, familiar life of just enough, of struggle, of not yet. And then we stand inside the house it has built for us, a house of constant striving, of near misses, of quiet desperation. And we wonder why we feel so trapped, so frustrated, so hemmed in. We blame the building materials of our circumstances. We blame the stormy weather of the economy. We blame the other people on the construction site of our lives. We blame a distant, withholding, or punishing universe. But the universe is only ever a perfect, flawless mirror. It does not create. It does not judge. It only and always reflects. It reflects back to us with impersonal, loving, and unerring precision the truth of what we believe to be true about ourselves and our world. The great and glorious shift we are embarking on together today is not about screaming at the reflection in the mirror to change. It is not about trying to paint a smile on the reflection while weeping on the inside. It is about changing the one who is being reflected. This journey is a homecoming. It is a gentle, yet absolutely radical reclamation of the power that has always been yours, residing quietly in the sacred center of your being. It is a conscious, deliberate, and final decision to stop being the one who is waiting for life to happen to you, and to start being the one from whom life unfolds. It begins not with more doing, but with a new way of being. It begins not with a new action, but with a new identity. And this new identity, this quantum leap in consciousness, this homecoming to your own sovereign power, is unlocked with just two words that, when truly understood, felt, and embodied as your core reality, do not just change your perspective. They do not just alter your mood. They change the very fabric of your reality, from the inside out. But before we arrive at those two sacred catalytic words, we must first prepare the soil of your consciousness. For me to simply give them to you now would be like planting a precious, life-altering seed in unprepared, rocky, and weed-choked ground. Your mind, that clever and protective guardian of your current reality, would hear them, analyze them, debate them, and likely file them away as just another nice, but ultimately impractical, spiritual idea. But your soul, your body, your very cells would not receive them. And this is not a journey for the mind alone. The mind is a beautiful and necessary tool, but it cannot take you where we are going. This is a journey for your entire being. Let us begin by exploring the world you have built. Let us take a tender, loving, and courageous walk through the museum of your life. Not with judgment, not with shame, not with the harsh inner critic leading the tour, but with the gentle, compassionate curiosity of an archaeologist who knows that every artifact, every ruin, tells a profound story of the civilization that created it. Your life, as it stands today, is a perfect, living, three-dimensional museum of your past beliefs. Every room, every exhibit, every object on display is a physical manifestation of a conviction you have held, consciously or unconsciously, in the sacred temple of your heart. Let's walk together into the wing of your museum dedicated to abundance, to money, to your relationship with the infinite, creative, and loving substance of the universe that we call material supply. For so many of us, especially as women, this is a place of deep, complex, and often painful ancestral wounding. The belief system we inherited around money is rarely a clean, simple thing. It is a complex, knotted tapestry woven with the threads of our parents' anxieties, our grandparents' struggles, our culture's judgments, and our collective fears. The threads of fear, scarcity, guilt, and limitation are often so tightly interwoven that we don't even see them as individual beliefs anymore. They just feel like the way things are. Perhaps you were taught through direct words, or more powerfully, through the unspoken emotional atmosphere of your childhood, that money is the root of all evil, that it is unspiritual to desire it, that good, humble people have little of it, that it is hard to come by and even harder to hold on to, that you must trade your precious, finite life force, your time, your joy, your very soul for it, that there is only a finite pie of resources in the world, and for you to have a bigger slice, someone else, someone more deserving, must have less. This belief system is not just a collection of fleeting ideas. It is a living energy. It is a potent, magnetic frequency. It is a living, breathing, and highly detailed architectural blueprint. When you hold the core belief buried deep in your subconscious, there is never enough, or its more insidious and socially acceptable cousin, there is just enough to get by, but never more than that. What happens in your daily life? Your faithful subconscious mind hears its unwavering command and goes to work immediately, like the most efficient project manager in the universe. Its first task is to create a powerful, customized filter over your perception. You begin to see, hear, and experience the entire world through the lens of lack. You open your mail and your eyes, as if guided by an invisible hand, immediately scan for and fixate on the bills, the demands, the outflows. You feel your body automatically tense. Your breath becomes shallow. Your throat tightens. The familiar cold knot of anxiety clenches in your solar plexus, a physical anchor to an invisible belief. This very physical reaction is a powerful reinforcement, a feedback loop that says, "See, you're right to be scared. The threat is real." You hear a story on the news about inflation or a struggling economy, and a wave of icy fear washes over you. It doesn't feel like information about the world. It feels like a personal prophecy, a confirmation of your deepest terror, because your inner world of belief recognizes it as your truth, your inevitable personal reality. Your subconscious then directs your actions and inactions with masterful surgical precision. A brilliant, inspired, soul-aligned idea for a new business or a creative project drops into your mind in a moment of grace. It feels exciting, expansive, full of light. But almost immediately, the guard dog of your old belief system kicks in, barking a litany of fears. That's too risky. You could lose everything. Remember what happened last time? Who do you think you are to succeed when so many others fail? It's safer to stay small, to keep the job you know, even if it's draining your soul. And so you hesitate. You over-research. You procrastinate. You allow the divine, creative spark to fizzle out into a cloud of doubt. You find yourself in a negotiation for a salary at a new job or a fee for a project that you know you are perfectly qualified for. You know your value in a logical sense. A number comes to mind that feels expansive, right, and honorable. But the inherited blueprint whispers its toxic lies. They'll never pay that. You're being greedy. You're asking for too much. You should just be grateful to have an offer at all. And so you lower your number before you even speak it. You undervalue your sacred work, your God-given talents. You settle for less than you are worth. And in doing so, you create the very reality you feared. You prove your own limiting belief to be true, and the cycle continues. You finally manage, through sheer hard work and determination, to get a little bit ahead. A small surplus, a buffer, appears in your checking account. You feel a fleeting moment of relief, a breath of expansion. And then, like clockwork, the universe delivers a correction. The car transmission fails. The roof starts leaking. An unexpected medical bill arrives. Your subconscious, ever loyal to the blueprint of just enough to scrape by, has perfectly and ingeniously orchestrated an event to bring your outer reality back into perfect alignment with your dominant inner belief. The universe, in its perfect, impersonal, and profound love, simply mirrors this inner state. It doesn't punish you. It doesn't withhold from you. It simply, flawlessly matches your broadcast frequency. If your signal is lack, struggle, and anxiety, it can only deliver experiences that resonate with that signal. It is the unfailing, unchanging law. Now pause. Place a hand on your belly. Take a deep cleansing and restorative breath, and allow yourself, just for a moment, to imagine a different belief, to unroll a new, luminous blueprint. Imagine believing in every cell of your being that abundance is your divine birthright, that the universe is infinitely, extravagantly, and joyfully opulent, and you are its beloved child, inherently deserving of all its riches, both spiritual and material. Imagine knowing that money is simply energy, a beautiful, powerful current of divine circulation, that you are a clear, open, and grateful channel for it to flow to you and through you, blessing everything it touches. Imagine a core conviction that you are divinely supplied, that every need is met with grace and surprising ease before you even have a chance to worry about it. Imagine feeling deep in your bones that your value is inherent and not tied to your productivity or your struggle. Imagine truly believing that your prosperity is not a selfish act, but a sacred one that blesses everyone around you and expands the good in the world. What would that feel like in your body, right in this very moment? Don't just think about it. Allow yourself to actually feel it. Perhaps your shoulders would relax and drop a full inch away from your ears. Your jaw would unclench. Your breath would deepen, filling your belly, a place where so much financial fear is held. When you thought of money, you would feel the cold, metallic grip of constriction, but the warm, radiant, golden sun of expansion. You would feel a sense of profound peace, of unshakable trust, of a quiet, settled, and deeply reassuring knowing. From this state of being, from this new pristine blueprint, your subconscious receives a new and glorious command. It joyfully gets to work, recalibrating your perceptual filters. You start noticing opportunities for growth, collaboration, and generosity that you were completely blind to just hours before. An idea for a new stream of income drops into your mind, and this time, the feeling that accompanies it is not fear, but an exhilarating, soul-tingling, creative excitement. You feel a calm, grounded, and regal confidence when discussing your rates or prices, speaking not from a place of needing to prove your worth, but from a place of simply, quietly inhabiting it. You begin to act like someone who expects to be supported, who knows they are provided for, who trusts implicitly in the benevolent and intelligent flow of life, and the mirror of the universe, the great and loving echo of your inner state. It has no choice but to reflect this new and glorious truth back to you. An unexpected check arrives in the mail from a forgotten investment or a rebate you didn't know you were owed. A new client, your absolute ideal client, finds you as if by magic and insists on paying you in full, up front, expressing deep gratitude for your work. An opportunity to collaborate on a project that lights up your soul and also happens to be wildly profitable appears as if from nowhere. A long-standing debt is mysteriously, miraculously cleared or forgiven. Nothing in the external world changed. The laws of economics did not suddenly bend just for you. But you changed. Your internal point of attraction, your core belief, your fundamental energetic signature shifted. And so, your world, by divine and immutable law, had no choice but to change with you. Now let us walk together, hand in hand, with this same gentle compassion, into another wing of your museum, the room of love, of partnership, of sacred, intimate connection. This room, for so many of us, holds the most tender, the most vulnerable, and the most painful artifacts. It is where the deepest longings of the human heart are on display. How many of us, deep in the hidden, protected chambers of our hearts, carry a core blueprint that says, in one form or another, I am not truly worthy of deep, unconditional, consistent, and lasting love, or its many painful variations. I must perform, perfect myself, and contort my soul into a more pleasing, less difficult shape in order to be chosen and to be kept. Or, real love is a struggle, a constant compromise, a painful sacrifice of my own needs and desires. Or the most heartbreaking and self-sabotaging of all. No matter what, I will always be abandoned in the end, so I must protect myself at all costs. These are not just sad thoughts you have from time to time when you feel lonely. These are powerful, creative, and magnetic directives that have been meticulously shaping your romantic reality for years, perhaps for your entire adult life. When you believe, at your very core, that you must earn love, that it is not your inherent right, your subconscious, in its perfect and unwavering obedience, will guide you toward experiences that relentlessly validate this painful belief. You will find yourself magnetically and often inexplicably drawn to partners who are emotionally unavailable, who are inconsistent in their affection, who keep you in a state of perpetual uncertainty, who require you to prove your worth over and over again. You will find yourself cast in the familiar role of the giver, the fixer, the healer, the overfunctioner, the one who loves more, hoping against hope that one day your superhuman efforts will finally be enough to secure their unwavering devotion and make you feel safe. You will replay the same agonizing dynamic, the same heartbreaking loop of intense hope and crushing disappointment, with different faces and different names, because the underlying blueprint, the core belief about your own intrinsic lovability, remains devastatingly unchanged. You will stand in front of the mirror of your relationship, pointing a finger at the reflection and crying out, "Why are you like this? Why won't you see me for who I am? Why won't you choose me fully and finally?" Not realizing the reflection is only ever showing you the parts of yourself that have not yet fully chosen you, the parts of you that do not yet fully see your own magnificent worth, the parts of you that are still waiting for external validation to feel lovable. The pattern of chasing, of fixing, of proving, of auditioning for a love that should be freely given is originating within you. Now let's pause. Let's place a gentle, loving hand directly over your heart. Feel its steady beat, and let's breathe into a different possibility, a new belief, a new luminous and sacred blueprint for love. I am whole, complete, and radiant with love within myself. Love is not something I get. It is something I am. It is my natural state of being. I am a powerful and serene magnet for the love that is a perfect vibrational match for my own soul's evolution and deepest joy. Divine love has already found the perfect and most beautiful expression for me, and I now allow it to manifest in my life with grace and perfect timing. Imagine holding this belief not as an affirmation you are desperately trying to convince yourself of through gritted teeth, but as a simple, foundational, and self-evident truth, as certain and as natural as the rising of the sun. What would shift inside of you? Your entire energetic signature, your very presence in the world, would transform. The faint, almost imperceptible scent of desperation, of neediness, of seeking, of a subtle energetic leaning forward would be replaced by the quiet, intoxicating, and deeply calming perfume of wholeness. You would no longer be scanning every room, every dating app, every social gathering for someone to fill a void within you. Instead, you would be radiating a sense of completeness that is profoundly, irresistibly attractive to those who are also whole and are seeking a partner, not a project. You would make different choices. You would say a swift, clear, and compassionate no to connections that feel like a project, a compromise, or a haunting replay of an old, painful story. You would radiate a self-possession, a self-love, and a quiet joy in your own company that is magnetically compelling. Your subconscious, holding this new, pristine, and powerful blueprint, would begin to rearrange your reality with a divine intelligence that your conscious mind could never orchestrate. The people, the dynamics, the situations that are not a match for this frequency would naturally, gently, and without drama, fall away. The person who resonates with your wholeness, who is looking not for someone to rescue, but for someone to co-create with, would be drawn into your orbit, not through your striving, your planning, or your manipulation, but through the simple, beautiful, immutable law of resonance. Do you feel the power you hold? Do you see, with a new and breathtaking clarity, what has been happening? You have been the architect all along. You have been the master builder, the creator, the divine source of every single experience in your life. The lack, the struggle, the heartbreak, the frustration, these were not punishments from a cruel universe. They were not evidence of your unworthiness. They were not random misfortunes. They were masterpieces of creation, born from a deeply held, powerful, though likely unconscious belief. This realization should not bring you a single ounce of shame or self-blame. It should bring you a tidal wave of profound, earth-shaking, and glorious liberation. It means you are not broken. You do not need to be fixed. You are not a victim of circumstance, a fragile cork tossed on the merciless, chaotic ocean of life. You are powerful, unimaginably, breathtakingly, divinely powerful. You have simply and innocently been pointing your infinite creative power in the direction of what you do not want. The moment you truly, deeply, and cellularly realize this, the moment you become aware of your own innate, God-given creative capacity, is the moment you reclaim your throne. It is the moment you stop being a passive, frightened passenger in the vehicle of your life and take the steering wheel firmly, lovingly, and consciously into your own capable hands. This is the ultimate empowerment that comes with awareness. You are not learning a new skill. You are remembering an ancient, innate one that has been dormant within you. You are not becoming a creator. You are remembering, with a flood of relief and awe, that you have never, for one single second of your existence, been anything else. Every doubt you have ever harbored, every fear that has ever paralyzed you into inaction has manifested in your life with the same exquisite precision and unshakable power as every joy you have ever experienced, every moment of grace you have ever received. The law works perfectly, impartially, always. It does not distinguish between good and bad beliefs, any more than the fertile soil of the earth distinguishes between a seed for a fragrant rose and a seed for a painful thistle. The soil is pure, impartial potential. It will grow whatever seed you plant within it. You have been planting seeds of weeds and thorns in the sacred garden of your mind. Seeds you did not even know you were holding. Seeds passed down to you by others, and then weeping in frustration and confusion when a garden of fragrant, magnificent roses has not bloomed. Today, right now, in this holy moment, we learn to choose our seeds consciously. We learn to become deliberate, joyful, and sovereign gardeners of the soul. We learn to tend the soil of our minds with love, to plant with intention, and to trust in the inevitable bountiful harvest. This knowing brings us to the very heart of our practice. The practice is not one of complexity, of rigid rules, or of strenuous effort. The path to mastery is always a return to an elegant, profound simplicity. It is a threefold path of sacred becoming, a gentle, rhythmic dance of recognition, declaration, and embodiment that, when practiced with loving consistency, will fundamentally transform the very fabric of your life. The first step, the gentle dawn of all true change, is recognition. This is the practice of compassionate, non-judgmental awareness. It is the sacred act of turning your loving gaze inward. You cannot change a belief you do not know you have. You cannot pull a weed you cannot see. For years, you have been living under the hypnotic spell of your unconscious programming, believing its whispers were your own voice, its limitations were the boundaries of reality itself. Recognition is the moment you begin to awaken from this trance. This is not an exercise in self-flagellation. It is an act of profound self-compassion. For the rest of today, and for all the days that follow, I invite you to become a loving witness to the inner workings of your own mind and body. The key words here are loving and witness. You are not a detective looking for evidence to condemn yourself. You are not a harsh judge presiding over a courtroom of your past mistakes. You are an archaeologist of your own soul, tenderly and curiously brushing the dust off ancient patterns, understanding that each one was created for a reason, likely as a form of protection at some point in your past. When a bill arrives in the mail, and that familiar cold, metallic knot of fear tightens in the pit of your stomach, I invite you to pause. Before you react, before you spin into the story of, how will I pay for this? Simply place a hand on that part of your body. Breathe into it, and say to yourself, with the infinite gentleness you would offer a frightened child, "Ah, there you are. I see you. That is the feeling of the belief that there isn't enough. I recognize you. I feel you in my stomach. It's okay. I am just observing you now. You do not have to fight it. You do not have to wrestle it to the ground or shame it for being there. You simply shine the warm, accepting light of your conscious awareness upon it. When you are scrolling through social media, a seemingly benign act, and you see an announcement of a friend's engagement, a new baby, or a business success, and that sharp, familiar pang of loneliness, of envy, of feeling left behind arises in your chest, I invite you to pause. Before you close the app in a huff or numb yourself with more scrolling, simply close your eyes for a second. Breathe. There it is. That is the feeling of the belief that love is outside of me, that success is for others, that I am lacking, that my time has passed. I see you. I feel you as an ache in my heart. I am just witnessing you with love. When a potential partner you've been excited about suddenly becomes distant or sends a mixed signal, and you feel that immediate, terrifying cascade of anxiety, that urge to fix it, to analyze their every word, to contort yourself into a more pleasing shape, pause, breathe. I recognize this pattern. This is the activation of the belief that I am not worthy of consistent love, that I must earn it, that I am about to be abandoned. I feel this panic in my throat and in my hands. I am here with it. I am not running from it. This simple, repeated act of recognition is profoundly, miraculously powerful. A belief that operates in the darkness and shadows of the unconscious mind has absolute, tyrannical power over you. It runs your life from the control room of your nervous system, pulling the levers of your emotions and dictating your reactions before you even have a chance to think. But a belief that is brought into the light of conscious, loving awareness begins to lose its hypnotic grip. It can no longer pretend to be you. You begin to see it for what it is: an old, inherited, and often outdated program that has been running on autopilot. And any program, my dear, can be lovingly, deliberately, and permanently changed. Think of it like this. You cannot remove a weed in the pitch-black darkness of night. You would stumble, you might pull up a precious flower by mistake, and you would likely miss the weed entirely. You must first turn on the light in the garden to see the weed clearly for what it is. Separate from the flowers, separate from the soil. Recognition is switching on the gentle, loving lamp in the sacred garden of your mind. You practice this not for an hour a day, but as a continuous, gentle orientation. You become a student of your own inner landscape, mapping the terrain of your feelings and tracing them back to the beliefs that gave them birth. This, in and of itself, is a revolutionary act of self-love and reclamation. The second step, the sacred act of planting a new and more beautiful reality, is declaration. Once you have recognized the old belief, the old weed, the temptation is to fight with it, to get down in the dirt and start hacking at its roots, analyzing where it came from, blaming the person who planted it there, cursing its very existence. This is a waste of your precious creative life force energy. What you resist persists. What you fight, you strengthen. A more graceful, powerful, and effective way is to gently, lovingly, and firmly replace it. This is where you consciously and deliberately plant a new seed in the exact spot where the weed once grew. This is the power of your spoken word, your sacred decree. As the great Florence Scovel Shinn taught so beautifully, your word is your wand. When you speak a word with feeling and conviction, you send a potent, creative vibration out into the universe, and that vibration must, by the immutable law of creation, return to you as a manifested experience. Your words are not empty sounds. They are living things. They are commands. They are the seeds of your future. So, when you have recognized the feeling and the thought pattern of lack, you do not deny it or suppress it. You acknowledge its presence, and then you declare your new, higher truth over it. You speak it aloud, if possible. Let the very vibration of the words travel through the water in your cells, recalibrating your entire being to a new frequency. With quiet, calm, and unshakable conviction, you might declare, I see and acknowledge this old, inherited pattern of belief in lack and limitation. And now I dissolve it in the light of this new truth. I now plant the seed of divine, infinite, and ever-present abundance. I am a child of a rich, loving, and infinitely generous universe, and my every need is met with grace, surprising ease, and perfect timing. I am open and receptive to my good. When you recognize the familiar, painful feeling of loneliness or unworthiness in love, you breathe, you acknowledge, and then you declare, I release with love and gratitude for the lessons it taught me. This painful pattern of seeking love and validation outside of myself. I now declare a new reality. I am a radiant, magnetic center of divine love. I am whole, complete, and magnificent just as I am. I am now drawing to myself the divine partnership that is mine by divine right, a love that mirrors, celebrates, and honors my own wholeness. These are not empty, hopeful, wishy-washy affirmations. They are commands. They are sovereign decrees issued from the throne of your own consciousness. They are the new, luminous, architectural blueprints you are handing to your faithful and eager subconscious builder. Now, be prepared. At first, your conscious mind, the loyal and protective guardian of your old familiar identity, will likely stage a rebellion. It will present a mountain of evidence to the contrary. It may scream with the voice of panicked reason. That's a lie. That's not true. Look at your bank account. Look at your empty bed. Look at your past failures. You are just fooling yourself. This is dangerous nonsense. Your job is not to enter into a ferocious debate with your own mind. You will never win that argument because the mind's job is to believe what it sees. Your job is to access a deeper wisdom. You are the queen of your inner kingdom. You do not argue with a dissenting courtier. You simply calmly and regally restate your royal decree. You can say to that frightened part of your mind, "Thank you for your concern. I appreciate you trying to protect me. But I have made a new decision. This is the new law of my land. My word is law." And so it is. You are speaking not to your present circumstances, but from the end result, from your desired reality. You are standing in the feeling of the wish fulfilled and declaring it as a present fact reality. You are planting the new seed over and over and over with the gentle, unshakable persistence of falling rain that eventually, inevitably, softens and penetrates the hardest, most sun-baked ground. Here are 2 more affirmations, in the powerful and direct spirit of Florence, that you can use to water your new seeds daily. The heavy, leaden walls of lack and delay now crumble away into dust before my very eyes, and I now walk forward, unimpeded, into my promised land of abundance, joy, and true love, under grace and in a perfect, miraculous way. I am now divinely and irresistibly guided to my perfect place, my perfect work, and my perfect people. My world is now a flawless, breathtaking reflection of divine order, harmony, beauty, and ever-expanding good. The third and most crucial step, the one that breathes life, fire, and magic into the entire sacred process, is embodiment. This is the step that most people miss, and it is the alchemical secret that makes all the difference in the world. A declaration held only in the thinking mind is a seed left on top of the hard, dry soil, exposed to the elements. It will not, cannot take root. For the seed of your new reality to germinate, to split open and send its roots deep into the creative substance of the universe, it must be planted in the rich, fertile, moist, and life-giving soil of feeling. You must feel the truth of your new reality now, before you have a single shred of external evidence for it. This is not about pretending. It is not a desperate, strained, and inauthentic attempt at faking it until you make it. It is the sacred and powerful art of consciously accessing the frequency, the actual energetic signature of your desire before it has physically manifested. It is remembering the great spiritual law that the feeling is the prayer, the feeling is the magnet, the feeling is the precursor to the form. You must first generate the feeling state of the reality you desire, and then and only then can that reality take form around you. This is not just a mental exercise, it is a neurological one. You are carving new neural pathways of having, of safety, of worthiness. You are teaching your body, on a cellular level, the feeling of its new home. So after you make your powerful declaration, close your eyes. Do not try to visualize the how. The how is the domain of infinite intelligence, and it is infinitely more clever and creative than your conscious mind could ever be. Getting caught up in the details of when, where, and through whom your good will come is the fastest and surest way to introduce doubt, resistance, and constriction. Your job is not the how, your job is the what, and more importantly, the what it feels like. Simply tune your awareness into the feeling of the wish already fulfilled. What does the feeling of complete, unshakable financial security and glorious freedom actually feel like in the cells of your body? Is it a warmth spreading through your chest and down your arms? Is it a profound and total relaxation in your jaw, your neck, your shoulders? Is it a sense of expansive, blissful peace, a quiet, settled hum of well-being that has nothing to do with a number on a screen, but everything to do with a deep cellular trust in life. Breathe into that exact feeling. Allow it to fill every cell, every molecule of your being. Wear that feeling like a beautiful, invisible cashmere garment for the rest of your day. Move through your world from within that feeling. What does the feeling of being deeply, unconditionally, and safely loved, cherished, and adored feel like in your body? Is it a sense of profound safety and belonging, like a warm blanket around your soul? Is it a feeling of being profoundly seen, heard, and celebrated for exactly who you are, with all your quirks and shadows? Is it a quiet, bubbling, radiant joy that emanates from your heart center without cause or condition? Inhabit that feeling now. You do not need another person to be physically present in the room to generate this feeling within yourself. It is an aspect of your own divine nature, your own infinite capacity to be and to feel love. It is your essence. This is the real work. This is the sacred practice. Not for a mere hour a day during your scheduled meditation or journaling time, but as a continuous, moment-to-moment way of being. To recognize the old, declare the new, and then most importantly, to embody the feeling of it being already gloriously, completely, and divinely done. As you begin this powerful practice, as you commit to this deep and profound inner repatterning, something important and often startling will happen. It may at first feel deeply uncomfortable. It may even feel terrifying. The space between letting go of an old, familiar, and strangely comfortable belief system and fully embodying a new, expansive one can feel chaotic. It can feel like you are standing on shifting ground, like the world as you have always known it is dissolving into mist beneath your feet. Please, hear me when I say this. This is not a sign that it isn't working. It is the most powerful and encouraging sign that it is. Imagine you have lived your entire life in a small, cramped, and windowless room. It's not ideal. It's dark. It's confining. It smells a bit musty, but it's familiar. You know every crack in the wall, every creak in the floorboards. It is the known, safe, and predictable container of your identity. You know the rules of the small room. Now you have made the courageous decision to move into a spacious, light-filled, magnificent mansion with vast, fragrant gardens and endless, breathtaking views. As the solid walls of the old, cramped room begin to dissolve, as they become translucent and then disappear, there will inevitably be a period of profound and unsettling disorientation. The familiar landmarks that defined your reality are gone. You might feel a strange sense of loss, a nostalgic ache for the familiar misery. You might feel a moment of sheer, unadulterated panic, an agoraphobia of the soul. The ego, that part of you that identifies with the old story of struggle and limitation, will scream with all of its might, with the urgency of a fire alarm. Go back to the small room. It was safer there. At least we knew the rules of the struggle. At least the disappointment was predictable. We don't know what's out here in this vast, open, unpredictable space. We could get hurt. This discomfort is the sacred friction of transformation. It is the necessary and holy fire of alchemy. It is the undeniable evidence that the caterpillar is dissolving into a nutrient-rich, primordial soup inside the chrysalis. A process that must look and feel like death before it can become resurrection. It is the old self dying to make way for the birth of the new, true self. Do not run from this feeling. Do not distract yourself from it with busyness or numbing behaviors. Breathe into it. Welcome it as a holy messenger. It is the undeniable evidence that the sacred fire is working its magic, turning the heavy, dense lead of your old limitations into the radiant, priceless gold of your authentic, divine self. The outer world may not change overnight. You have planted the new seed, but it needs time to germinate in the darkness, to gather its strength beneath the surface before its first tender green shoot has the power to break through the hard-packed soil of your old reality. During this sacred waiting period, this holy gestation, your faith is the water and the sun. This is when you must stand firm, with the quiet dignity of a queen, in your new identity, in your new feeling state, regardless of what the lagging mirror of your current reality is reflecting back at you. You may find for a time that things even seem to get worse. This is a common and powerful sign of an imminent breakthrough. It is the old reality having a final temper tantrum, testing your resolve, asking you, "Are you sure? Are you really, truly sure you want to leave me behind?" You must trust the unseen process. You must know, with a conviction that transcends logic and defies all appearances, that the most important and powerful work is happening in the invisible first. You are changing the very composition of the soil of your mind, and therefore the harvest is divinely, mathematically, and gloriously inevitable. You have flipped a switch on the inside, in the control room of your consciousness, and the light in the outer room of your life may take a moment to flicker and buzz as the old wiring gives way, but it will come on. The law is immutable, impersonal, and perfect in its operation. This brings us, finally, to the very heart of the matter, the final release, the ultimate, liberating truth that collapses the entire painful, exhausting human game of waiting, wanting, wishing, and striving. You are standing at this threshold, ready for this profound change, not because you are broken or lacking or in need of some cosmic fixing. You do not need to become more worthy, more spiritual, more disciplined, or more deserving to earn the life you desire. You were born infinitely worthy in the eyes of the divine. Your worth is not in question. You are here, in this moment, reading these words, simply to remember who you have always been, beneath it all. The version of you who is effortlessly abundant, who is cherished and adored, who is radiantly healthy and creatively fulfilled, is not some future tense, idealized personality you are trying to build from scratch through sheer effort. It is your original nature. It is your divine blueprint. It is the unshakable truth of you that has been patiently, lovingly waiting beneath the heavy layers of societal conditioning, the false identities you adopted to survive your childhood, and the inherited limiting beliefs of your ancestors. The journey is not one of strained, desperate creation, but of graceful, joyful, and liberating reclamation. And the two words that unlock this reclamation, that serve as the master key to this new and glorious state of being, are a declaration of this timeless foundational truth. They are not a request. They are not a hope. They are a statement of fact from a higher dimension of reality, spoken into this one to make it so. Are you ready to receive them? To let them land in the very center of your being, like a stone dropping into a still pool of water, sending ripples of truth out to every cell? Breathe in deeply. Fill your lungs with the air of this present, powerful, creative moment. And as you breathe out, say these words aloud. Let them be a vow. Let them be a prayer. Let them be a command. Let them land not in the crowded, noisy corridors of your mind, but in the sacred, silent, knowing chamber of your heart. It's already mine. Again, slower this time. Feel the undeniable vibration of them in your throat, in your chest, in your bones. It's already mine. Let that profound and simple truth wash over you. Let it dissolve every last vestige of resistance. Let it soothe the striving, anxious part of you that has worked so hard for so long. The abundance you seek? It's already yours. It exists in its infinite, glorious totality in the invisible storehouse of the universe, awaiting only your conscious feeling claim. The devoted, beautiful, safe love you desire. It's already yours. It is the very fabric of your being, seeking its perfect, harmonious reflection in the outer world. The unshakable peace and well-being you long for? It's already yours. It is the eternal, silent, and ever-present center of your soul. This is not an affirmation designed to convince a skeptical part of yourself. This is a recognition of what is already and has always been true in the realm of spirit, in the quantum field where all potentials exist simultaneously in this eternal creative moment of now. When you declare, with the quiet, unshakable authority of your soul, "It's already mine," you collapse time. You stop projecting your good, your joy, your peace into a perpetually receding future, and you pull it into your present moment through the powerful, magnetic portal of your own consciousness. You shift, finally and forever, from the painful, draining, and repulsive frequency of wanting, which by law can only ever create more experiences of wanting, to the peaceful, magnetic, and receptive frequency of having. Your mind, the faithful servant of the old regime, will stage one last, desperate protest. The old identity will rise up and scream with all its accumulated evidence, "But I don't see it. My 5 senses, my bank account, my current relationship status, my entire life history tell me a completely different and more realistic story." And you will smile gently at that old, frightened, and well-meaning voice. And you will say with the calm, loving, and final authority of a queen who has reclaimed her throne, "My 5 senses can only report on the past. They are excellent historians, showing me the perfect manifestation of my old beliefs. But my belief, my word, my feeling state is a prophet. It creates the future. I choose to stand in the higher reality that transcends appearances. It's already mine, and I will stand here until the world of appearances conforms to my decree." This is the final choice, the ultimate act of faith. Will you continue to believe the lagging historical report of your 5 senses? Or will you choose, right now, to believe the eternal, present tense report of your soul, your inner knowing, which whispers the timeless truth of what is already yours by divine right and sacred inheritance? You are not broken. You are remembering. You are not lacking. You are expanding. You are not waiting. You are becoming. And in your becoming, you are simply returning to the magnificent truth of who you have always been. This is your moment of reclamation. This is your crossing of the sacred threshold. The door was not locked. It was never locked. It simply and always opens inward. And so, I invite you now to make this your sacred silent vow, to walk through the rest of this day, this week, this precious life, from this new, unshakable, and peaceful center of gravity. Move as the one for whom it is already done. Speak as the one who knows her supply is infinite and her words are creative magic. Love as the one who is already whole, complete, and adored. Leave a comment below and seal this new, sacred agreement with the universe and with the deepest part of your own soul. Write, with the conviction of this holy moment fresh in your heart, "I am ready to lead my subconscious." Let this be your declaration, your powerful, uncrossable line in the sand. The moment you stopped looking for the key and remembered, with a flood of relieved laughter, that you were and always have been the door. And now, the only question that truly matters, the question that will shape the rest of your magnificent and unfolding life, is this. Knowing that it's all already yours, who do you choose to be right now, in this holy, creative, and brand new moment? What if I told you that the reason your supply seems stuck, the reason your abundance feels delayed, the reason your money feels blocked, is not because you are not working hard enough, not because you are not smart enough, and certainly not because the world is against you? What if the reason is far simpler and far more powerful? What if I told you that your financial reality is not a reflection of your worth, but a direct reflection of a silent, invisible pattern held deep within your own mind? And that the walls you perceive are not made of circumstance, but of belief. Invisible, yes, but not indestructible. What if I told you there are 3 sacred decrees, 3 patterns of divine truth that have the power to dissolve those barriers, to recalibrate your inner world, and to release a flow of abundance that has been your birthright all along, simply waiting for your permission to arrive? And what if these decrees don't just prepare you for a blessing in the distant future, but can begin to shift the very energetic atmosphere of your life, right now, in this moment? Stay with me, because by the end of our time together, you will hold the 3 sacred decrees that give your good its divine permission to find you. You will understand how to step out of the illusion of financial blockage and into the unwavering reality of your own divine, supernatural overflow. This is the moment your reclamation begins. When we speak of a financial breakthrough, the human mind immediately rushes outward. It looks for strategies. It seeks new investments. It grasps for different ways to increase its income. And listen closely, beloved, for this is a critical truth. These things are not wrong in themselves. They are simply the branches of the tree. They are not the root. The deepest truth is this: every visible manifestation has its root in the invisible realm. Every dollar in your hand was first a thought in a mind. Every opportunity that appears before you was first an energy, an alignment, a vibration. Before money can flow with ease in your physical world, there must first be an open channel in your spirit. Before wealth can manifest in your hands, there must be a deep and unwavering alignment in your heart, in your subconscious mind. To put it another way, your outer world is cast from a mold held within your consciousness. The universe, the divine substance of life, is like liquid gold, ready to pour itself into any form you provide. Your subconscious mind holds the mold. If that inner mold is shaped by thoughts of lack, etched with the patterns of fear, and warped by memories of struggle, then the divine substance can only pour itself out into a reality of lack, fear, and struggle. If your inner life, the sacred workshop where this mold is kept, is cluttered and dusty with doubt and inherited limitation, then no matter how hard you labor in the outer world, you will experience delay. You will know frustration. The life that is cast will feel imperfect, incomplete, with a persistent, quiet emptiness, a sense of running hard but never arriving. This is why the very first step toward unlocking the flow that is yours by divine right is not chasing after more opportunities in the world. It is turning inward, to the kingdom within, and beginning the sacred work of cleansing and reshaping the inner mold. Florence Scovel Shinn taught us that man's word is his wand, filled with magic and power. She understood a fundamental law of the universe, that our inner world of thought and feeling is the cause, and our outer world of experience is the effect. The subconscious mind is the faithful servant, the master craftsman that takes the mold you give it, every deeply held belief, every emotionally charged picture, and works tirelessly, day and night, to bring it into physical form. It does not judge the shape of the mold. It does not question its design. It simply and perfectly creates whatever it is told to create. If in the deep clay of your subconscious, there's the shape that says, money is hard to come by, your faithful servant will arrange circumstances to prove you right. It will bring you experiences of struggle. It will make the flow of money feel like a great effort, because that is the shape of the mold you have provided. If there is a hidden crevice in that mold that whispers, I am not worthy of great wealth, or rich people are not spiritual, your subconscious mind will dutifully create experiences of self-sabotage. It will ensure the final casting has a flaw. It will cause money to slip through your fingers. It will bring you just enough, but never the overflow. It will protect you from becoming that which you subconsciously judge. This is the spiritual blockage. It is not an external enemy. It is not a punishment from the divine. It is the perfect, impersonal operation of a law that is simply responding to the design you have been giving it, consciously or unconsciously, for your entire life. Many of us are walking in this state. We have been promised abundance. We feel a calling for a larger life, a life of freedom, creativity, and generosity. But instead of seeing it manifest, we find ourselves trapped in recurring cycles of debt, of lack, of limitation. The promise is real. The divine, liquid gold of supply is infinite. But the blockage is in the shape of the mold. And so, the first decree, the foundational act that unlocks all financial release, is the decree of cleansing, of realignment. This is not about shame. This is not about guilt. Let us be very clear. To cleanse the mold is not to punish yourself for its past imperfections. It is simply to decide you are no longer available for the flawed reality it creates. It is an act of supreme self-love. It is the moment a master sculptor decides to smooth away the old lines and polish the surface so that the next creation will be flawless. The old grooves are not evil. They are simply patterns that no longer serve the magnificent reality you are destined to manifest. To realign is to consciously, deliberately turn your heart, your mind, your attention away from the appearance of the flawed casting and turn it back toward the one and only source of all substance. It is a sacred shift from dependence on outer conditions, your job, your clients, the economy, to a profound and unshakable dependence on the infinite intelligence within. It is an invitation for that divine power to purify every motive, every hidden attitude, and every action you take related to the energy we call money. Let us speak of the imperfections in the mold. Let us name them, so we may see them clearly and gently smooth them away from our sacred inner form. For some, the flaw is control. They have used money as a shield, a wall, a way to manipulate circumstances or people. To them, money is safety, and so the fear of losing it creates a desperate, tight grip. But the universe cannot give to a closed fist. It can only pour its substance into an open and receptive form. For others, the flaw is a deep and pervasive fear of lack. This fear is a jagged crack running through their mold, dominating their thinking from the moment they wake until the moment they sleep. It is a constant, humming anxiety in the background of their lives. It causes them to hoard, to worry, to obsess over every penny. This fear picture, held constantly in the mind, is a powerful directive to the subconscious to create more situations that justify the fear. It is a prayer, a powerful mold for more of what you do not want. For some, the imperfection is greed, a pursuit of wealth not as a tool for good, not as an expression of divine life, but as an end in itself. They have forgotten that wealth is a servant, not a master, and in so doing, they have become the servant themselves, chained to the endless cycle of more, yet never feeling fulfilled. And for others, the flaw is the misuse of the resources they have already been given. They have poured their divine substance into habits that drain their life force, into purchases that feed the ego but starve the soul. They have sown their seeds in barren ground, wondering why no harvest comes. All of these thought forms, these inner patterns, create spiritual walls. They are static in the divine broadcast. They are impurities and cracks in the mold that block the divine substance from forming a perfect manifestation of prosperity. When you speak the first decree, the decree of cleansing and realignment, you are not just asking for forgiveness for a mistake. You are performing a sacred act of spiritual hygiene. You are opening the pipeline of blessing once again. You are, with love and authority, not just unclogging the flow, but perfecting the form it flows into. Imagine a beautiful, wide pipe designed to carry a powerful river of pure, fresh water from a limitless mountain spring directly to your home. This pipe represents the channel of your divine supply. It is flawless, perfect, and designed for overflow. Now imagine that over the years, stones of doubt, dirt of fear, and tangled roots of inherited beliefs have found their way into that pipe. A belief from your mother that you have to work your fingers to the bone for every dime. A painful memory of a time when there wasn't enough. A subtle message from society that to be spiritual, you must be poor. Each of these is a stone. Each is a clump of dirt. The water, your divine supply, is still flowing from the spring. It has never stopped. It can never stop. It is the nature of the universe to give. But what reaches your home? A trickle, a slow, frustrating drip. Just enough to survive, but never enough to feel the full, rushing power of the river. That is what the experience of financial blessing looks like for so many. It is dripping instead of flowing. The supply is there, but the channel is clogged with wrong beliefs, wrong actions, and wrong attitudes. But the decree of cleansing clears the pipe. It dissolves the stones of doubt. It washes away the dirt of fear. It realigns your spirit with the truth of the ever-flowing river, allowing heaven's infinite supply to move freely, powerfully, and abundantly into every area of your life. It ensures the mold you present is clean, polished, and ready to be filled. So let us begin this sacred work now, in the very workshop of your heart. You must first acknowledge, in the quiet sanctuary of your own being, that money does not own you, that a number in a bank account does not define you, that the opinions of others about your financial state are irrelevant to the truth of who you are. You are a divine being, an expression of the infinite. Your worth is inherent, eternal, and non-negotiable. You must confess, with gentle honesty, if you have allowed the pursuit of things to become your master. You must cleanse the thought, if fear has made you hoard and grasp instead of trust and receive. And most importantly, you must release every pattern of unbelief. For unbelief is the greatest enemy of provision. Unbelief is the act of looking at the imperfect, shadowed object cast by the old mold and declaring it to be more real than the divine artist and the limitless substance available. The adversary, that voice of doubt within your own consciousness, loves to whisper. It is a subtle serpent in the garden of your mind. It whispers that you will never have enough. It whispers that you will always struggle. It whispers that wealth, freedom, and ease are for other people, people who are smarter, luckier, or more deserving than you. But those are lies. They are ghosts. They are echoes of an old reality you are now choosing to leave behind. Listen closely, beloved, for this is the truth you must anchor yourself in now. The truth is that infinite intelligence has already conceived of and provided for a life of joyous abundance for each of its children. The truth is that you were not designed to live in endless financial bondage, but to walk in glorious freedom. You were designed to be a blessing, a channel, a living, breathing testimony to the faithfulness and opulence of the universe. And so, with this understanding, with a heart open and willing, we speak the first decree. Let these words not be mere recitations. Let them rise from the deepest part of you. Let them be your declaration of independence from the tyranny of old thought. Breathe in deeply, and as you exhale, speak this truth into your world. I now cleanse my mind and heart of every false belief about money, every thought of fear, every picture of lack, every pattern of greed, and every inherited doubt is now dissolved and released from my consciousness. I wash the inner mold of my mind clean with the power of my spoken word. My heart is now perfectly realigned with the will of divine intelligence. Every spiritual blockage, every flaw in my inner patterning, conscious or subconscious, standing between me and the infinite blessings already prepared for me, is now completely and permanently removed. I surrender my finances, my supply, my all, into the hands of Infinite Spirit. I choose to trust in its perfect provision. The channel is now clear. The mold is now perfect. The flow is now free. And I am ready to receive. As you speak these words with feeling, with conviction, something profound begins to shift. You may not see it yet with your physical eyes, but in the invisible realm of cause, a great change is occurring. The chains of old thought patterns begin to corrode. The energetic signature of poverty that may have clung to your family line begins to lose its power. This act of cleansing cancels the legal rights that the consciousness of lack has used against you. It realigns you under the divine protection of grace, where blessing flows freely, without obstruction. The great teachers have always known this. The prophet said, "If my people will humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will heal their land." Your land is your consciousness. Your land is your financial reality. When you heal the land of your mind, you restore its productivity. You open the doors of opportunity. You cause fruit to grow where there was once only barrenness. So many fail to see that their money is inextricably tied to their heart posture. As the Master Jesus said, "Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." This is not just a poetic saying. It is a statement of metaphysical law. If your treasure, your focus, your energy is locked in fear, your heart will be bound by the chains of anxiety. If your treasure is consumed by the hungry ghost of greed, your heart will be enslaved to the illusion of more. But if your treasure, your ultimate trust, is surrendered to the infinite spirit within, your heart will be free, and blessings will follow that free and open heart as surely as night follows day. That is why this cleansing is not optional. It is the absolute foundation of true and lasting financial deliverance. Perhaps you are listening to this now, and your soul resonates with a deep and weary truth. You have prayed for a financial breakthrough for years. You have fasted. You have declared affirmations. You have worked long, hard hours. You have done everything you knew how to do in the outer world. But still, it feels like the heavens are made of brass. It feels like your good is always just out of reach. Could it be that the blockage was never external? Could it be that it has always been internal? Could it be that the universe is waiting, with infinite patience and love, for you to surrender the inner mold of lack before it can release the harvest of abundance? The soil of your heart must be tilled. The stones of unbelief must be removed. The weeds of fear must be pulled. Only then can the divine seed of financial blessing take root and grow into a mighty tree. Only then can the mold be made perfect. This cleansing also restores trust. When you declare this decree, you are making a powerful statement to the universe. I no longer rely on my own strained effort. I no longer trust in money as my savior. I no longer place my faith in the shifting sands of the economy. I trust in you, the unchangeable, inexhaustible source alone. And when that confession of trust rises from your lips with true sincerity, heaven responds. The universe rushes to support the one who trusts it. Divine intelligence delights in the humble heart, the heart that is open, teachable, and willing to receive. It is the proud, rigid mind, the one that says, "I know best, and I must do it all myself," that meets with resistance. But to the humble, open heart, the universe gives grace. And what is grace? Grace is divine empowerment. Grace is supernatural favor. Grace is the unseen hand that opens doors no person can shut. And when grace is released into your life, financial doors that were locked and rusted shut for years can suddenly, miraculously, swing open in a moment. Think of the ancient story of the prodigal son. He took his inheritance and wasted it. He lived in riotous living, pursuing outer sensation, and ended up in the vibration of poverty. He was feeding pigs, hungry, broken, and ashamed. His financial blessing was gone. Not because the father had stopped loving him, not because the supply had run out, but because of the misalignment in his own heart. He was out of harmony with the source of his good. In essence, he had taken the perfect mold of his divine sonship and reshaped it into a mold of poverty and separation. But then, the scripture says, he came to himself. That is the moment of realignment. He realized his error. He decided to cleanse himself of his pride. He said, I will arise and go to my father. And in that moment of turning, everything changed. Did his father condemn him? Did his father shame him? No. His father ran to him, embraced him, restored him, clothed him in the finest robes, and celebrated his return. The cleansing of his heart unlocked the complete restoration of his abundance. In the very same way, when you return to the divine with your finances, when you cleanse your heart of mismanagement, of unbelief, of fear or greed, the Father, the infinite source, restores. It does not condemn, it restores. It places a robe of favor upon you. It brings you back into the house of abundance where you have always belonged. This first decree, this prayer of cleansing, must be personal. It is not enough to simply repeat my words. You must let them flow from your own spirit. Take time with this. Sit in the quiet. Allow the spirit of truth within you to search your heart and show you, with infinite gentleness, where the flaws in your inner mold lie. Perhaps you have been careless with the money you have been given. Gently acknowledge it and release the pattern. Perhaps you have been secretly envious of the success of others, which is a powerful statement of lack. See it, bless them, and release the pattern. Perhaps you have deeply doubted the universe's ability or willingness to provide for you in a lavish way. Face that doubt and release it now. Whatever it is, bring it into the light. Do not hide it. Do not excuse it. Lay it before the altar of your own heart. And as you speak your decree, believe that the power of divine love is more than mighty enough to cleanse every wrong attitude, every misuse, every doubt, and every fear. This love not only forgives the past, it dissolves the energy of it. This love not only wipes away the old, flawed casting, it perfects the mold for an entirely new future. And that future includes financial healing. It includes divine opportunities appearing as if from nowhere. It includes the tangible, wonderful, supernatural provision of your every need. Lift your heart now. In this sacred moment, let this be your soul's true declaration. Divine intelligence, I now release every wrong belief I have ever held about money. I release every pattern of trusting in myself more than I have trusted in you. I release all fear. I release all greed. I release all doubt. I release every misuse of the good you have already given me. Cleanse me, O Infinite Spirit. Realign me with the divine idea of my life. From this moment forward, I place my finances, my purpose, and my entire being under your loving authority. I am ready. This, beloved, is the true beginning of financial freedom. It begins not with coins in your pocket, but with a cleansing in your heart. It begins not with a new business plan, but with a new and sacred alignment with the source of all good and a new, perfected inner mold. And as you begin to walk in this cleansed and realigned state, you will notice something miraculous. The very atmosphere around you will begin to shift. A quiet peace will replace the hum of anxiety. A steady faith will replace the sharp sting of fear. A spirit of generosity will replace the tight fist of greed. And where your heart goes, your money will follow. And yet, there comes a point in every woman's spiritual journey when simple wishing is not enough. There are moments when polite requests will not move the mountains of appearance that stand before you. There are times when the barriers holding back your financial blessing are not just circumstantial, but are the hardened crystallization of long-held negative thought forms, both your own and those of the collective consciousness. In those moments, you must rise. You must rise into the full stature of your spiritual authority and declare a breakthrough. You must step into your rightful position as a co-creator with the divine and use the spiritual weapons of thought and word that have been placed in your hands. And so, we learn to speak with a new authority. This is not a decree of begging. It is a decree of commanding. It is not a decree of weakness. It is a decree of strength. It is not a decree of hoping. It is a decree of knowing. Florence Scovel Shinn taught a profound truth. The subconscious mind has no sense of humor, and people often joke themselves into unhappy experiences. She understood that the subconscious is an impersonal force, like electricity or steam. It will work for anyone, to create anything. It simply follows direction. Your conscious mind is the director, the artisan. Your spoken word is the command that shapes the mold. The financial blockages that you experience are often tied to these invisible forces, these deeply ingrained directives you have given your subconscious mind over a lifetime. They are the army of the aliens, as Florence called them, the fearful, doubtful thoughts that rise up to challenge your new state of consciousness. These are not external demons or devils in the traditional sense. They are your own creations, your own thought forms, given life by your past belief and fear. They are the old, broken mold, crying out that it is the only reality. The great adversary is always the thought of doubt. The thief that comes to steal, kill, and destroy is the fear that enters your mind and steals your peace, kills your faith, and destroys your vision of abundance. If this energy cannot destroy your soul, it will attempt to steal your resources. If it cannot silence your faith, it will attempt to drain your finances, keeping you trapped in the low vibration energy of survival, so that you never have the freedom or the resources to thrive in your divine purpose. That is why this decree of authority is so critical. It confronts this army of aliens, these old thoughts, these appearances of lack, and it enforces the will of divine intelligence in your financial life. It is you, the master artisan, stepping into the workshop of your mind and saying with quiet, unshakable power, "That old mold is obsolete. It is broken. We are casting from a new design now." When you speak with this authority, you are not speaking from your own personal power, from the limited human ego. That would be futile. You are speaking from a place of alignment with divine power. It is delegated authority. Consider a police officer standing in the middle of a busy intersection. She may not be physically stronger than the drivers in the massive trucks that approach, but when she raises her hand, they stop. Why? Because she is not acting in her own personal power. She is wearing the uniform and carrying the badge of the government. She represents a larger authority, and her command compels obedience. In the same way, when you speak the word of truth, you are not speaking as an ordinary, limited human being. You are standing as a representative of the kingdom of heaven within. You are clothed with the authority of divine mind itself. You are backed by the irresistible power of spiritual law. The victory of life over death, of abundance over lack, of truth over illusion. Therefore, when you confront the appearance of a financial blockage, an unexpected bill, a client who doesn't pay, a job that ends, you do not plead timidly with the universe. You do not collapse into fear. You stand in your spiritual poise. You command boldly. You declare with unwavering faith that every obstacle must now dissolve. You decree that every chain of limitation must now break. You resist the appearance of poverty, the appearance of debt, the appearance of delay, and you drive them out of your consciousness with the authority of heaven. You take a spiritual hammer and you break the old mold of poverty forever. The ancient law is to resist the devil and he will flee from you. The devil is adverse circumstance, the manifestation of fearful thought. Resistance requires authority. It requires standing firm in the truth. It requires speaking words of power that the old energy of lack cannot withstand. This decree of authority is built upon the rock of spiritual law. You cannot exercise authority without knowing what has been promised, what is eternally true. The law of the universe declares that infinite spirit delights in the prosperity of its children. The law of the universe declares that when we align with it, it opens the windows of heaven and pours out a blessing so great there is not room enough to receive it. The law of the universe declares that we are given the power to get wealth, so that the covenant of good may be established on the earth through us. When you speak with authority, you anchor your declarations in these eternal promises. You remind the army of aliens, the fearful thoughts, of what God, the law, has spoken. You remind your own spirit of what is unshakably true, regardless of appearances. And you stand firm, unwavering, until the manifestation of that truth appears. Let us speak it now. Feel the power rising within you as you claim your divine dominion. In the name of my own divine self, the Christ within, I now take authority over my financial world. I speak my word to every spirit of poverty, every energy of delay, and every appearance of financial stagnation, and I say, you are a lie. You have no power over me. The old mold of lack is broken and dissolved now by the power of my word. Every chain holding back my resources is broken now. Every door that appeared to be closed is now opened by the power of divine intelligence. I declare that all the money and all the opportunities that are mine by divine right now find their way to me, under grace, in perfect ways. They can no longer be delayed. They can no longer be diverted. I walk in divine abundance and supernatural breakthrough now. These words are not just a plea. They are a command. They are a spiritual decree. As you release them in faith, the energy field around you begins to change. The chains of old debt consciousness, which once seemed unbreakable, begin to snap. The doors of opportunity, which seemed bolted shut, begin to creak open. The resources that were diverted away from you by your own past beliefs in diversion and delay begin to flow back into your direction. This decree of authority releases a sound in the spirit realm, a vibration that the energy of lack cannot withstand. It is the roar of the Lion of Judah, the triumphant Christ consciousness, echoing through your voice. You must understand that this financial warfare is real, but it is entirely within your own consciousness. Some doors are closed not because of a lack of skill or effort on your part, but because of spiritual resistance, the hardened thought forms of your own and others' making. Think of the story of Daniel, who prayed for 21 days. The angel finally came to him and said that from the very first day he prayed, his request was heard in heaven. But the answer was resisted. It was held up in the realms of consciousness by a contrary force. The breakthrough only came after persistent spiritual effort. In the same way, your financial blessing may have already been released from the universal treasury. The divine idea is already there, perfect and complete. But it may be being resisted in the psychic realm by your own fears, doubts, and expectations of delay. That is why you must speak with authority until the resistance is broken, until the new belief has hardened into fact, until the new mold has fully set. Authority is not passive. It is active. You cannot whisper meekly at the mountains of debt and lack and expect them to move. You must lift your voice with boldness. You must speak as one who knows that the entire universe rearranges itself to obey a command given in faith. You must declare, day after day, moment after moment, whenever the army of aliens appears, I am not under any curse of poverty. I am redeemed by divine love from any law of lack. I am a child of the King, and abundance is my divine inheritance. Every force, every thought, every appearance blocking my finances, I command you to dissolve and disappear in the name of my divine I Am presence. These declarations release power. They are not mere words, they are spiritual weapons. They are high-frequency vibrations that shatter low-frequency realities. When you speak with authority, you must also specifically renounce and release every covenant, every agreement, and every negative word ever spoken over your finances. This is a profound act of spiritual cleansing. Some people are bound by energetic patterns of generational poverty. Their forefathers, living in a consciousness of struggle, made subconscious agreements with lack. These are not punishments, but simply inherited mental patterns, like inheriting the color of one's eyes. Some are limited by curses spoken over them. Perhaps a parent who said in anger, "You'll never amount to anything," or a teacher who said, "You're not good with numbers." These words, charged with emotion, can become powerful hypnotic suggestions to the subconscious mind. But when you stand in your divine authority, you break those agreements. You cancel those old words. You are the sole authority in your own kingdom now. You declare, every curse, every negative word ever spoken over my finances, I break its power now by the authority of my own Christ mind. I neutralize it. I erase it. Every generational chain of poverty, I command it to be loosed from my life, from my family, and from my descendants forever. I declare freedom. I declare a new beginning. I declare divine breakthrough in the name of infinite good. This authority requires persistence. Florence Scovel's Shin tells the story of a man who commanded a stubborn mule to move, but the mule would not budge. He commanded it again and again with no result. Finally, a wise old man told him, "You have to speak to him with authority." The man then spoke with such force and conviction that the mule immediately obeyed. Your subconscious mind is like that mule. It is stubborn. It is used to the old commands of lack and limitation. You must speak your new command with such persistent faith and authority that it has no choice but to obey. Do not declare it once and then surrender to doubt when the mailman brings another bill. No, that is the very moment to stand taller. That is the test. That is the army of the aliens showing up to see if you truly mean it. You look at that bill, and you speak your word to it. You are already paid. Divine substance is limitless, and this is but a drop in the bucket. I give thanks for the divine supply that meets this and every need with a surplus. Declare your victory each morning when you wake. Command the blessing to manifest. Bind the energy of fear from touching your resources. Loose the angels, the divine messengers and ideas of God to bring opportunities into your path. The spiritual realm responds to consistent, unwavering authority. Consider the story of Joshua before the walls of Jericho. God, the law, had already promised him the land. The victory was already a spiritual fact. But he still had to act. He had to march around the city. He had to command the people to release a shout of authority. The walls did not fall because of physical force. They fell because of spiritual authority expressed through obedient action and a powerful spoken word. In the same way, your financial walls of Jericho, the debts, the bills, the lack, will fall. They must fall. It is law. But they will fall when you combine your inner alignment with your authoritative, persistent declaration. You may feel surrounded by the appearance of limitation, but when you release the shout of faith through your decree of authority, those walls cannot stand. They are illusion. They must crumble into the nothingness from which they came. This decree of authority also requires that you begin to see yourself as divine intelligence sees you. The energy of lack thrives on intimidation. It wants you to believe that you are small, that you are powerless, that you will always be poor, that you will never rise above your current circumstances. But you must now refuse to wear those shabby clothes of victimhood. You must clothe yourself daily in the royal robes of your true identity. You are seated with Christ in heavenly places, in a high state of consciousness. You are more than a conqueror over every appearance of limitation. You are blessed in the city and blessed in the field. You are blessed in your coming in and your going out. You are the head and not the tail. You are above only and not beneath. When you embrace this divine identity, your words carry the weight of the universe. You are no longer speaking as a victim begging for scraps. You are speaking as a victor, a queen, enforcing the inheritance that is already yours. So lift your heart now. Let faith rise like a lion within you, and declare with absolute conviction, I reject every spirit of lack and limitation. I break every chain of delay. I command my divinely appointed resources to flow to me now in a mighty, irresistible flood. I decree that my destiny is not poverty, but prosperity, not lack, but limitless abundance, not bondage, but glorious freedom. Every resistance against my finances, conscious or subconscious, is now utterly and completely defeated by the power of my spoken word. I call forth open doors of opportunity. I call forth divine connections. I call forth supernatural increase from the north, the south, the east, and the west. My world is now governed by the divine law of abundance, and all things are possible. As these words flow from your mouth, beloved, know that they do not vanish into the air. They are living things. They travel into the spirit realm, the realm of cause, where they become marching orders for the universe. They confront the old principalities of your mind, the embedded beliefs in struggle, and they dismantle those strongholds. They release the hand of God, the power of the law, to move on your behalf in ways that will astonish you. The decree of authority is the weapon that transforms the unseen world of your consciousness. And when the unseen shifts, the seen world must follow. It has no choice. Never again underestimate the power of speaking with authority. The centurion said to the master healer, I too am a man under authority. I say to this one, go, and he goes. And Jesus marveled at his faith, because he understood the principle of delegated power. That same principle works for you today in the spiritual realm. When you tell lack to go, it must go. When you tell your divine blessing to come, it must come. When you command delay to break, it must break. Not because of who you are in your small personal self, but because of who you are in Christ, in the divine, as a center of God consciousness. Therefore, let your inner conversation shift today. Let it move from weak begging to strong declaring. Let your words carry the weight of heaven's authority. Let your declarations ring with the power of the Spirit of truth. And as you walk in this new authority, watch, just watch. Watch as the blockages in your finances crumble. Watch as unexpected opportunities begin to appear from the most surprising places. Watch as the supernatural provision of God overtakes you, for you have spoken the word, and your word is law. And once you claim this power, you realize there is a season in a woman's life when survival is no longer enough. God, the infinite good, never designed his children to live a life of merely scraping by, not to be perpetually counting every coin, trapped in a gray, anxious world of just enough for tomorrow. The infinite has revealed itself from the beginning of time as Jehovah Jireh, the Lord who provides. In our language, we call it divine supply, the inexhaustible source, the universal bank of the imagination. The name does not matter. The principle is eternal. Its desire is not just to meet your basic needs, but to fill your life to overflowing with such abundance that you can fully and gloriously fulfill your divine purpose. Bless everyone you touch, and stand as a shining testament to the opulent nature of spirit. This brings us to the final, most joyful part of our work, the decree of receiving and overflow. This is the sacred statement that invites God's supernatural, surprising supply into the very fabric of your life. It is the decree that shifts you from the cramped posture of scarcity into the expansive, joyous reality of true abundance. Now listen closely, for this is a subtle and vital point. Provision, true divine provision, is not only about receiving money. To focus only on cash is to limit the universe, which has a million avenues of supply at its disposal. True provision encompasses wisdom. It encompasses favor. It encompasses brilliant million-dollar ideas. It encompasses divine connections and perfect timing. Sometimes the universe provides, not by dropping a check in your lap, but by opening a door to an opportunity you never could have imagined. Sometimes it provides not with currency, but with a sudden game-changing idea that flows into your mind in the middle of the night. Sometimes it provides by aligning you with the perfect person at the perfect moment who holds the key to your next great expansion. Provision is infinitely broader than currency. It is the divine orchestration of all resources in your life so that you lack no good thing needed to walk in the divine destiny that God has planned for you. When you speak the decree of receiving an overflow, you are not just asking for wealth. You are activating the law of divine orchestration. You are calling forth supernatural wisdom. You are commanding heaven's limitless resources to manifest on earth, for you and through you. You are consciously creating an inner mold that is not just for a cup, but for a vast and beautiful fountain. The psalmist declared, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." This is not just a beautiful poem. It is a profound declaration of metaphysical law. It is a revelation of perfect provision. If the Lord, the law of good, truly is your shepherd, your guide, your source, then want or lack cannot be your permanent address. Lack may come as a temporary appearance, a shadow passing by, but it cannot stay. Scarcity may knock at your door, a visitor from the old consciousness, but it cannot take up residence. Why? Because the Good Shepherd always leads his flock to green pastures and beside still waters. If you are following that inner guidance faithfully, you must expect that provision is your portion. It is your birthright. So this decree is not about begging the universe to give you something it has been withholding. It is about aligning your consciousness with the glorious good that it has already promised, that it has already provided for you in the invisible realm. You are simply calling it forth into manifestation. Let us lift the sacred words of this powerful decree. Feel your heart expand with gratitude and joyful expectation as you speak. I give thanks for my shepherd, the divine intelligence within me, which is my unfailing and inexhaustible provider. I am now open and receptive to my good. I ask for and I receive divine wisdom to manage wealth. I claim and accept open doors of favor with all. I call forth and welcome a continuous stream of divine opportunities for increase. I decree that my cup overflows. The mold of my life is shaped for overflow. I have more than enough to bless others, to advance the kingdom of good, and to live as a radiant testimony of God's faithfulness. I declare that lack is no longer my portion. Abundance, overflow, and perpetual provision are mine in Christ. My good is now made manifest. This decree carries profound, multi-layered power. First, it acknowledges divine intelligence as the ultimate source. Too often, we place our trust in channels. We trust our jobs, our businesses, our clients, our governments. But these are merely the channels, the pipes through which the water flows. They are not the limitless mountain spring itself. The true source of all provision is God, the infinite spirit. When one channel closes, the source can instantly open another, and another, and another. When one stream seems to dry up, the source can cause mighty rivers to flow in the desert of your life. Your employer is not your provider. The stock market is not your provider. Your business is not your provider. God is your provider. And that provider can command provision from the most unexpected and miraculous places. Ravens, the most unlikely of birds, fed the prophet in the wilderness. Manna, a substance never before seen, fell from heaven for the Israelites. a coin was found in the mouth of a fish to pay a tax. These are not just charming fairy tales. They are historical records of the operation of supernatural law. They are powerful testimonies meant to remind us that God's resources are unlimited, and His ways of providing are beyond our wildest imaginings. When you anchor your faith in the source, not the channel, you live in a state of perpetual security and peace. Second, this decree specifically asks for wisdom. This is perhaps the most overlooked key to lasting wealth. Many times, financial struggle does not come from a lack of money flowing in, but from a lack of wisdom to manage what comes. If the universe poured $1 million into a vessel riddled with holes of poor judgment, fear, and bad habits, that supply would quickly vanish, and the person would be right back where they started. Wisdom is what makes the mold of your life strong enough to hold the blessing. Wisdom seals the vessel. Wisdom teaches you how to invest, how to save, and when to spend. Wisdom guides you in your stewardship. Wisdom empowers you to give with joy and intelligence. Wisdom keeps you from falling into the subtle traps of debt and from misusing the sacred resources you have been given. That is why King Solomon, when God asked him what he desired most, did not ask for riches. He asked for wisdom. And because he chose the root of the tree instead of the fruit, God gave him both. He received such wisdom that kings and queens came from all over the world to hear him. And with that wisdom came riches and honor beyond measure. When you pray for provision, always, always ask for the wisdom to steward it. For wisdom ensures that the provision is not just a momentary windfall, but a sustained and ever-increasing reality. Third, this decree calls for open doors of favor. Favor is the currency of heaven. One moment of divine favor can accomplish what 10 years of hard, grinding labor could never achieve. Favor is what caused Joseph, a forgotten prisoner, to be summoned from the dungeon and made prime minister of Egypt in a single day. Favor is what caused Ruth, a poor foreign widow, to glean in the exact right field, capturing the attention of its wealthy owner and leading her into her glorious destiny. Favor is what surrounded Esther, an orphan girl, granting her access to the king's heart and empowering her to save her entire nation. When divine favor rests upon you, opportunities come looking for you. Doors swing open that you did not even know existed. People go out of their way to help you, to bless you, to promote you, for reasons they themselves cannot explain. Blessings flow to you that no human hand could ever block. That is why you must ask for and expect favor continually. For favor transforms your ordinary human effort into extraordinary supernatural results. Fourth, and this is the pinnacle, this decree asks for overflow, not just provision, not just enough. God does not want you to live your life on the razor's edge of barely making it. He desires that your cup, your life, your bank account, your joy runneth over. He wants the mold of your consciousness to be so vast, so generous, that it naturally creates more than enough. Why? Why the overflow? Because a provision that only meets your own needs is a blessing that stops with you. But when there is overflow, you have more than enough. More than enough to bless your family, more than enough to support your community, more than enough to generously fund the work of God on earth, the causes and missions that are written on your heart. Overflow turns you from a receiver into a giver, from a borrower into a lender, from one who is dependent on the world into one who is a distributor of heaven's resources. The ancient promise says, "You will lend to many nations and not borrow." That is the consciousness of overflow. It is the glorious shift where you no longer pray only for your own needs to be met, but you begin to wake up each morning and ask the universe, whose needs can I meet today? How can you use my abundance to be a blessing in the world? Overflow is also a powerful testimony. When the world, which is so often trapped in fear and lack, sees a woman of faith prospering with absolute integrity, managing her resources with profound wisdom, and giving with breathtaking generosity. It points them to the reality of a loving and abundant God. Provision without a testimony is incomplete, but provision that becomes a testimony brings glory to heaven and hope to humanity. That is why your financial blessing is never, ever only about you. It is about showcasing the goodness, the faithfulness, and the opulence of the divine to a world that is starving for it. When your life is marked by supernatural provision, you become a walking billboard for the kingdom of heaven. You become living proof that God's laws work. But here is the key, beloved. To walk in this reality of provision and overflow, you must be ruthless in breaking with the old mindset of scarcity. That is the final boss in this game of life. That is the old, cramped, brittle mold you must shatter forever. The scarcity mindset is a subtle poison. It whispers, "There's not enough to go around. If she gets a big piece of the pie, that means there's less for me." The abundance mindset knows the truth. God's pie is infinite. Her success is proof of what's possible for me, and I celebrate her. Scarcity makes you cling tightly to what you have, terrified that if you release it, you will lose it forever. Abundance makes you give freely, joyfully, knowing that what you sow will always return to you, multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Giving is the great secret to receiving. Scarcity focuses on what is lacking. It sees the hole in the donut. Its conversation is filled with complaints, worries, and problems. Abundance focuses on the limitless supply of heaven. It sees the donut. Its conversation is filled with gratitude, possibility, and solutions. This decree of receiving and overflow must be accompanied by a daily, conscious renewal of your mind, so that you begin to think not in terms of earthly shortage, but in terms of God's inexhaustible, ever-present, all-sufficient resources. Consider the widow of Zarephath. The prophet asked her to make him a small cake of bread. She looked at her circumstances with the eyes of scarcity. She saw only a little flour and a little oil in her jar. She believed she would eat one last meal with her son, and then they would die. That was her reality, based on appearances. That was a scarcity mindset, a mold shaped for a final meal in death. But when she chose to obey the prophetic word, the word of truth, and act from a place of abundance, even with the little she had, when she gave first, trusting in the law, a miracle was unlocked. Her jar of flour was never empty. Her jug of oil never ran dry. The overflow began with one small act of obedient faith that defied appearances. In the same way, your provision is so often unlocked as you release what seems small into the hands of God. A boy's tiny lunch of 5 loaves and 2 fish was multiplied to feed thousands. Your small seed of time, talent, or treasure can unlock a great harvest when it is placed in God's hands with faith and love. This is why the decree of receiving must be accompanied by a willingness to sow. Because God, the law, multiplies what is released, not what is hoarded. So as you lift this third and final decree, use the sacred power of your imagination. Picture your life surrounded by the golden light of divine supply. See doors of opportunity swinging open for you in the most unexpected and wonderful places. Feel the thrill of brilliant, creative ideas flowing into your mind. Ideas that create new and effortless streams of income. Picture yourself meeting the perfect people who carry answers, opportunities, and resources for you. See your cup. It is not just full, it is running over. See yourself writing checks to charities with joy. See yourself blessing your family and friends without a second thought. See yourself funding your dreams and the dreams of others. This is not wishful thinking. This is spiritual work. This is aligning your imagination, the workshop of God, with the promises of truth. As Florence taught, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not yet seen. When you see your provision clearly in your spirit, when you feel the reality of it in your heart, it is law that it must manifest in your natural world. Lift your voice one more time. Speak as if it is already done. for in the mind of God it is. O Lord, my shepherd, I joyfully receive your limitless provision. I walk in divine wisdom. I step into supernatural favor. I declare that my cup runs over. I am not called to lack, but to abundance. I am not designed for scarcity, but for glorious overflow. I receive open doors, divine opportunities, and supernatural increase now. I live as a testimony of your faithfulness, and I use my magnificent provision to advance your kingdom of good on earth. And so it is. As you pray this way, as you decree this truth daily, your entire atmosphere will shift. Where there was once the cold grip of fear, there will be the warm embrace of peace. Where there was once the heavy weight of stagnation, there will be the joyful dance of movement. Where there was once the barren desert of lack, there will be the gushing river of divine supply. Heaven is filled with abundance. It is the nature of the universe. And when you align your decrees, your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions with God's will of infinite good, that abundance flows into your life in a powerful, joyful, and unstoppable measure. We have walked together through 3 powerful decrees, 3 spiritual keys designed to unlock the money that has appeared blocked and to break every chain of financial bondage in your consciousness. First came the decree of cleansing and realignment, for before the hand of God can release its limitless provision, the heart of woman must be made right. The subconscious mind, the inner mold, must be cleared of the weeds of sin, which is simply missing the mark of our own divinity. The old mistaken beliefs in unbelief, greed, and fear clog the channels of blessing. But the cleansing word clears the way for heaven's supply to flow. Then came the decree of authority and dissolving resistance. For there are forces, hardened thought forms in your own consciousness that resist your financial destiny. And it takes spiritual authority, the power of your I Am presence, to silence them. In Christ, in your divine self, you are not a beggar. You are a victor. You are a queen upon the throne of your own life, and you have the authority to command the chains of poverty consciousness to break and to declare open the doors of your God-given abundance. And finally, we embrace the decree of receiving and overflow. The sacred place where you no longer live in the cramped space of survival, but expand into the glorious reality of abundance. It is here that you recognize God as your one and only source. You receive the divine wisdom for stewardship. You walk in supernatural favor, and you carry more than enough to be a fountain of blessing to others and to advance the causes of good in the world. These 3 decrees are not empty words. They are spiritual keys. Each one opens a different lock on the same door. And when they are used together, consistently and with faith, they create a flow of blessing that no army of aliens, no appearance of lack, can ever stop. The cleansing decree aligns you with God's will. The authority decree enforces God's promises against all resistance. And the receiving decree releases you into a life of glorious, ever-increasing overflow. As you carry these sacred decrees into your daily walk, into the quiet moments of your morning and the peaceful reflection of your night, remember this final truth. Financial freedom begins in the spirit before it ever manifests in the natural. You are not trying to create something from nothing. You are simply remembering the truth of who you are and allowing what is already yours to come forth. You are not broken. You have never been broken. You are simply remembering your power. The same divine law that multiplied oil for the widow, that rained manna from heaven, that placed a coin in a fish's mouth, is the very same law, the very same intelligence, the very same love that desires to provide for you today in ways that are perfectly tailored to the divine design of your life. Do not see these decrees as one-time recitations, but as the foundation of a new lifestyle. Live with a heart that is continually being cleansed. Walk in the quiet confidence of your spiritual authority, and expect, with childlike joy, the continual, surprising, and wonderful provision of your source. In doing so, you will not only experience a profound and lasting breakthrough in your own finances, but you will become a channel, a conduit, a river of life and blessing to others. What was once blocked will now flow. What was once delayed will now accelerate. And what was once empty will now overflow. For the God of abundance, the infinite intelligence of the universe, delights in blessing his children and making them radiant, prosperous testimonies of his faithfulness. This is your truth. This is your choice. The keys are now in your hand. If you are ready to command your subconscious mind, to cleanse the channel, and to claim your divine inheritance of abundance, make a public declaration of your choice. Go to the comments and declare with power, I speak the word of my abundance into being. And now, as we close our sacred time together, I leave you with one question to hold in your heart. What is the first beautiful, generous thing you will do when your overflow arrives? See it, feel it, and know that it is already done. Welcome, dear one, to Florence Scovel Shin Daily. You are here because you know there is an amazing power of abundance inside you, a divine law waiting for your command. In the moments that follow, we will use the power of the spoken word to activate this truth. Allow these affirmations to impress themselves upon your subconscious mind, transforming you into a living magnet for every good thing. Listen every day for the most profound results. And so, we begin. Bring your full attention to this present moment. Quiet the noise of the outer world and prepare to hear the truth within. Let these words be the only reality. We are not here to wish or to hope. We are not here to plead with the universe for what we lack. We are here to do a great and sacred work. We are here to speak the word, to command our reality into perfect alignment with divine law. Your imagination is the great artist. Your subconscious mind is the faithful builder. And your word is the blueprint. Right now, we hand our faithful builder a new, flawless design. A blueprint of unshakable prosperity and divine abundance. These words will sink deep into the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. They will be accepted as truth. They will become law in your world. And they will manifest under grace, in perfect and miraculous ways. There is no need to force or concentrate. Simply relax and allow these truths to become your own. Let us begin by speaking to the great I Am within. I am, the beginning and the end of all creation. I am the master of my world. I am the captain of my soul. My subconscious mind is my loyal and tireless servant. It does not argue. It does not doubt. It only obeys. It takes my every deeply felt word, my every clear conviction, and works day and night to bring it into form. Right now, I give my faithful servant its divine and final instructions. My word is the law of my universe. What I decree is now established upon the earth. I am a perfect and clear channel for divine expression. I am an instrument for the infinite to express its own perfection. The will of my highest self is the will of God, and that will is for perfect peace, perfect joy, and perfect abundance. I am one with the source of all that is. Therefore, I am one with the source of all wealth. I am a center of divine operation. The infinite intelligence that created worlds now flows through me. I am one with this power. I am guided by this wisdom. I am sustained by this love. There is no separation. I do not struggle. I do not strain. I do not force. I simply align with the truth, speak the word, and allow the law to work its perfect magic. I am a powerful spiritual magnet, and what is mine by divine right now comes to me. It cannot be denied. There is no opposition in spirit. Therefore, there is no real opposition to my good. I stand in the light of this truth, fully awake to my power. And so it is. Let us now clear the path for your good to arrive. Let this release be gentle. It is not a battle. It is a soft and final letting go. We simply open the doors and allow what is false to depart, making way for what is true. That I now dissolve and release every old record of failure, lack, and limitation. In my conscious and subconscious mind, I erase every inherited belief in struggle. I release the belief that spiritual people must be poor. I release the belief that I must work hard and sacrifice to be wealthy. I release every ancestral vow of poverty that was never mine to carry. I lovingly release every family pattern of just getting by or not having enough. Their story is not my story. I give my ancestors the gift of my freedom now. I cancel every vow of poverty, spoken or unspoken, conscious or unconscious. I neutralize every memory of disappointment with the light of this present truth. These are but shadows, phantoms of the past. They have no power over me, for I am a new creation in this very moment. The light of my awareness dissolves them completely. The slate is clean. My path is clear. I now address every burden of fear, worry, and doubt. The burden of how the bills will be paid. The burden of future uncertainty. The burden of past financial mistakes. I cast this burden on the Christ within. I go free. I am no longer the keeper of these worries. I am free. I give every problem of lack to the infinite intelligence within me to solve. I cast this burden on the Christ within. I go free to live in joy and abundance. I release all resistance to wealth. I release the fear of having more than others. I release the fear of being seen in my success. I release the fear of being judged for my wealth. I release the fear that I will lose what I gain. I am divinely protected, and my good is permanent. I let go of every fear surrounding money, fear of having it, fear of losing it, fear of managing it. I release all guilt about desiring a rich, full, abundant life. Prosperity is my birthright. It is a spiritual idea. It is God's good pleasure to give me the kingdom. I let go of the need to know how my good will come. The how is the domain of infinite spirit. My work is to believe, to accept, and to receive with a grateful heart. I surrender the timeline. I release all anxiety. My faith is the bridge that carries me over every sea of doubt and into the promised land of my fulfillment. I am at peace with the process. I trust the divine unfolding. I now forgive everyone who has ever caused me financial harm or stress. I release them to their highest good, and I cut all energetic cords. I am free, and they are free. I forgive myself for every past mistake, for every unwise decision. I see now that every detour was part of the journey back to this moment of clarity. I bless the past. I give thanks for its lessons, and I let it go. It is complete. I close the door on envy, resentment, and comparison. Another's good is a sign of my own good on its way. I rejoice in the prosperity of others, knowing that the universal storehouse is infinite. There is more than enough for all. My heart is pure. My mind is still. My path is clear. And so it is. Let us now embrace the great law of non-resistance. For what you resist, you create more of. We do not fight the appearance of lack. We rise above it in consciousness, speaking the word of truth until the illusion dissolves. We do not struggle against the current. We turn and flow with the river of our good. I am non-resistant to my highest good. I no longer struggle against life. I flow with it. I release the need to force, to control, to manipulate. My power is in my allowing. I relax and I let my good come to me. My path is a path of grace and ease. I allow abundance to flow to me in effortless ways. The less I resist, the more I receive. I am at peace with what is, knowing that my word is creating what will be. I do not fight appearances. I hold to my vision. My calm faith dissolves all obstacles. I allow my wealth to manifest easily and joyfully. I am a master of allowing. I release the oars and I let the current of spirit carry me to my prosperous destination. Struggle and strain are released from my mind and my experience. I welcome a life of blessed ease. I am non-resistant. Therefore, I am invincible. Nothing moves me from my centered peace and my faith in good. I allow solutions to appear. I allow help to arrive. I allow money to flow. My state of allowing is my state of power. Let us now speak the great and unchanging law of your divine supply. There is a supply for every demand. This is the law. Your need is the demand. Your faith is the demand. Your spoken word is the demand. And the supply is infinite and already here, waiting for you to claim it. I am abundance. It is not something I acquire. It is the truth of my being. I am the rich, beloved child of an infinitely wealthy Creator. My supply is infinite, inexhaustible, and immediate. It flows to me now in a steady, ever-increasing, joyous stream. It cannot be stopped. It cannot be diminished. Money flows to me in ever-increasing quantities. It comes to me from multiple sources on a continuous basis. Money flows to me from expected and unexpected channels. The great floodgates of abundance are open for me now. I am deluged with my good. Avalanches of prosperity now pour into my life. I am surrounded by money. It is a symbol of God's substance, energy, and support. My consciousness is a consciousness of wealth. Therefore, my world is a world of wealth. Abundance is my birthright. I claim it now. Prosperity is my natural state of being. I embody it now. Wealth comes to me from many sources, seen and unseen. The entire universe conspires to bless me and prosper me. I allow the universe to bless me with magnificent abundance now. I am open and receptive to my good. My arms are open wide to receive. My heart is open wide to receive. I trust in my power to create and sustain a life of wealth. I am magnetic to money, and money is magnetic to me. We are in a perfect, harmonious dance of attraction. I move from poverty thinking to abundance thinking. I dissolve all thoughts of lack and replace them with thoughts of plenty. I am becoming more and more prosperous every single day. My wealth is increasing moment by moment, breath by breath. I was abundant in spirit before the world began. I am abundant in my reality right now. I will always be abundant, for my source is infinite. Feeling joyful attracts abundance. My joy is a magnet for miracles. I enjoy an abundance of money. I have a wonderful, healthy, and supportive relationship with it. Abundance flows easily to me. It seeks me out. I think big. I expand my vision to accept more and more good. My consistent focus on abundance draws it to me with magnetic force. All things I seek are now seeking me. The perfect home is seeking me. The perfect opportunities are seeking me. The perfect clients and customers are seeking me. The perfect sums of money are seeking me. We are now drawn together in a perfect union. I am now on the royal road of success, happiness, and abundance. I love the energy of abundance, and I attract it easily and effortlessly. My prosperity is unlimited. There are no walls, no ceilings, no boundaries. I am now free to do the things I love. My time and my resources are my own. I choose wealth and abundance as my constant reality. I am a money magnet. Money is constantly, powerfully, irresistibly attracted to me. I absolutely attract abundance. It is my very nature. Let us now impress upon your faithful servant the deep truth of your worthiness. For you cannot receive what you do not, in your heart of hearts, feel you deserve. You were created in the image of perfection. You are worthy of all good things. Jen, I am worthy of wealth. I am deserving of a rich, full, and beautiful life. I release all feelings of unworthiness now and forever. My worth is not based on what I do, but on who I am, a divine creation. I am worthy of comfort, beauty, and ease. I am worthy of the best life has to offer. I give myself permission to be magnificently rich. I deserve to live in a state of overflowing abundance. I am worthy of all the good I desire. My subconscious mind now accepts my worthiness as its core truth. Because I am worthy, I now attract wealth effortlessly. It is my divine right to be prosperous and abundantly supplied. I accept this right, and I claim it now. I was born worthy. I live in worthiness, and my world reflects my worth. I am worthy of a life that feels good and supportive in every way. I am worthy of financial peace of mind. Now we speak of circulation, for wealth is an energy, like a river, that must flow. To receive, you must also be willing to give. Let us establish a perfect, divine circulation in your life and affairs. I enjoy my prosperity. I celebrate it, and I share it freely with the world. I am a gracious giver and a joyful receiver. As I give, so do I receive, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. My circulation is perfect. What goes out comes back multiplied. I give freely of my time,
my love, my energy, and my resources. And as I give, all of this and more returns to me from the infinite storehouse of the universe. Every dollar I spend is a seed for greater wealth. It circulates, blesses others, and returns to me increased. I bless every person I meet. I see their prosperity. I am a loving and abundant person. My heart is rich, and my world reflects it. I see opportunities for prosperity all around me. My eyes are open to my good. I allow myself to have the good things in life, and I enjoy them without guilt. Everything and everybody prospers me now. Every person is a golden link in the chain of my good. Every situation is an opportunity for my advancement. Prosperity is drawn to me. I am a center of its vortex. Opportunities flow to me with grace and ease. Prosperity is alive and active in every area of my life. My health is prosperous. My relationships are prosperous. My creativity is prosperous. My finances are prosperous. All is well in my kingdom. I have unlimited abundance. I consciously create my own reality and everything in it. I am the artist of my life. This world is an abundant, joyful, and supportive place. All things I seek are now seeking me. My desire is the proof of my supply. I give thanks for the massive, overwhelming prosperity that is mine right now. I am thankful for the unlimited, unending flow of good into my life. My heart overflows with gratitude, opening the channels for even more good to flow in. I always have an abundance of money to meet all of my needs and desires. I deserve to prosper. It is my divine inheritance. Everything that I desire is making its way to me now, on divinely appointed pathways. It takes far less effort to be wealthy than it does to live in lack. I now choose ease. I now have a massive amount of money. I accept it. I welcome it. Through the divine power of my subconscious mind, I effortlessly attract all the wealth I need and desire. I have more than enough. My cup runs over. I have more than I need in every area of my life. Money flows to me. I am the riverbed for its current. I am wealthy. I am prosperous. I am rich. I am free to choose what I want to experience in my life. I choose joy. I choose freedom. I choose abundance. Every day, in every way, my wealth is increasing. I have a surplus that I share freely with others. I am a source of blessing in the world. Wealth is my birthright, my natural state of being. Whatever activities I perform, they are blessed and they make money for me. My very presence adds value to the world. Prosperity comes to me quickly, easily, and in surprising ways. Money creates a positive, beautiful impact in my life and in the lives of those I love. I deserve to be abundantly supplied. Every day I am attracting and saving more and more money. My prosperous thoughts create my prosperous world. My inner world of wealth is now perfectly reflected in my outer world. I respect and honor my ability to attract wealth.
It is a sacred gift. I believe, I know, and I accept that I have the divine right to be prosperous, abundant, and wildly successful. When I think wealthy thoughts, I become more wealthy in all aspects of my life. Abundance within me, a deep well of peace and plenty. Abundance around me, a world of opportunity and riches. I have the right to be prosperous. I claim this right now. Now we engage the great creative faculty of imagination. Your imagination is the scissors of the mind. You must cut out the pictures of lack, debt, and limitation, and paste in the pictures of wealth, supply, and fulfillment. See it clearly. Feel it deeply. Your subconscious will build what your imagination designs. I now use my imagination to build my prosperous reality. I see myself living in my perfect home. I feel the joy and peace of it. I see my bank accounts filled with overflowing abundance. I feel the security and freedom. I see myself joyfully paying every bill with ease. I see myself traveling, creating, and living a life of freedom and choice. I cut away every mental picture of struggle. I erase it from my consciousness. I replace it with a clear, bright picture of success and lavish supply. My imagination is filled with images of wealth, health, and happiness. I see myself as a prosperous being, and my world conforms to my vision. My inner eye is single, focused only on my good. The pictures in my mind are blueprints for my reality. I now give my subconscious builder a clear, beautiful, and abundant blueprint. I see my desires as already accomplished facts. I give thanks for their manifestation. Let us speak now of your divine purpose. For abundance is not for hoarding, but for funding the divine design of your life. Your talents, your passions, these are the golden channels through which your supply will flow. I am now divinely guided to my true place, my perfect work. I am in the work that is mine to do by divine right. My every move is divine right action, leading me to my greatest good. I am guided, governed, and guarded by infinite spirit. My talents are in full expression now. The gold mine within me is now released. I am paid handsomely for my unique gifts and my joyful service. Divine ideas for wealth now flood my mind. My creativity is a source of unlimited income. I am divinely compensated for all that I give. My bank accounts are blessed and multiplying. I am a responsible and joyful steward of great wealth. Every investment I make returns to me multiplied. I see the evidence of my prosperity everywhere. My world is now a perfect mirror of my inner wealth. I handle large sums of money with wisdom, ease, and grace. The law of increase is now operating in every area of my life. Every action I take is divine right action, prospering me and everyone I encounter. I am grateful and happy for all that I receive and for all that I already have. My gratitude is a powerful magnet for more. The only limit to my abundance is my own belief, and my belief is now unlimited. I am grateful for this perfect universe that brings me all that I desire. Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. I am open to surprises of delight. I see myself as wealthy, and that is who I am. My inner vision is my outer reality. My supply is endless, inexhaustible, and immediate. It is always here, always available. Every day I earn more and more money through my joyful service to the world. I am open and willing to receive wealth in all of its beautiful and varied forms. I enjoy my prosperity, and I share it freely and joyfully with the world. I always have enough money. I always have more than enough money. Wealth and prosperity are circulating in my life like a mighty cleansing river. I am living abundantly now. I always have whatever I need, often before I am even aware of the need. I give away large amounts of wealth wisely, intelligently, and with love. I let go of all resistance to prosperity. I surrender to the flow of good. Everything and everybody prospers me now. I am blessed, and I am a blessing. I don't have to struggle to get money. I work from a place of inspiration, not desperation. Life is easy. I have an abundance of whatever I need. I give thanks for the prosperity which is mine by divine right. I know that whatever I put out comes back to me in mighty streams of abundance. My wealth multiplies, and it creates more wealth. My money works for me. I was born to be prosperous. It is my destiny. I have the right to become wealthy and have whatever I want that is part of the divine plan for my life. People enjoy giving me money. They feel blessed to exchange value with me. I deserve wealth, and I will use it for my good and for the good of others. My ideas, my energy, and my passion are now creating vast wealth. I receive unexpected income, checks in the mail, gifts and opportunities appear as if by magic. I find that wealth is easy, relaxing, and safe. I am a safe harbor for great abundance. Abundance comes to me in many ways. My channels are infinite and clear. Today is filled with golden opportunities, and I seize them with wisdom and joy. I love abundance, and abundance loves me. I am a beautiful, lovable human being, worthy of all the good the universe has to offer. My life is a magnificent success story, filled with streams of ever-increasing abundance. I am living the life of my wealthy dreams, right here, right now. I am growing more wealthy and more spiritually aware every day. I prosper in my finances, and my finances support my prosperous soul. My prosperous thoughts create my prosperous world. It is law. I allow myself to have the good things in life, and I enjoy them to the fullest. I draw abundance to me like a flower draws the bee. It is natural and effortless. Your wealth is also a tool for your divine purpose. As you are lifted up, you gain the power and resources to lift up others. See your prosperity as a sacred responsibility, a means to bring more light into the world. I always have whatever I need. My trust is in the infinite source, which can never fail. My ideas are incredible, divinely inspired, and profitable. I have the creative energy to bring them to life. I enjoy having money. It is a tool for good, a symbol of freedom and choice. I am financially independent and free. My affirmations work for me, whether I am consciously thinking of them or not. My subconscious mind accepts them as fact. I always find a way to finance what I want to do or have. The way is always provided. I am a gracious giver and a joyful, grateful receiver. I project wealth and good fortune to every person I meet. I see the abundance in them. Money creates a positive, beautiful impact in my life and in the lives of those I love. I deserve to be abundantly supplied. Every day I am attracting and saving more and more money. My prosperous thoughts create my prosperous world. My inner world of wealth is now perfectly reflected in my outer world. I respect and honor my ability to attract wealth. It is a sacred gift. I believe, I know, and I accept that I have the divine right to be prosperous, abundant, and wildly successful. When I think wealthy thoughts, I become more wealthy in all aspects of my life. Abundance within me, a deep well of peace and plenty. Abundance around me, a world of opportunity and riches. I have the right to be prosperous. I claim this right now. Now we engage the great creative faculty of imagination. Your imagination is the scissors of the mind. You must cut out the pictures of lack, debt, and limitation, and paste in the pictures of wealth, supply, and fulfillment. See it clearly. Feel it deeply. Your subconscious will build what your imagination designs. I now use my imagination to build my prosperous reality. I see myself living in my perfect home. I feel the joy and peace of it. I see my bank accounts filled with overflowing abundance. I feel the security and freedom. I see myself joyfully paying every bill with ease. I see myself traveling, creating, and living a life of freedom and choice. I cut away every mental picture of struggle. I erase it from my consciousness. I replace it with a clear, bright picture of success and lavish supply. My imagination is filled with images of wealth, health, and happiness. I see myself as a prosperous being, and my world conforms to my vision. My inner eye is single, focused only on my good. The pictures in my mind are blueprints for my reality. I now give my subconscious builder a clear, beautiful, and abundant blueprint. I see my desires as already accomplished facts. I give thanks for their manifestation. Let us speak now of your divine purpose. For abundance is not for hoarding, but for funding the divine design of your life. Your talents, your passions, these are the golden channels through which your supply will flow. I am now divinely guided to my true place, my perfect work. I am in the work that is mine to do by divine right. My every move is divine right action, leading me to my greatest good. I am guided, governed, and guarded by infinite spirit. My talents are in full expression now. The gold mine within me is now released. I am paid handsomely for my unique gifts and my joyful service. Divine ideas for wealth now flood my mind. My creativity is a source of unlimited income. I am divinely compensated for all that I give. My bank accounts are blessed and multiplying. I am a responsible and joyful steward of great wealth. Every investment I make returns to me multiplied. I see the evidence of my prosperity everywhere. My world is now a perfect mirror of my inner wealth. I handle large sums of money with wisdom, ease, and grace. The law of increase is now operating in every area of my life. Every action I take is divine right action, prospering me and everyone I encounter. I am grateful and happy for all that I receive and for all that I already have. My gratitude is a powerful magnet for more. The only limit to my abundance is my own belief, and my belief is now unlimited. I am grateful for this perfect universe that brings me all that I desire. Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. I am open to surprises of delight. I see myself as wealthy, and that is who I am. My inner vision is my outer reality. My supply is endless, inexhaustible, and immediate. It is always here, always available. Every day I earn more and more money through my joyful service to the world. I am open and willing to receive wealth in all of its beautiful and varied forms. I enjoy my prosperity, and I share it freely and joyfully with the world. I always have enough money. I always have more than enough money. Wealth and prosperity are circulating in my life like a mighty, cleansing river. I am living abundantly now. I always have whatever I need, often before I am even aware of the need. I give away large amounts of wealth wisely, intelligently, and with love. I let go of all resistance to prosperity. I surrender to the flow of good. Everything and everybody prospers me now. I am blessed, and I am a blessing. I don't have to struggle to get money. I work from a place of inspiration, not desperation. Life is easy. I have an abundance of whatever I need. I give thanks for the prosperity which is mine by divine right. I know that whatever I put out comes back to me in mighty streams of abundance. My wealth multiplies, and it creates more wealth. My money works for me. I was born to be prosperous. It is my destiny. I have the right to become wealthy and have whatever I want. That is part of the divine plan for my life. People enjoy giving me money. They feel blessed to exchange value with me. I deserve wealth, and I will use it for my good and for the good of others. My ideas, my energy, and my passion are now creating vast wealth. I receive unexpected income. Checks in the mail, gifts and opportunities appear as if by magic. I find that wealth is easy, relaxing, and safe. I am a safe harbor for great abundance. Abundance comes to me in many ways. My channels are infinite and clear. Today is filled with golden opportunities, and I seize them with wisdom and joy. I love abundance, and abundance loves me. I am a beautiful, lovable human being, worthy of all the good the universe has to offer. My life is a magnificent success story filled with streams of ever-increasing abundance. I am living the life of my wealthy dreams right here, right now. I am growing more wealthy and more spiritually aware every day. I prosper in my finances, and my finances support my prosperous soul. My prosperous thoughts create my prosperous world. It is law. I allow myself to have the good things in life, and I enjoy them to the fullest. I draw abundance to me like a flower draws the bee. It is natural and effortless. Your wealth is also a tool for your divine purpose. As you are lifted up, you gain the power and resources to lift up others. See your prosperity as a sacred responsibility, a means to bring more light into the world. I always have whatever I need. My trust is in the infinite source, which can never fail. My ideas are incredible, divinely inspired, and profitable. I have the creative energy to bring them to life. I enjoy having money. It is a tool for good, a symbol of freedom and choice. I am financially independent and free. My affirmations work for me, whether I am consciously thinking of them or not. My subconscious mind accepts them as fact. I always find a way to finance what I want to do or have. The way is always provided. I am a gracious giver and a joyful, grateful receiver. I project wealth and good fortune to every person I meet. I see the abundance in them. I am financially secure. My foundation is built upon the rock of spiritual truth. I release all feelings of lack and limitation. They are illusions. Money flows easily to me. I welcome abundance into my life with open arms. I pay my bills with love and gratitude, knowing that abundance flows ceaselessly through me. I bless every dollar as it leaves my hand, and I know it will return to me multiplied. I love my abundance. I use money to better my life and the lives of others. I am a channel for good. I create abundant wealth easily and effortlessly through my divinely guided actions. I deserve to live in luxury. My definition of luxury is a life of beauty, peace, and freedom. I love the idea of having truly effortless abundance. I embrace it as my reality. I earn, save, spend, and invest my riches wisely. I am divinely guided in all my financial affairs. Life rewards me with abundance. I am joyfully receiving wealth and abundance into my life now. I am positive towards wealth. I see it as a force for good in the world. Today, I expand my awareness of the abundance all around me. I see it everywhere. All my needs are met instantaneously. I am wealthy in mind, body, and affairs. Now, let us speak the word of gratitude. Gratitude is the great multiplier. It is the key that unlocks the storehouse of the universe. To be grateful for what you have and to be grateful for what is on its way is to quicken its arrival. I am so grateful for my financial abundance. I am grateful for every dollar that comes to me. I am grateful for my ability to create and attract wealth. My grateful heart is the most powerful magnet for prosperity. I give thanks for the riches now being demonstrated in my life. I am thankful for the expected and unexpected channels of my supply. I am so grateful to be wealthy, prosperous, and free. My gratitude dissolves all doubt and fear. I am grateful for the perfect divine plan of my life, which includes unlimited wealth. I give thanks for my overflowing bank accounts. I give thanks for my brilliant, profitable ideas. I give thanks for the peace of mind that my wealth provides. Thank you, Infinite Spirit, for my ever-increasing good. Every thought I have is now being transformed into massive financial abundance. I clearly see opportunities to effortlessly make money. My intuition is sharp and accurate. More money is coming into my life right now. I can feel the tide turning. I am worthy of making more money. My worth is infinite and unchanging. Money expands my life's opportunities and experiences. I welcome this expansion. I have a divine responsibility to accumulate vast sums of wealth, to be used in service to the light. I deserve the best, and the best comes to me now. I am a success in all that I do. Everything I touch turns to gold. My prosperity is unlimited. My success is unlimited now. I now draw the highest, best, and most prosperous-minded people to me. We are all golden links in the chain of my good, and I in theirs. I create wealth easily and effortlessly. I am constantly increasing my income. My greatest good is here for me now. Money is flowing to me from all directions. Prosperity and abundance surround me like the very air I breathe. I am certain that my wealth is always perfect for me, in this moment and in all moments to come. It is easy for me to accumulate a huge personal fortune. My income is constantly increasing. It grows and multiplies day and night. I create all the wealth I desire. I am the creator of my experience. Being wealthy is my inherent right, and I claim it now. I accept it fully. I always feel wealthy. My inner state of wealth now manifests as my outer reality. I allow myself to prosper. I am so happy and